What's up, guys? Jim Rat Crypto, Sam Stolt here. Hex in the morning.
What's
Shit, I
up?
hate this view.
There we go.
Hex in the
Way
morning.
better. Way better. How you
Way
doing?
better. Way better.
Yeah.
Guys, 6 comments already. That's the most comments I've ever had before I started, but they're all Sam, so that doesn't count. All right. Hex Orca stopped in early, guys. Let's give a round of applause. Hex Orca, the thought leader, a real thought leader, Hex Orca, a real thought leader, someone who thinks for themselves, someone who has more information than others, someone who digs constantly, Hex Orca. And he gives all his information away for free online. For free online. Just understand that. Thanks to everyone. Chopstick. Good morning, Chopstick. I'm going through the ringer over here, Chopstick. You don't even. Oh, Chopstick.
One thing after another. Right?
Well, I was talking to insurance companies for the last 4.5 hours on the phone. And there's nothing, let me give a rant real quick. There's nothing worse than the putrid and disgusting customer service in this country. This country as a whole, go to Japan, anywhere else, totally different. Not anywhere else, but in the United States, for like the prestige that we have as far as like a nation, that it take you 4 hours and 3 different companies that want to screw you out of your money just to get the person on the phone that's supposed to give you the rental car. But he's third party, right? And I don't have a car. And they were also asking me for police report numbers. I'm not a police officer. I don't have police report numbers because I'm not a police officer. And they were like, oh, if you don't have the police report number. And I said, so I had to get the cell phone number of the police officer. I had to track down the cell phone number of the cop that does the night shift, ask him for all the information, and then I still don't have a rental car. My car's still totaled in my house. I swear to God, they're coming in like the next 90 minutes to get in there, like, make sure you have your stuff out of your car because we might just take it to the pound. And I was like, really? You're going to just dump my shit without it? Like, the United States is such an effing joke. And I get more, and I don't say the United States. When I want this conversation, customer service in the United States is a fucking joke. Companies in the United States, big companies, a fucking joke. State Fair, Allstate. I mean, Allstate, all these fucking insurance companies. You know how many people I talked to this morning? I pay $350 a month for insurance on my vehicles.
Man, you pay more than I do.
I got arrested 4 or 5 times in vehicle traffic violations when I was young. So my insurance has always been wrecked. But that's okay. Like, I took it on the chin. That's a part of my life. Good morning, Siren. I'm ranting. This is some 5'7" beta fucking ranting right now. I'm 5'7" beta, 5'7" beta ranting right now. Like, this is for all the 6 foot giga chads. Anyway, guys, when you get older and realize that none of that matters, like, in reality, guys, as you get older, you realize that it's all about the person from the inside. It truly is, because Sam knows so many 6'4" alpha male crazy dudes that are fucking wimp loser dorks that will never work. And they're scared of their own shadow because they know they're supposed to be that guy. They know they were designed to be that guy, and they're not that guy. So it almost is worse. You know, when you're a fucking dork, at least you're a dork. Like, and you could be like, yeah, I'm a dork. But those guys have everything in their hands but they just don't want to work out. They don't want to go hard because everyone gives you shit. It's just like when you're a really hot chick. Everyone gives you everything. So when you get to the point where you need to produce yourself, you're like, oh shit. That happens sometimes with like these rich kids that are really good looking.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Literally, like, they just, like, everyone kind of like defers to them because they're actually very physically appealing. It's a funny little thing because they don't have the confidence to back it up, and they know that, but they happen to literally be so physically appealing that they're just like stuck in this limbo.
And they're so broke. That's why I feel like one of the reasons why you have some people that are so successful from an external POV that go through and harm themselves, like physically or like kill themselves because they're broken on the inside and they don't know how to fix that. And they feel that if they try to fix that, they're showing a weakness because then people are going to judge them and they don't know how to deal with that judgment. And it's like a catch-22 in a sense for them. They're just fucked. And you're like, damn, I'm so thankful that I went through that struggle because I'm a stronger fucking person today because I've gone through that struggle. I had my own little rant about customer service last week. I had internet issues. It was last week of the week.
Oh, yeah. It's the same thing. It's monopolies.
So I have this company here in Florida called WOW for internet service, and I get home from the gym.
For saying you live in Florida, by the way, they're gonna.
Okay. I did at one point in my life. Who knows if
There you
I'm
go.
in Florida now.
We're doing a security course soon, so we have to put on our P's and Q's.
And that would be really good, that course. That would be fantastic. So I get home from the gym with my girlfriend at like maybe 9 o'clock or something, 9:45. And there is a company truck outside, parked in our driveway and across the street, right? Because I have an open driveway where you can park all across the whole front of the house. So there's a truck there, and then there's a truck across the street. And so I pull in and I see that they're just working on something. Come inside, I shower, eat, get to my computer, and there's no internet. I was like, oh, fucking fantastic. This is right before I'm about to go on live with you. And I call the place, and I'm like, hey, Jim, I don't know if I'm going to make it on. I'm still on the phone with the company. It's been 45 minutes. So I'm on there. They're like, okay, cool. We'll rush this. We'll get this over this afternoon. I was like, okay, great. Get this fucking shit fixed. This is not why I pay the highest amount you guys offer to have shit that goes down every other month. Right. So they come over, they fix it, and the guy fixes it. And he's like, oh, the line was cut. And I was like, well, that was your fucking people that were here this morning because it was working before I left the house. They fixed it. The guy runs a brand new line because they chopped it. Runs a brand new line.
Speaking of alpha shit, got to go take our daughters to work as their mom kicked my kids out of her house. Back in a bit.
Well,
there you go, Ninja. You're taking care of all the little niños over there.
Yeah,
good man.
The people probably just don't want to hear it.
He's a new guy. This is a new guy that you didn't meet because I think you left before you started commenting last night. I was on for 6 hours last night.
Holy shit. What's up,
yeah,
Crypto?
it was literally the people on the show at the end of the show were like, that was the best stream we've ever done. I can't believe we talked about stuff like that. Like, that was what everyone kept saying. Like, I can't believe we were talking about stuff like that.
What were some takeaways? So what were some key interesting takeaways?
Well, we were talking about, really, when we got into the thick of it, it was about what will the world currency look like? Like, that's what our thought experiment was. Like, and we all asked ourselves, what do we think could make that occur and how? And what do you think the best way was? And some people said hex, and some people said they don't think hex would be the specific for that. We're talking about the currency that people use, right? So we were talking about the world. How do you say it? Like the world
reserve currency kind of thing.
The world currency, whatever the verbiage on that would be. Yeah, there was a fight this morning that was sponsored by Hexicans. It was in Australia. It was a really big fight card.
What are your thoughts? Have you thought about that? I've actually thought
back and watch that shit, dude. I couldn't understand a word they were saying. They were so confusing. They were talking deep as shit though. These guys were like OG Bitcoiners, so they were way more nuanced in the understanding. Because so let me say one thing. My friend Hex Tangent. I have this guy from Australia. His name's Hex Tangent. I always watch his shit, and I've always watched his shit, and I've always spammed his shit. And he's not even a big YouTuber. Like, he kind of just does it in his free time more. But he likes to, he'll get on a roll and do a couple in a week, 5 in a week, 6 in a week. Anyway, he comes on the show and he starts asking all these philosophical questions. And he's a very philosophical guy. He's not so much he was a Bitcoiner maxi. So he knows what the Bitcoin maxi life is about. So he was giving us, we were talking about the conference, but really at the end of the day, what it comes down to is immutable, decentralized, but the thing is, it's like people don't want to spend an asset that appreciates in value. Like, that's why when people say Hex was designed to appreciate in value as it's a bank tool. You know what I mean?
Do you think so? I've thought about that too. Like, and exactly the same thing. Do people want to spend something that's going to go up in value? And intelligent people are going to want to hold on to shit that goes up in value, and they're going to want to spend shit that has like an inflationary piece to it, right? So I don't know. It would be interesting. Do you see that? I see crypto sucking, just like draining out fiat over the next decade to the point where, fiat's going to be way bigger. I'm sorry, crypto's going to be far bigger than fiat is. But we also have, what are those called? The digital coins that US is coming out. China's already got theirs out.
Oh my God, dude, we were getting into so much corruption. Oh my God, now it's all coming back. Oh, the whole conversation's coming back now. They were talking about China. Oh my God. There's some crazy shit going on, guys. And this has been known for a long time from a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of people that know exactly what's going on as far as China, Russia. Guys, I'm not going to start getting into specifics because of the algorithm, but guys, you already know. And when I find an expert, a real expert, like a guy that I know is the expert, I'm going to bring him on here. We're going to break down all this arbitrage between these countries. Well, arbitrage is the wrong word, but all the connections, right? between the oil and the finances, because Hex Orca, every time we say everything, Hex Orca has like that just so cemented financial like stock market background, like as far as the stock. So he brings it all back to Alibaba and Amazon, and like you're just getting so many points from so many people, and it's just we're just guys that have been learning so densely for so long, and now we're getting together and talking for hours on end, and it's disgusting what's coming out of the other end, guys. My life has changed so dramatically in the last 3 weeks, only because I'm learning at such a fast rate. And it's scary at the same time because it's a rabbit hole. It's a scary rabbit hole to go down. Ignorance can be bliss sometimes, and not thinking about these stressful topics can be bliss. But I'm a man. I don't know what else to do. What else am I gonna do other than talk about the shit that matters, right?
Mm-hmm. What's the point of talking about other shit? It doesn't matter about any of that kind of stuff. The cryptocurrencies.
They want you to work at an insurance company for fucking 55 years.
Correct.
I wish you did, Sam. What would you be doing? You'd be at a fucking insurance company actually pissed off that you didn't get enough insurance claims that day, when that means nothing.
Literally over the last, I'm 37, right? So over the last 19 years roughly, I've switched jobs every 1 to 2 years because it wasn't what I wanted to do until I started like going in on myself. I was like, I'm not going to do this, switch to something else. Oh, this is cool. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do this. Not going to do this every single year or 2 years. Like at one point in a 4-year or 5-year period of time, I lived in like 5 different states. Like I've been all over the place just because I was trying to find what it was that I wanted to spend the rest of my life doing. And now that I have found something that is interesting to me in terms of going in on myself, right? Because maybe that thing shifts at some point from like fitness to crypto. Maybe it shifts eventually to something else, which I'm okay with. But the essence or the understanding behind that is going 100% in on myself throughout that. Back to, I think Hex Sloth had mentioned it in the comments. CBDCs are the currencies of like China and stuff are coming out with that. Oh, here we go. And
Ukraine literally just implemented the WEF's digital ID program. The CBDC is coming real fast. I should not enunciate any of these words very well for the algorithm. But guys, this is all very serious stuff. The IDs are here. All the guys that were saying this shit was going to happen a year ago that everyone was fudding, they were right. It's disgusting. It's real. It's capitalism. It's all of it combined into just a global. The money, people don't understand how centralized the money is in the globe. You know what I mean? In the globe, like we were talking about Alibaba yesterday. You know Alibaba?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Chinese Amazon?
Yep.
And I didn't know much about Alibaba. So I was asking every question about Alibaba. I was like, this, that, this, because that was like new to me. Boom. Like I was like, Alibaba, I heard about that, but I didn't know what it was. They said, they looked at me and they said, you're a smart guy, right? And I was like, yep. And they said, you don't know about Alibaba. It holds 60% of the world's money. And or whatever the number was. And I was just like, oh shit, nobody knows anything. And it just double emphasizes down that nobody knows anything, because I am paying attention all the time. And in 60% of the world's US currency for 28 years, I didn't know it was in Alibaba.
It's also like the Amazon of suppliers, right? Amazon supplies the public. Who supplies the people who buy on Amazon? Alibaba. Alibaba is gargantuan. There's also like AliExpress, which is I think a derivative of theirs, or like a subsidiary of theirs. It's crazy. Like the thing I noticed about those centralized currencies, that's not fiat, right? The digital central, is that if I'm like, hey, I don't like Jim Rat Crypto, I can literally just shut him off from his money, which means that you can't do anything, right? Like, how are you going to
do this now? We're already ahead of them. You know what I mean? Like, we have a product that has great product market fit, that already works, that can't be shut off. These guys will flounder around like fools for a while. If we get enough economic mass, and this is all Richard's trying to do, guys. If we get enough economic mass as a collective unit, we now rule everything. So, because that's how people, it's automatic. Who's got the biggest bag? Who's paying who? Right? Like, that's all it is. Who's paying who? If Richard's got the biggest bag, if the Bitcoiners have the biggest bag, if I have the biggest bag, who's going to say anything to me? It's how it has to work. It's not cool. It's not nice. It's not friendly. But it's at the end of the day, it's like, this is life. we've been told that we are no longer animals. We've been told that as humans, we're no longer animals, but I'm here to tell you we are. It's the same thing. We just talk and communicate more. It's crazy, dude. Cutthroat shit. I had a dude run over my fucking car and dip off and fucking wouldn't give a fuck if I lost my whole. I'd be fucked without my car.
Correct.
No, he didn't give a one fuck. He drove away, and I knew that. I didn't expect him to give a fuck because that's the world we live in, and nobody wants to admit it until someone gets shot or someone's fucking a communist or someone's dropping bombs in Ukraine, and they're like, "Oh shit, bombs are dropping now." Oh wait, you had money. You had money in Canada. You have a little too much money. You know what they're doing in Canada? They're forcing all the rich people out so they can control everyone. Because everyone with more than $1 million in Canada is like, what the fuck am I doing here?
Well, you said California, right? It sounded like you said Canada, but you were talking about California there, where you're just driving out all the people who have money or
it's the same thing because they have people, right? And the people are still there. Like there's still population, right? There's still houses, there's still buildings, there's still companies. Yeah, get all the millionaires over and get out of here and go chill in Thailand, do whatever they want. But let's control 99% of the people in Canada. Much easier than having all these millionaires around. They know they're going to leave. They're not stupid. Anyone with money and business sense, gone. Same thing. Right. Rogan said it online. Rogan said, I'm out of this shithole. And now Texas is the greatest place in the United States as part, but like it's the little.
Yeah, correct.
And it's because it is. It's literally true. You go to a place, and if you go past those state lines, you are better off, and you can protect yourself. And if you don't go to jail for 30 years.
I don't think Texas even has capital gains tax in the state. I believe does somebody in the comments. And I also wanted to ask a question on that philosophical level to get a better understanding of Pulse X versus Pulse Chain. When I was in the
testnet 2B came out yesterday. I also want to mention that to everyone. Testnet V2B out. Meow. I'm going to look into this behind the scenes while Sam's talking so I can pull something up.
So if you think about Pulse versus PLS X, right? You could, and I thought of this while I was in the shower last night. I actually came out and just did a video on it. I think of two scenarios. Think of what Apple creating the App Store, right? Is Pulse Chain more like Apple creating the App Store? Apps can be built on top of it. Or is Pulse Chain more like Verizon or Comcast?
Yeah, Pulse Chain was for people to build on it.
Okay, so if that's the case, then let's take a look at Pulse X. Pulse X is one of those things that's built on top of it. So Pulse X has more of that unique ability, right? Because if you look at Pulse Chain, there's plenty of other blockchains out there, right? That other people can build on there. So it appears that it's more like Verizon, right? In the sense that the value proposition, there's plenty of other companies that are far more valuable. Verizon gives the roadmap, gives a framework, gives the ability, the utility for Google to build on top of that, right? Or for things like Netflix. And these companies are much bigger than Verizon is, right? So if you look at Pulse X, I think is more along the lines of Apple or like the Google or like the Netflix.
I can't relate them yet. I just am not there yet because I don't know anything about legacy. I know nothing about legacy. So literally there's nothing to compare to me. You're just like Pulse X, Pulse Chain. I'm like, that's all I know. Like, that's literally all I fucking know that exists other than like the other blockchain stuff. But as far as Apple, to me, until Richard Hart taught me about stocks, I never knew about them. I'm not saying he taught me, but through watching his live streams, he mentions things enough and I trusted him. So I kept that information. And mostly what I've learned is that it is the same thing. Like more or less, it's the same thing. It's just like who's centralizing what. Anyway, let's not get into all that. But at the same time, I just don't have any nuanced insight on legacy. Like when you say Apple, when you say this, to me, it's just like that's a website that I buy shit on.
Well, what if it was more along the lines of like Verizon's building the roads, that's building the railroads across the country, right? That's what Verizon's kind of building. But there's also, 100 or 1,000 other companies like Verizon building railroads or roadways. But those roadways are a metaphor for the digital, right? The internet itself, so that people can get onto the internet. So Verizon is building this railroad that allows people to access other places in the country, right? You could take a roadway from
Okay, so how does it work again?
So if you think of like Verizon as like a metaphor for building roads, and those roads allow you.
Verizon, like I did a lot of work with electric, so I kind of understand Verizon how it works. Like I understand fiber, how it goes to each thing, and how it connects to everything.
So now,
is that what you're saying? Like that was the connector?
Yes, that's the roadway, but there's only a portion of the roadway because other blockchains are also building roadways. Now, think of something like Facebook. Think of something like YouTube or TikTok, or Google even. These platforms drive on these roadways, correct? So these platforms are far more valuable than Verizon is. Verizon is building that framework, and then I drive on top of the road, and I'm far more valuable than the actual road.
What do you think about Verizon?
What's that?
What do you think about Verizon?
In terms of the service or the business?
Like a horrible monopoly, correct?
There's a blockchain.
I mean, it's one of the worst companies that you've, and I'm not saying as far as their service, that seems fine. But like, they third party everything. You can't call them. You can't talk to them. You can't visit them. So basically, it is crypto with none of the benefits of crypto. You get fucked in every way, but you can't message anyone about it anymore because they have third party companies for everything. And in Verizon and the other phone companies, they work direct together with their marketing, right? Like they go through waves and flows, right? I work in that industry a little bit, so it's like 1 month Verizon's calling you and telling you to switch here because they have a $230 thing, and then this is like $180 this month, and they just keep perusing people back and forth. But really, you're doing the same thing. It's like, anyway, as far as the phone companies are concerned,
let me show you.
With the analogy that PulseX would be the bridge as far as connecting everyone together.
And they're also so this is actually a different crypto project. I'm not invested into it, but I have friends that are. I heard about it a couple years ago, actually. This is called Helium. Helium is basically trying to create the decentralized, from my understanding, the decentralized ISP. So
I got some paperwork.
What's that?
Did you look at any paperwork on this?
I know. I've talked to a couple of friends about it, but
well, I mean, if people know about it, I was gonna.
This is the number of hotspots globally. 650,000. You could think about this as the number of stakers, right? The number of stakers on Hex is what? 450, 400
unique addresses.
How many? 110.
110,000.
Okay, so this is 650.
But there's 400,000 addresses.
So 400,000 addresses, right? Because this would be more accurate to the 400,000 addresses. There's 650,000 of these, and just over the last 30 days, 76,000 was added.
Well, what is this? Just the hotspots. What hotspot is this?
They're creating a mesh network, which is like I have one in my house. So I have the one that's plugged in directly from the road, right, in the cable, but then I have another one in a different portion of my house that grabs the signal and it amplifies it so that I can get a much bigger. So think about that as people having these at their houses. So it requires like, I don't know, 5 or 7 watts of power, so barely any power, and people earn helium. They can create a global.
This is all starting to connect for you, isn't it? For like your stuff that you're good at. Or the stuff that you know more about, like
because this is fascinating. This is all.
So you're figuring out that this can be done.
This solves that customer service problem. This in ISPs, in internet service providers. This solves that. If we could if this goes through, and project is the most successful one that I'm seeing that's doing anything like this, they're creating the global ISP. Tesla's doing the same type of thing with their satellites, right? But this is a decentralized version of like what Tesla's doing. Everybody is on the network. So if I'm driving by your house and I happen to use the internet that you're providing, you get paid for me to do that. What happens if there's an issue with your network in your house? Then you are going to fix it. So then problems get fixed much faster because it's not a centralized thing that then they're like, oh, we got to send somebody out to this problem. Oh, we got 14 other problems first before we get to that. We'll get to that next week, right? This is, you have a problem and you just go fix it, as in like your plug came undone or something like that. But let's talk about this chart. I find that project fascinating. I'm not invested in it, but I do find it fascinating.
Yeah, I totally agree that there's a lot of stuff like that, and just keep a note, because all of it gets forked over to the pulse chain. Tell your buddies that'll be your angle. Tell them you have this on a cheaper, faster network now for free, and you don't have, if it's an ERC20, I have to look at it. But yeah, so they're getting that on a faster network, and it might get adopted, and you can be one of the people that adopts it. And you can be one of the people that pushes it because you think it's a good thing to do for that particular project. Again, as long as it's built on pulse chain, that's the thing about pulse chain that's so revolutionary for Hex, is that being a Hex maxi is kind of whack because you're just like, man, I have this Ethereum project built on Ethereum and it's the only one I like. And okay, of course, it's the best one in a lot of our opinions, of course. But at the same time, on pulse chain, it just opens up every avenue. There's not a door that can unopen now.
Well, question on that. So if you think of like ERC20s as that, there's not really fiat off-ramps for these other blockchains as much as there is for Ethereum. So when that happens, it's going to be a copy of a true, or like the first gen of, right? So you're going to have Hex, and then you're going to have Hex of PRC, right? PRC20.
Now, this is all manually done. You have to understand that. So
how? What do you mean?
So like, this is going to be confusing. I'm going to make this more confusing to make it less confusing. Like, so the code for pulse chain is actually the base code. I'm pretty sure they forked from BNB, which is another different blockchain completely. But what they're doing is they're manually taking all the ERC20s and putting them on the pulse chain. They didn't have to happen. He can say any coin doesn't go. He can do whatever he wants. He's doing it for adoption. He's doing it because he wants to take the whole system state of Ethereum, because that's the system state he believes in, and he wants to fix it. So basically what you're doing is you're like cloning something, right? So let's say BNB, pulse chain, and Ethereum, right? They happen to clone BNB because they like the code better, but they're taking all the coins from Ethereum and actually forking them onto the new pulse chain. Is its own code. So when people say forking, they think it's just a copy, but these dudes have been working on code for months and months and months and months and months. Original code. So just think the base layer of the things that worked stayed on, and then they add everything to it, right? So just know they copied a different blockchain, and they actually they don't say this on the advertising because it's clunky, right? But actually took the Ethereum system state, copied it over as far as the tokens, but they took the base code is not from Ethereum. So you're really just manually doing what they want. So you have to think about it like that. Richard's trying to do it the best way he can. He likes Ethereum adoption the best.
That's where all the people are, right? So
right, but
he likes the code over here.
But maybe he liked the code for a newer project a little better because it was more advanced. You see what I'm saying? Ethereum copying the Ethereum system state over is not necessarily the best way to do things because it's old and it's clearly fucked.
So what is that?
I could be wrong, guys. I'm not looking at that anymore.
I've seen, and I don't fully understand this, and so I've seen things that are called wraps, right? So BTC has something on a different blockchain than Bitcoin's blockchain, and it's a wrapped BTC. But I've also heard Richard mention that there is going to be, Hex and then P-Hex, right? So you don't really have the real thing in a lot of people's minds, right? So, right, am I understanding that? So everything that's a ERC20 is going to be a P ERC20. So they're going to have to, it's going to be like a copy of that thing, right? So the original is always going to be worth more is the point or the idea that I'm like trying to grasp with. Is that your understanding of that? Is that accurate?
The word you just said, unfortunately, because I'm so confused with my own statements that I can't think straight. Guys, I'm telling you. I talked to Gerardo one-on-one at some point, and he told me that the code was actually from the BNB system state, but it doesn't sound good on the banner. So they just say it's forked from Ethereum. Anyway, I want you to say that point one more time if you can.
Okay. Hex Hodl says something here. So he says, Hex Hodl, thanks for the comment. P Hex is wrapped hex from Pulse.
You know what wrapped is?
Like in a smart contract, I think.
Yeah, right? So like when you wrap something, like wrapped Bitcoin can be traded on Ethereum because it's wrapped.
Oh.
Do you understand? Just pretend this. Pretend there's a Bitcoin right here in my hand, and they wrap Ethereum around it so that it can transact. But really, it still holds the value of the Bitcoin. It just can be transacted. That's why it's called Ethereum Classic is like one of them. Or no.
But Ethereum, that's a different fork, right?
I meant Bitcoin. No, it's called fucking Bitcoin. I can't remember what it's called because I don't know who the fuck buys it, but wrapped whatever. It's just called wrapped Bitcoin. That's what it is.
So it holds from like history, from what you're seeing is that it still holds the same value as the regular Bitcoin. It just now is able to travel around more freely. Is that understanding correctly? He forked PancakeSwap, I think, for Pulse X.
Hey, I'm telling you, Lionheart, you might be wrong about this, but you might be right. But Gerardo told me that everyone thinks Pulse Chain is forked code from Ethereum, but it's actually forked code. Oh, see, I'm fucking confused. God damn it. BNB is also a fork of Ethereum. So yes, they used a fork of Ethereum, which was BNB, and then they used BNB. They didn't use the Ethereum, but they actually used BNB, which is an additional code. I heard that from Gerardo. He told me that. And he said, nobody knows this. He said, nobody knows this. So when they tell you it's wrong, but I'm telling you, I could be wrong.
No, you were accurate because he's just saying the same thing you're saying. They copied BNB. BNB is another copy of Ethereum, right?
But this nuance kind of matters, guys, because you got to understand marketing, and then you got to double things back to why are people saying what they're saying, and then you learn about all the specifics. I want to look at the Hex price real quick just for a second because they actually came out with an update. And when they come out with updates for Hex, generally the price pumps. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But you see, I mean, we got a little start of something maybe. I don't know.
What's the time range you're looking at here?
The daily.
Okay, what's the week look like?
So here's the weekly, guys. We're down bad. And I'm just gonna give my opinion on all of this, guys. I don't know if this is over, in my opinion. I'm not saying we're gonna go down more, but we're not gonna go down much more. I can't imagine we go down more than 90%. But guys, when you say that stuff, it doesn't mean I really know. I'm just saying, as far as me looking at this chart for the last 400 days in a row, it looks like it's at a point of decision right now. We've never seen a real bear market in Hex, and that is okay, guys. It is okay if the price goes down. You know, some of us actually like that, believe it or not. I actually enjoy when the price goes down because I'm not freaking loaded. It's like every billionaire in Hex wants the price to go up. And I'm like, dude, you haven't even bought. The younger guys, it's like, why do they want the price to go up, right? They have no idea. They just want the price to go because they think they're going to get rich. But at the same time, that's the reason they're not going to get rich. Because it's going to move up so fast, then they're going to get flooded out.
I want it to stay down for a little bit longer, personally, until I get my refinance done. And I'm going to use that strategy that I was talking about the other day, where I use some fiat debt because I can hold that myself from my income for the stuff that I do. So if I can get that fiat debt, I pay that in fiat, and then take that fiat debt, translate it to crypto, and put it into some yield, whether it's like, okay, I'm going to hold this debt for 6 months or a year. During that time, I yield farm, or I put it into Hex, where I can earn 13% in 1 year. I can put it in there in 1 year, then 1 year and 1 month, 1 year, 2 months, etc. This way, I have Hex that's coming out in every month to be able to pay the bill in 1 year. I only need to hold that gas for 1 year. I mean, I could always pay it longer, but this way, the debt is actually paid.
Things are going to change a lot when Pulse Chain comes out for you, because your mind's going to be all over the place as far as, like, again, what I want you to focus on is getting a position everywhere that is reasonable, just a little bit everywhere, that we're going to be talking about. Because trust me, when you have $100 in Bitcoin and it goes to 200K, but that's all you have, you feel okay. But if you have like 10 other coins and you kind of could have known that a few of them would have done better beforehand, you would have, like, we're just having so much information now. All I'm doing is leveraging my positions now. I just want positions, guys. You just want positions. All this, you cannot make daily income with Hex until you have positions for a year or so anyway. You need the positions because you don't have enough economic mass unless you're just got a bunch of money, of course. But for the normal guy, you need a year and a half to accumulate and wait for the inflation rewards to really be on your side and have another pump. And again, if it goes down to 4 cents, 6 cents, guys, scream for the fucking bloody hills. It doesn't mean it's going to zero. It means that the markets are wrecked because there's war and horrible things going on. And this is a volatile asset. But at the same time, if you know where it's going, you need your positions. Get your positions and hold your shields up. That's what you need to do, because that's what it's like when it starts pumping. It's like every mind, you can't even imagine the mental game, because it's impossible to imagine, because everyone has dopaminergic rush all day. Do you understand what I'm saying? How you could lose it? Because you're so stoked. You're stoked. You're fucking stoked 24/7. You're the smartest dude in the room.
Yeah, no, correct.
For 6 months on end while the thing is going straight up and Bitcoin was going straight down. Imagine how we were all talking shit online.
Oh, I know. I'm sure. If I haven't been through that, but I could see that happening. And when we were talking a couple of weeks ago, you had brought something to light from my point of view that I had never thought of before. And I don't see, or I haven't heard a lot of other people talk about it, but I also don't necessarily consume a ton of other people's content because I'm like in here a lot, was the ROI on Hex. So when you have an 80% drop in Hex price and you're earning 35%, you're not actually having a 80% drop. It's shielded, right? You have downside protection in Hex. And that's a unique way of looking at it that not many people look at, because when you look at, like, say,
very
puts,
smart what you're saying right now.
You look at puts, right? People use puts as a hedge. A put is an option, right? So people will buy puts to hedge their position. If the price comes down, their position loses money, but their put goes up in value. So the delta, the change on that means that they don't lose as much money.
Exactly. Right? It's the same thing, guys. You can't lose in a bear market if you're breaking even.
And it's crazy because nobody's talking about that shit, bro.
No, we all talk about it. No one wants to hear it. Sam, I'm telling you, other than you. When I say others don't want to hear it, that never includes Sam, by the way. Because they're always willing to hear it. But I've been telling people, nobody wants to hear hedge and bear market. That makes people's boner go away. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why we're all here together, Sam. And you're more of a lone wolf than me in the way that you operate socially, because our experiences are different, I'm sure. And I had to be way more resourceful, right? Because I was just like, fuck, like if I don't start talking to people, like no one's going to take me seriously. Your situation, you were like, well, let me just go to the gym and start my own channel. But anyway, blah, 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 blah. People don't want to hear anything about retirement. People don't want, who does? Entrepreneurial young men. That's it. That's it. There's no one else. There's no one else other than like single moms that are finally like, fuck, I can't do this anymore. How can I fucking search the internet for help? Those are the only people that care about the word retirement, hedge against inflation, or people that buy gold and care about their finances moving forward. Who are those people? They are no one. There's not that many of them. How I find them? There's about 9 of them in the whole fucking world, and they're in the hex.com.
You know how investing, right? Anybody who's in the chat, or you, right, who invests, they realize that it is a really big psychological thing. You just mentioned dopamine, right? So that's the neurotransmitter that can help you feel better, right? Or reduce the effects of, say, anxiety and stress and depression to a certain degree. So when you think about investing as
not a dopamine receptor drug, by the way, and I don't tell people that often, and I use it for a reason.
There's some interesting ones out there. We can
talk
about that. Well, think about this. So you have dopamine on the way up, and then what happens on the way down, right? What did I just say about dopamine, right? Dopamine can decrease the effects of stress, can decrease the effects of anxiety, can decrease the effects of depression. So you have these 3 things that are all being decreased, right? You feel euphoric when the price is going up. You're like, damn, I'm the fucking boss, right? Everybody else is a dumbass. Like, come on, you should have been paying attention.
If they
But
get
what?
smarter, it's crazy. People are turning into so smart, and me too. Go ahead.
And so what happens in the opposite direction? Depression goes up, anxiety goes up, stress goes up. Now think about hacks in relation to hacks, right? We have this emotional game we get to play that we call investing. So you have this game where highs are high and lows are lows, right? And you have this, seesaw up and fucking down, right? And you have to be callous to that here to recognize that. Now hacks, because you're locking your money up and you're earning new hacks, that downside, right? The stress, the anxiety, the depression that all increase when you have an 80% drop in an asset that you own in any other asset class. Those three things get decreased because you're earning hacks in the downturn. Everybody else is like, well, I'm in the
It's a
fucking
huge
toilet.
point. I'm going to clip this, so I just keep it at that. So
Right.
Sam is so right about that, guys. The one thing people do not understand about Hex and cryptocurrency is that it's all emotional and everyone wants you to lose. Therefore, the reason that we get behind Hex so much and the reason we like it is because we're earning daily interest. All these dorks that think we're locking up our money forever, you're wrong. We have more than you. Because 30% of our liquid bag in Hex, or 20%, is worth more than all these crap Bitcoin gains for the last 3 years. Even in the last 6 months of an 80% bear market. Crypto influencers don't research anything. All those guys on TikToks are furus. None of them actually look at the charts and dig into this. This is why the Hex community is so different. We learn every single day. We learn about immutable code. We learn about cryptocurrency. We learn about finance. We learn about how it relates socially. It's all the same. And I'm going to just...
I'm gonna do a separate, more in-depth video on that and talk more about the.
And I want to talk to you. I think we could do that video together because that's something I'm super like that to me because that saved my life. Nobody understands where.
Why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I will talk about that right now. Richard Hart, in a roundabout way, has saved my life and changed my life because I was a gambling addict, I was a video game addict, I was a drug addict, and I had no idea how to stop. And I finally started to get I went to rehab and I got sober for a long time, right? So I was sober for years, doing my thing. And then I come across all these guys that are open-minded, right? I start learning about crypto. I start learning about these things, a little bit fringier stuff. And I find Richard Hart, and he says, they want you to lose. Every single video game ever made, they want you to die. They want you to suffer. They want you to click. They want you to stay. You don't have to be like that. The reason Hex is so amazing is because it frees your mind to do exactly what I'm doing now. I was not free, Sam, because I had too much financial stress and I had too much worry and I had to figure out everything myself. Now I have data that says this is what occurs. This is inflation. This is how much they print out. This is how much of the supply you get, blah, blah, blah. Immutable code. Say what you want about Richard Hart. You don't know about immutable code then. It has nothing to do with Richard Hart and his freaking Gucci bags, you morons that think he's so stupid because he has $100,000 in bags. The dude created the best cryptocurrency that's ever existed in history as far as the price chart. And he's buying things. He's been doing this for 30 years. He probably has not spent a necessity amount of money in the last 30 years. So realize, like, he's doing this for clout, guys. You cannot project your dreams unless you have an audience to project it to. Understand, if you have the most powerful dream in the world and no one to tell it to, you have nothing. And that's what Richard Hart understands. He just understands that if he has the best cryptocurrency in the world and he's just some dork that no one knows about, then you just created Cardano. Or obviously they're different things, but like the other projects no one knows about the people. It's a totally different ethos what Richard Hart brought to the table, right?
I get that same sense that because what is blockchain in essence? You mentioned it yesterday or 2 days ago. Blockchain in its simplest form is just consensus around value. And if you are able to create the consensus around, hey, we're going to do this idea, right? That creates value, as we've seen with these other blockchains. But when you take that a step further as it appears that Richard Hart has done, where, hey, this is what we're going to do, and this is the project, this is the idea, but then goes above and beyond that to say, hey, you should probably get your fucking life together, bro. Like, there is a lot more value to that. The more I invest, the more I'm, in owning my company, working with other business owners, the more you see the essence of the owner in everything that they do and the people that they hire and how they operate their business. And putting that out into the world is so much more valuable than people realize. If more leaders went through and talked about those things, it would be extremely valuable to their brands that they're building, because then you're going to attract people who are willing to talk about, who are willing to invest into themselves to the brand. And that's what it appears is he's building or has built so far. And that community is what is driving this. That's how the community wins, because it's like, oh, it's a scam, right? Oh, it's censored in a lot of places, right? It's not on exchanges. It's not on CoinMarketCap or several other market cap ranking sites, right? And there's plebs who use that as the source to go find coins to invest into. So you have this censorship, which brings people together even more to be, hey, we need to be more creative. We need to be more resourceful to be able to get around these things, because this is the truth. Like, the essence of it is you got to do it for yourself and you got to get better in life. And that whole community is how things go through and actually win. It's awesome. It's fascinating to me. Let's look at some of these comments. Oh, I saw this comment I highlighted from Hex Hodl. I've gamed a lot more, or they've gambled more on video games than they have invested into.
Oh, no, people don't understand. When we pitch Hex, we are pitching you the most, like when people say risk management, it's like, to me, people don't actually think about that word. They just think about social consensus. They don't know what they're talking about. When it comes to risk management, I want money in the bear market, and I guess you don't. You know what I mean? I don't. All this nonsense, BS, blah, blah, blah. People say you can't take it out. Richard Hart's a scumbag. Remember, all these words mean nothing. Richard Hart's a scumbag. If anyone mentions Richard Hart when they talk about Hex, you already know they don't know what's going on. What does this have to do with Richard Hart at this point?
Correct.
Like, if he disappeared, all the front ends are there. I still want money in the bear market if Richard Hart's dead.
Correct.
Certainly. I mean,
yes.
You would want money in the bear market if I were dead. Like, the two things aren't mutually exclusive. It's like, so what do we got here?
No. So this is what I was looking into yesterday for Uniswap. So when people talk about an AMM, right, that's an automated market maker. So that all that means is that it's a formula. So you have a formula for Uniswap that goes X times Y equals K, where X is just the quantity of coins of X. That could be Hex in this little example I put together. But this could be USDC, right? So if you had one USDC and had 6 Hex, that means that the price would be whatever that comes out to be, like 18 cents or something like that, right? So and then K is just stands for constant. So this one's not going to change, right? So when I was thinking about the AMM bot ratio fixer
and I have a couple videos for you to watch after on that specifically. Like, so there's many videos of people breaking that down. It's a complicated subject. Keep going.
Okay, cool. Because that would be fascinating. I'm trying to learn more about it. When you go, and I'm thinking about this in relation to PulseX to get a better understanding of PulseX and how they're going to create more liquidity than all the other markets. Jay Future mentioned the other day that there's a vampire attack where you come on as a DEX and through some fashion you're able to basically steal liquidity from other DEXs so that you have the most liquidity. Where do people tend to go for a marketplace in like the physical world? Amazon, right? Because Amazon has the most sellers, they also have the most buyers, so they're going to go there because that tends to be the biggest marketplace for things. You're going to get the most variety of shit you could possibly buy, not necessarily the best prices and everything. But in the DEX world of decentralized exchanges, you're going to get more options of pairs, and you're going to get less slippage in terms of a transaction going through and the price moving, and you're affected by that price movement. So when PulseX goes and uses this AMM bot, these ratios are fascinating. So if we just multiply these numbers here by 10, we said there's 60 hex and then there's 10 USDC. When somebody takes out a USDC, they try to get rid of this, right? Then what ends up happening is, I'll pull this up. The constant over here stays the same at 600. So this number here has changed. So now we need to calculate what this is. It's not like how prices are fixed in other markets. It's just fixed by this ratio, which means that the price goes up the more of that this is transaction. And then the inverse is fixed here. So it's basically it forces larger orders to be more expensive.
Gosh, why are there so many freaking different concepts that every time we go into something, V2, V3 is different. So like, again, the liquidity pools for Uniswap there's 3 different ones. So like there's Uniswap V1, there's Uniswap V2, which is update, Uniswap V3, which is another update, but they all have liquidity in them. Therefore, you have to look at each one individually to see the liquidity altogether. And you can change the price differently by buying in a different. So because obviously the ratios are different, right? These are things that people don't know. And it's almost hard to go down this road because it's like, are we just beating a dead drum? People that really want to know about this stuff will learn about it. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is going to be common knowledge at some point in the financial world. So we're just getting there first, guys.
Chad, this is on a separate note here. Chad mentions RH has used Comcast ISP and Netflix endpoint product as an IoT.
Wow, Sam.
Interesting.
That's what you did.
Cool. Yeah, but I was like Apple and Verizon. That's interesting.
That's crazy that, Sam.
I was in the shower last night. I'm taking a shower.
Your mind is rather impressive. Like, for sure. Like, the way that you can come up with questions and have all this insight. I mean, you're definitely decentralized mind. You know what I mean? Your mind is centralized.
I literally, Jim Rat. So we started talking 2 months ago, and so I'm asking questions. We're just on the phone. We're not publishing anything. And he's telling me about it, and I'm trying to learn, and he mentions on the phone that, hey, it seems to be like, 7 or 8 months before people kind of clicks with that. And I don't know if you remember telling me this, and I was like, there's no fucking way I'm gonna wait that long to figure this shit out. And within a couple of weeks, I
knew it. Yeah, you kept calling me, and I was just like, he's fucked. Like I was like, he's coming with me. Like we're going to hell together. But I'm gonna step away for 2 seconds and make my tea. I'm having a bit of a fog this morning.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna actually share some stuff. So I have a list
share
of a couple
some stuff, and then if you don't mind, for the people that are new, Sam, how did we meet? Who the are you? And how can they find you? And what kind of things do you provide? Because I have a couple comments for you before I step away. I have 3 or 4 guys that want to know about HRP and everything about it and blood work and everything. And they're locked and loaded and ready. And I want them to be on stream with us.
Cool. Yeah, I'm down. I
want them to use your services as far as afterward, because these are guys, adult men, they want blood work information, right? And I'm not sturdy enough to give people blood work information. So I go to my guys, right? Like I go straight to my guys. I just go to Sam basically now. So Sam understands those things more nuanced than me. And if anyone the reason I am confident enough to say that Sam can give you information is because I've seen the information that is given freely from the government. It's horrid. It's horrid. So Sam gives legit information about that stuff. We do not condone that anyone uses any type of substances of any sort, but we provide information for people that want information and that want to know. Your doctor also doesn't tell you that heart disease is preventable, and that if you get your coronary artery calcium scores every once in a while over 35, that you're pretty much at zero risk of heart disease. They don't tell you that. How do I know that? Because I watch a lot of testosterone shit. And Sam knows all about that stuff, guys. Sam, tell them a little bit about you, how we met, and then go on with your part. Just so there are people in here that don't even know me.
Cool, will do. And so we actually had met 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or something like that. And Jimra had reached out because I have another YouTube channel where I talk about fitness related stuff. So if you're watching this and you're like, oh, crypto's cool. What they're talking about seems kind of interesting. I'm fascinated by the DeFi world. This is the future. Well, there is the same space with a different community, completely different community. The community on the crypto, at least in this realm, is, in my opinion, more tight knit, or I just haven't done a great enough job on that side to feel the same way. All right. But there is a space in the fitness world where you're on the fringe. So like there's peptides, right? Peptides is protein. There's a peptide you can take that will help you lose body fat. They will drop your blood sugar levels. That will increase your insulin sensitivity. These are like positive things. And this peptide is already in your fucking body. If somebody has an injury, there are other peptides like BPC 157 or TV 500, which is thymosin beta 4, or GHK-Cu, it's a copper peptide. All of these things are already naturally in your body, and they're amazing for healing. There are things for muscle. There are things for sex drive. There are things for you name it. There's things for tanning. There's a peptide you can take to increase your tanning. You know what one of the side effects of it is for men? And for women, it just tends to do the same thing, but for women, which is probably mostly men watching, spontaneous erections. There is all sorts of crazy, awesome, cool fucking shit in the fitness world that is, and then that, I didn't even touch on the biohacking side of things, where you can find supplements that are far more effective in terms of the risk. There's something called, in finance world, there's a Sharpe ratio, and the Sharpe ratio, well, let's look it up, the definition, because I haven't looked this up in a while. Sharpe ratio. The Sharpe ratio is just a risk-adjusted return, right? This is on, I don't think you can share it, but I'll read it to you. Sharpe ratio. What is the Sharpe ratio? The Sharpe ratio was developed by Nobel laureate William Sharpe and is used to help investors understand the return on an investment compared to its risk. So it's just a risk-adjusted return. And when you look at the risk of drugs versus the risk of supplements, like, and when I'm saying that in my mind, I'm thinking about vitamins and minerals, right, primarily. But there's other different phytonutrients that you can utilize as supplements that are more effective than the drugs are. So whether you get the same response or a greater response, while at the same time the risk profile is lower, and all of this, and so Jim Rat actually found my fitness stuff and reached out and was like, hey, seems like you know what you're talking about. You coach me on this. Will you help walk me through this process? What you're talking about is fascinating. Yes, my wife runs fast when that happens. She needs a break. Doesn't everyone get those naturally, or is it just me? Spontaneous erections? Okay, let me read through some of these comments, because that sounded like it was good. I have this often, spontaneous erections, I love it. Yeah, so Siren, you were probably one of two. I think Sequoia is in here too. The two females out of everybody else is a dude in here. Spontaneous erections tend to generally decrease to a certain degree as one gets older. So there's the tanning peptide works on these receptors called melanocyte receptors, and there's 5 of them. And it binds to 4 of them. Well, one of them is related to central nervous system libido. So in women, it also increases sex drive in women. It's a fascinating peptide. I've used it several times. It's awesome. Bodybuilders use it like sometimes before a show and stuff like that. It's very cool. Or people who are pale use it before a show. Or women, it's bigger in like the dermatology. Like more women actually use that, except for in the bodybuilding community in general. But that's how we connected. And that was a number of years ago. We continue to do some coaching and life stuff. You know, Scott, Jim Rat was in a different spot at the time, and it's cool to see him grow throughout this, and myself grow throughout this process, because I am in a completely different spot as well from a couple of years ago. Chad, I'm a little younger than you, but have been in the biohacking space since 2013. Content intersection of bodybuilding and biohacking and crypto is tailor-made for me. Fuck yeah, Chad. Chad, jump on, or if you want to do a video, Chad, and we can talk about
You
something.
can jump on right now if you want.
Yeah, or come on. You come on right now, and then if you want to come on again and
We can all do a pre-recorded video too at some point. Like, and you can post it on your channel. I don't post pre-recorded videos on my channel yet. And if you want to just record, all you have to do is pop into Zoom and record it, right? So you just pop into Zoom, pretend like it's a live, but you just press record. Guys, real quick, if you haven't already, please hit the like. I'm not going so hard on the pushing of this one today, guys. I'm really stressed out. But if you could go just to my pinned tweet and just retweet it, share this out, say that you enjoy this content if you do. And I know you enjoy this content because if you're sitting here still and you know anything about what we're talking about, we're not bullshitting you. I have no strings tied. Neither does Sam. He really doesn't. You can't find it anywhere. You really can't. I happen to be a 28-year-old kid who gives 0 fucks about, like, I care about my future financially and I have crypto and stuff, but I'm more of an experiment for life. Like, I want to go forward and I want to learn as much as I can. And I want it to suck if it has to, but I have a feeling with that attitude, I'm going to succeed more than everyone. So it's that same attitude where I'm like, I don't necessarily care. Like, my ego's not involved. If Hex went to 0, yes, it would suck. I'd get off Twitter and go fucking work and I wouldn't give a shit. I'd say, fuck all you guys. Like I do to everything else about everyone else. I'd say I thought that was the greatest thing ever. Didn't work out. Whoopsie daisy. Sorry, everyone. Live, learn, move on. Coronavirus never even happened. So that was 3 weeks ago. So things move on. If once you have the nuanced understanding that things move on too. Like when you're young, you think, just missed all this. Heard erection. Now got my attention. Hex and chill, girl. We love you in this community. We do.
Jim Rat, have you ever used melanotan too?
I haven't used peptides other than MK.
Okay. There's melanotan 2. There's a derivative of melanotan 2 for the women. Siren.
I'm worried though that because people already like, and you are so deep down this rabbit hole that you might forget about this nuance sometimes, but people immediately think you're fucking insane when you mention stuff like that. Like, boom, like it's not like they're going to listen and be like, oh, he just told me to take a pill that makes me tanner. He's like, that's crazy, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. Obviously, I understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. I've seen a million videos on melanotan.
for the dudes. So there's a peptide that's FDA approved for use in women. PT141,
which makes no sense, by the way.
For sex drive, increases sex drive, right? Increases sex drive in women, which is crazy.
Hey,
but there's also for the dudes.
I'll take it. Heck.
this is down this like rabbit hole, like far.
Today's just a rando day.
There's things that men can do if that's something that's important to them or they feel insecure about it. You can actually increase the length of your dick if that's something.
I did that. I did all of that.
So it's called joking. And did you measure? Did you check beforehand?
Well, now we're getting, I can't be talking about it. Like, I have like family members and shit that watch this shit.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't talk about here. But
guys, I want you guys to know I went down all the way down the PE, penis enlargement rabbit hole just because I wanted to learn. And everyone that thinks that's weird, fuck you. Literally, fuck you. Fuck you. It doesn't make a difference. I was learning. It's just fun. Okay, let the fucking kid learn. I had no money and I fucking had a dick. And like, okay, the thing about this, all these taboo subjects, again, everyone's gonna think I'm freaking crazy. I get so neurotic because people front load by thinking we're crazy without knowing what we're talking about, right? So it's not like I'm neurotic because if they looked up all this information and thought they would be like, oh, these guys are just talking about random shit. But it's so taboo. And people have you under such an impression that these things are so outlandish. They're so outlandish. Like if you put testosterone in your arm, oh my God, but give the kid Adderall for 20 years and make sure he never has a micronutrient in his life because he can't even stomach it.
Oh, man.
And that was me. So anyone who has anything to say about what I do, look at me. I smile ear to ear every morning when I wake up and I make tea. And I sit here and then I go to the gym when I'm done. Does that sound shitty to you? No. And you know what else? I was put on drugs my whole entire life. That ruined my life and put me, well, now I'm the man I am today because of everything I went through, of course. But, you know, there was times where I was going to rehab straight from the doctor. Basically going from doctor to rehab. Like, I was still young. Like I was under 18. I wasn't in rehab, but I started to go to like treatment centers. Like I was starting to act up. I was starting to get in trouble here and there. And then next thing you fucking know, I'm in college. This real shit goes on in college. You're an adult. You're on your own. I was getting, I was jacked the fuck up on Adderall. And I was addicted to Adderall. Yes, everyone made me feel like an addict when I was 22 on Adderall. But when I was 12, no one seemed to worry so much that I might have an issue, considering there's drug addicts everywhere you go. Everyone's addicted to drugs. And anyone who's taken an Adderall before knows you get cracked when you take an Adderall. Have you ever taken an Adderall?
I've always thought about things as tools. So I actually got my doctor.
And I use it 5 milligrams twice a week.
I used it in other forms. Like I got it prescribed because I failed the test purposely so I could get it prescribed to me. Not saying anybody should do this or it's an intelligent thing to do. And I would use it for studying. But I would also use it for partying. And I literally, like, probably TMI, and nobody should ever do this. It's not something intelligent, but went to this resort place with this girl, and I was like, this would be a cool story. Can I crush this up? And I don't snorted it before, but I was like, hey, can I snort this off of your ass, right? And she literally let me snort Adderall off of her ass cheek. Not that you should ever do any of these things, because I was like,
these things, and we're being open. I don't have 1,000 subs yet, so we do have a little more room for loose lip, in my opinion. I am going to tighten up the channel. I have to, guys. I have no choice, because I'm actually doing this as an experiment to see how far I can go with it. And if it doesn't work out, guys, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's not that big a deal, but I have a feeling it's going to work out because your boy is doing it.
Definitely don't do that today. I'm like,
don't do anything like that. Seriously, we have been researching things and having trial and error. I've been to rehab multiple times when I was young, before I knew about any of these things, by the way. Before I knew about any of these taboo subjects, I was already getting in trouble, and I was just smoking weed and taking Adderall. If you really want me to be honest about what I was doing, I was smoking weed and taking enough Adderall to kill a fucking baby horse. You know what I mean? And I had no idea. Sam, I thought 30 milligrams was normal because that's what they gave me when I was 12. I take 5 twice a week. 5. Think about the difference there. That's 30. That's 6x every day.
Versus 5 twice a week.
Versus divided by 6 once every 4 days. Just because I know in those mornings I can get a little bit more detail oriented with my writing.
When you go through and you look at the CFA, the Chartered Financial Analyst, right? So I have that, and it's kind of like a CPA for people who are not familiar with it. CPAs, your public accountant, right? Certified public accountant. Well, CFA is much more challenging and rigorous to get than a CPA. And I have that, and I would study for 12 or 16 hours a day. I would literally take my 20 milligram fast release Adderall, and I break it in half, and every 45 minutes or an hour, I would take that. So I was to the point where I was using them as in, I'm going to be doing this for 16 hours today. I will start off with 10 milligrams of Adderall. 45 minutes later, an hour later, I'll take like 50 milligrams of modafinil, then switch back to Adderall.
So modafinil, I've never taken modafinil, but what, for everyone who doesn't know, modafinil is for people that fall asleep randomly. And it keeps you up. It just literally keeps you awake. It doesn't make you cracked out. It doesn't make you high. It doesn't make you anything. It just makes you physically not sleepy.
So it's prescribed for narcolepsy, right? That's what it is, right? And there's also a couple studies that show it actually increases working memory, which is working memory is there's different, like the short-term and long-term memory, and it increases short-term memory. It also increases the awareness mentally, not like Adderall where you get a high from it, right? But it increases the awareness for decision making. So they tested it with like in the military or pilots or something, and it increased their ability to make decisions better. But it's super fascinating. So I was stacking those two together because just like there's Hex and there's Pulse and there's Pulse X, and you can stack them all together in a portfolio, or you can do the same thing with like biohacking and all that kind of crazy. Yes. I wanted to mention this before I have to get out of here, but scam on Instagram, Richard Hart, very, very close copy. I think I might be able to share those with you.
Now, if all the hexagons, so for the people that don't know what he's about to mention, and all the hexagons do, this happens to every account now that has any kind of like shine to it. Like if they see an account that has any flashiness to it, any kind of spark to it, anything where people have, they even do it to like me on a smaller scale because they think some of my friends in my DMs will like think I'm a resource for crypto. So what they do is they make an exact fake account of me. And at one point, the fake account of me had 1,800 followers. 1,800 followers it had, and it only had following 163. And people thought those were my numbers, and they weren't. They weren't at all. Contributing my like towards the 100. I'll catch the replay later. I do not know if I can get to 100 a day. But if someone fucking comes on and if I'm inspired, but that's all you eat. I just eat Mickey D's and take a Centrum V. What the fuck is a Centrum V?
Centrum V is that vitamin, I think.
If Sam Stolt ate as many calories as I did in a day, he would probably die in a week.
I would shrink very, very small.
You would die. You would die. No, I don't think you would live because it's crazy because I'm doing another experiment. Well, I can't even get to the gym for the last 2 days, which for me feels like a fucking week because I can't get to. I mean, I could Uber, but I could just work out.
Oh yeah, your shit's fucked up.
Yeah, dude. My car's fucked. I have no rental. It's so dumb. It's like I'm like I pay Imagine paying $400. Imagine if someone was paying you $400 a month, and then when the one thing happened that happens every once in a while, I have to call the police officers, get the fucking report numbers, and call both insurance companies and make sure they're working with each other. When this man was arrested.
Yeah, crazy. Like
this man was arrested. Why wasn't this automatic? Don't you want my money? I hope they fucking die.
Well, here's the thing.
So annoying. I tell this to my mom sometimes when I'm on the phone, and she gets so upset with me. But I just say, customer service and everything in this country is like when you start getting detail oriented with your work in particular, because I'm detail oriented with my work now, and I haven't always been, so it's not always the case. But it's so sad to see all these giant companies with so much influence. And then you see a guy like Richard Hart who's putting his ass on the line and making a product that people can rally behind. Imagine if there was an insurance company that people rallied behind because it was so lit.
Oh, man.
It was so lit. Like, this insurance company really cares about you. I'm literally going to post pictures and videos of this insurance company because they make me so happy. Because when my car got hurt or when my car got hit, they made me feel like I had nothing to worry about.
So, two quick things. First of all, this is the account on Instagram. These are the messages where he's talking about, hey, you should use my strategies and guidance, right? And I was like, I don't fucking trade, and then just didn't respond after that. So definitely be vigilant. And what does it say? It says Richard
Hurt instead of Hart. It says Hurt.
Yes, official spelled funky too.
And they try every different. They've done millions of these. They pay for the followers. They just jump the account, and what they do is they try to get 6 or 7 or 10 guys before they get totally blocked to get to click on something, and they liquidate you.
Okay, so now back to the insurance thing too, because it's been helpful for me. Do you listen to everybody in the comments too? For anybody who's listening in the comments, does anybody enjoy the feeling of frustration or anger or discouragement? Are those feelings that if you have the choice, you're going to choose to create those feelings, right? You're probably not going to choose to create those feelings. So I learned this for myself, right? And I'm a weird fucking dude in a different spot than and I'm not saying different as in a good way. It's just good for me and not necessarily good for you. But when I go through things like that, I recognize that I'm the one responsible for my emotional response to a situation. And I don't want to experience those emotions very often, if at all, like anger or frustration or disappointment or those types of things. So we have this stimuli, right? Bad customer service, somebody treating you like shit, so your car gets fucked up. And then we have the response. And normally people think of them as like this, but in reality, with enough practice, at least for myself, there's a stimulus and then there's a response. And there's a little bit of space in between those two, which allows me the freedom to choose how I respond. And that might be really helpful.
Richard Hurt, the Furus, very true. Hex Blessed, I don't think I've ever seen you in here.
Thank you.
I like your whip and I like your picture, and I'm glad you're in here, man. Thanks a lot. I love your name. And I am also Hex Blessed.
And XO, Will, thanks for stopping in too. I don't think we've seen you in here before as well, so appreciate you coming.
Sam, I could get like 80% healthier, dude.
Yeah, one step at a time, bro. You got this, dude.
I'm excited because I'm like, fuck me, dude. Like, okay, so I sleep good. That's one thing I do, right? Like, I sleep. I go to fucking bed. Like if people want me to stay up past 10, suck it. Not happening. Unless it's like an event. But anyway, so I go to sleep. I don't eat excess calories. That's for certain. I never eat excess calories. I'm either have a fitness goal or I keep it lean, right? So like right now I don't have a fitness goal, so I'm just keeping it lean. Like I just want to be lean when I take my shirt off so that I can be ready when I'm ready. I am pretty, dude, it's so weird because Hex Tangent came on here. You don't know Hex Tangent, and I can't wait for you to know him. Because he was like, I wish there was a drug. This is what he said, Sam. You're going to freaking freak out. He said, I wish there was a drug that could make you strong and just didn't hurt you at all that much. And I was like,
well, there is, bro.
My friends do it. And and again, guys, I have a doctor. I legit have a doctor and I legit get blood work done from my doctor. No, I don't do it scheduled and I always don't look at it because I'm young, but I'm starting to. I want to start doing it. I want to start. And every bodybuilder knows this. It's not easy to look at your blood work when it's fine. Like my blood work's generally fine, guys. I'm very active. I don't eat a lot. But at the same time, all right, Hex to learn. What's Gucci, brother? What's Gucci, brother? Hex to learn. I'm going to send you an invite.
Yes. And when he stops, and actually I'm going to run and get some stuff going. But
yeah, so whatever we were saying.
Well, the one thing I wanted to mention, and I'm actually reaching out to the company who did the transaction here in Florida where they took. So, because I got to set this up, right? If you own a house, you hold that in your name or you hold that in an entity's name. A lot of times it might be a trust or an LLC. A trust provides anonymity to the person who set that up, right? It just means like nobody can find out who that person is unless you call the trust, your full name, like Sam Stoll, right? Well, with an LLC, there's certain states that allow you to set up an LLC where you don't have to provide any information to set up an LLC. Then you can take that LLC in that state and set up another LLC in whatever state you want to do business in. This company here in Tampa sold a piece of property on the blockchain. That is fascinating when you look at the real estate market as a whole. It is extremely expensive. Remember transactions on Uniswap are like 0.3%. So if somebody's doing $10 million, it's 0.3% of that, right? $30,000 or whatever that comes out to be. When you do a transaction in real estate, it is 5 to 6% of the fucking transaction. 5 to 6%, right? That's a 10.
3 if it's your first buy.
What's that?
3% if it's your first buy.
Well, but that's a down payment. But from a cost, you still got to pay all the fees, the real estate agent, and a lot of real estate agents, from my experience,
they pretend like they're not fees because they roll it all into your fucking. They roll it all in. That's their little loophole for everything. It's like, oh, we'll just roll it into the to the mortgage, basically. They'll just add it to the mortgage, and then it doesn't seem like you're doing anything else, but they just add another 3% to your mortgage.
Now look at this. You take an LLC to own the property. You can set it up so that it's anonymous.
Okay, say that again, because I don't know what you just said.
So I say the property here. I have an LLC that's a Florida, in the state I'm in, right? And then I set up another LLC in another state that actually set up this LLC in the other state. I don't have to provide any information in terms of who I am, but I could have a different have somebody else register that. You can pay somebody to register that for me so that none of my information is out there. That means that I have anonymity. Nobody knows who I am, who owns this real estate. Now I can take that and I can cut those fees down from 5 to 6% to buy a piece of real estate and put it on the blockchain as an NFT. NFT I just think of as a smart contract. So you can sell real estate anonymously.
Non-fungible token.
And think about that. You could sell real estate at a fraction of the cost and with anonymity. This is going to be awesome. I know
you're getting through all these mind loops, and you're right about all this shit, by the way. Like, you're totally right about the future of all this stuff. But again, when it comes to what the guys, and we're learning, right? We're kind of like experimenting with learning. We're not necessarily setting ourselves up for a financial future when we're talking about all these things, but we're understanding the broader spectrum of how everything's going down, right? And that's important in the long run. And we've always been long run thinkers, right? We want to know what's going on. We never just want the pie. We want to know what's going on and why and how others are getting the pie and why are they getting the pie and how much can you get and why and blah, blah, blah. So guys, if you're wondering about what to buy and what to do, like I personally, and I know somebody asked me, and I wanted to spit this out. Somebody asked me about strategies for moving forward. And I think it is important that we do mention for the people that are new, Pulse Chain is going to be coming out here. Who knows when? Could be next month, could be a year from now. I have no fucking clue, guys. But these are the projects that, like, this project is being flooded pretty hard and the numbers are still just nuking. Like, you know what I mean? When you see, like, it's just like how I tell everyone, Hex is on an 80% dip right now, and I'm getting 76 retweets on tweets. So if you think about like when we're at an all-time high, like people don't see the crowd, but I saw the crowd when we were at 54 cents and I see the crowd now. It's not that different.
Really?
Therefore, when we blow up again, we're just adding heads.
So I'm curious, what have you seen change in the community in the last 6 months?
Furus disappear. People that are making money off paid ads disappear. Anyone who's profiting off of the work of others disappear.
Are you talking about in the macro sense of crypto space or in Hex?
Crypto space. So like all the cryptoers, when Hex is going up and Bitcoin's going down, all the crypto influencers go to sleep because they are no longer getting what they want. Their lies are caught, right? Like, and they just need time. Like coronavirus disappeared in 3 weeks. I tell everyone, time heals all in this world now, unfortunately.
That's fascinating. I'm curious to see how, because
Furus disappear, people that aren't getting paid stay. That's always how it is. The Furus kicked out because they don't survive without money. Who the fuck is paying me? Ain't no one paying my ass. Who the fuck's gonna fire me? No one. Who's gonna do anything or tell me what to do? No one. You know why? Because ain't no one giving me a fucking penny, and because I don't want any. I seriously don't. I say that I want money and wealth, of course. I understand what the framework for that looks like. Some people don't. Some people like to ruin their reputation for just a couple of dollars. But I understand that being broke for 3 years and doing things the right way and setting up a foundation that people can actually rally behind, that is what's going to make this channel popular in the long run. It's not talking about the last person that got fucked over and why and how he's such a big scumbag and like how the drama could benefit me somehow. I mean, yes, maybe that gets clicks, but it's just fluff. It's bullshit. I would rather die than be a part of that.
It's not worth it.
Imagine being a marketer for like CNN or something and you had to just like FUD all day.
Oh man, because you might how much like that's why they're like going home and touching little children and just doing.
Well, exactly, dude. It's all legit.
Because they're doing shit that they can't stand in their life, lying to the public, and then they're going home.
But they don't admit to themselves that they don't like it because they can't. They can't. Once you admit to yourself that what you're doing is wrong and you continue to do it, it's different than when it's different when you're a sex addict and you don't really know it and you're just like getting around a lot. And then when someone sits you down and say, bro, you're going to die if you keep acting like this. Then if you keep doing it, the pain is worse. Trust me, when you're an alcoholic and someone tells you drinking is going to kill you for the first time and then you continue to drink, that's when it really hurts. It's not when you don't know what's going on. It's when you know what's going on. And these guys are smart guys. You got to imagine they're getting these positions at these jobs. And they figure it out sooner or later. Everyone calls them out and they hide in the corner for the rest of their lives with a smile on their face online. Guess what? They're going to die one day and no one's going to remember anything about them. Except a fucking sellout and they were a nice guy.
Yeah, I know.
He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He was a great guy. It's like, why was he a great guy? Did he help anyone? Did he do anything? Did he go out of his comfort zone? Did he stick up for what he believed in? And then he's a great guy. Other than that, no. Because being a great guy is fucking stressful.
Why?
Because everyone fucking hates you.
No.
You don't. No.
Well, they could. I don't know.
I have to isolate myself. Is pretty, but basically what I mean. I have to isolate myself for the most part in my area because I can talk to Sam and like a couple peeps. What it like it is. What not on the news? What not on the news? Did you find us from some what's not on the news? That could be the name of our show. Like why is this so on topic?
Call it like it is. I don't know.
Look at his name is What's Not on the News.
That's a good name. That is definitely
That's a great name.
I see a bunch. So Hex Howl. I see a bunch of scam streams for other alts. Interesting. You had mentioned that somebody had mentioned in the comments that there's streams. That Hex Howl had mentioned there's Hex and Pulse streams all the time on YouTube. And so I was like, well, I'm new, right? It's been 2 months. Is that also for other communities, right? Because like I always think of things as in a bias, right? I see things through a biased lens. So I try to put myself outside of that. Hey, am I getting the actual picture of reality? Or is it because I'm sitting in this seat, this is all I can see? Should I look at it from a different angle to see if I understand the true essence of what's going on?
Yeah, so if you do search YouTube for the top live streams for Bitcoin, you will only get scam sites. Because guess what? Another fucking point that I have to tell Sam that he must fucking know right now is that fucking no one works for Bitcoin. Why? Why does no one support Bitcoin? Why does no one do what I would erase all those fucking streams if I loved Bitcoin. If I loved Hex, those streams would be erased. I would figure it out. I'd get a team and they'd be gone.
Yeah.
But nobody does that for Bitcoin. Why? Who's Satoshi and where is he? Who is the leader of Bitcoin? You need a leader. Guys, you need a leader. The leader doesn't have to rule your life, but the leader needs to lead. And that's centralized currency, guys. Bitcoin has no leader. You know who their leader is? Fucking loser maxis that never could figure out how to learn any. They could not see past their big gains. They got all the gains and they couldn't see past it, right? It's just like the hexicans that get all the gains and they can't see past Hex. It's the same thing. Hex will be the same thing in 10 years as far as there'll be fucking old heads that are saying everything, Hex is better than everything. And they're going to be fucking, no one's going to care. And whatever else Richard makes, or I'm saying we'll still be making money off of it, but it'll have more economic mass.
I see this community. So there's a theory called hive theory, right? Or sometimes people apply it to ants, where you don't know what's going on, but everybody does their individual piece without being told to do it. And that's how I see this community. If you're not sure, Google like hive theory. I think there's a couple books on it. I read one a couple years ago or something, where this is the direction, right? So you can have somebody and not saying, hey, Jimrat, you should do this to grow this brand or this direction of what we're doing. But it's like, this is where I see us going. Everybody who's part of that community grabs onto the piece that they personally can grab onto and move forward like a hive would. And that's where like that hive theory or mentality comes along. And it comes across very much so in this community more than like, and I'm in another computer like that fitness community, right? Like biohacking, all that shit. And I don't definitely notice it as much. There's some awesome people, right? I've met friends in that community, but the community over here is just definitely different. And maybe that's because I'm connected with you, right? And I appreciate you connected with me a number of years ago, and we're still there. That's brought me into the community.
This community is wild, son. It says this ship goes without me. I tell you that. If I disappear, this shit's going to the same moon it was if I wasn't here.
But it's even better because you are here.
But I'm extracting value from here and then providing value as well, right? So like I'm extracting, and nobody wants to say this out loud, that yeah, I'm extracting value from the Richard Hart ecosystem that we all created, as the members. But at the same time, I'm providing all the value that he needs there to be out. He doesn't do marketing. I will be the best marketer. I will be the best. I will figure out how to do it the right way because I just want to be the best at whatever I'm doing. I always do. But I can also do it in the right way because those two things aren't separate. If you really learn, those two things are the same. If you want to be happy and do things the right way and live a life of openness and transparency, you have to do it this way. Otherwise, you're always going to be hiding. You're always going to be lying about who you are. You're always going to be saying you're cooler than you are. You have more money than you do. All these motherfucking hexicans lie. just like every other humans lie. Everyone lies. Everyone wants to say they're rich. I tell everyone I'm broke. First thing I tell them, is that why my channel is growing so fast? No, it's growing so fast because people know I'm not lying.
Yeah, correct.
They know I'm not lying because who lies about being broke?
Yeah, correct.
Who's lying about being broke? Who's lying about their car getting smashed and getting hacked?
Yeah, it's awesome to see how quickly you're growing and watching you go through that process, and even just watching you learn and grow as a person and a man over the last couple of years. But I have to run. I appreciate you putting this together as always, and I look forward to tomorrow. Everybody in the comments, thank you for all the awesome comments and the feedback. We're not only here, talking and trying to provide value in this sense, but you don't realize it, but you are providing tremendous value to us when you're leaving comments, both in terms of insight, but also in terms of community. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. If anybody wants to, touch base, or
anyone message me about messaging Sam, if you don't have his stuff, I'll just link you over to him. If not, Sam Stolt, he's got a couple combinations in line, but it's all the same. And his face is the same in each one, so they're very easy to pick through.
Yeah. Just Google Stolt. All right, brother. Appreciate it.
Yours and all my.
I'll send you some
pictures,
links, or I'll send you pictures as well. But I'll send
me all
links.
sorts of pictures too. And just remember, if someone else can take the picture, and it's just know I can use those all the time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she comes back into town tomorrow. So okay, all right, yo, peace out, dude.
Dealing with these trucks, if I can find a guy who's consistent and honest, I can build an army around that guy, and it'll kill everything. Dealing with these trucks. Yeah, dude, I totally agree with what you're saying there. The honesty part is hard. Firing people like Sam, I still want to talk about pulse X and pulse chain. Like Sam, I still want to talk about pulse. What do you want to talk about, Stakes? What do you guys want to talk about, guys? Me and my girl broke up last night, or the night before. So I've been stressed out, and my car is fucking totaled. So I'm pretty much stuck here. And I'm just chit-chatting, learning. I mean, I'm not really that stressed out, but life's hard, guys. Life's stressful. You got to be honest. Just try to keep being honest to everyone around you, That's really all you can do. The more you lie, even if people don't like the way you are, which, that's how it works. Just try not to lie so you never have to have your back against the wall. Pulse X to 10 cents and 30 cents in 19 months. I still can't find. Time to pump. Gym time, guys. Saturday pump. Good job, man. Hit the gym. I can't get power through and stay focused on yourself. Yes, I will. I'm very focused. Bro, almost 50 likes, dude. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. I appreciate the almost 50. I'll stay on for 50 likes. What do your workouts look like now? I've only been bunkered down for yesterday, and I haven't worked out yet. I'll probably get to the gym today, to be honest. I'll find a way to get to the gym. So, yeah, dude, I'm not, the relationship thing, she was amazing. It was more so my fault. She just I don't make girls feel very comfortable because I'm very focused. Anyone want to come on? I'll stay on for a little while. Let me see if anyone wants to come on. It's Saturday. I always forget that. Hacks Roundtable 2016 here. I'll invite Trayvon on. Let's see if Trayvon comes in. I'll say he can push his shitcoin. We'll talk about Dow Wagon. That'll be lit. What else do you guys want to talk about? I've been going through the ringer. Yeah, I know, Flat Earth. You're right, dude. It's hard, man. It's hard, and I'm a spaz, dude. I'm a spaz, so I don't even know, dude. I just need to be left alone for a month more before I can do anything. I'm just sitting in my house, fucking. Oh, let me turn my light on the shields, guys. If anyone wants to support me, by the way, let me show you. I forget to say this shit all the time. If anyone wants to support me in a cooler way, Guys. Oh, let me put up my banner. Let me put up my banner. If anyone wants to support me and get something cool, they're pretty expensive, so I don't expect anyone to buy them. But if you have a bunch of money, I don't. So you can buy this one and then all three of these. I'm gonna give away all of these, and I'm gonna get some more of these to give away. But these I'm never taking off the wall. But you can buy these if you use my promo code at the bottom, GRC50. GRC50, get $50 off. And if around Christmas time, any kind of logo you want on it, you can get any cool logo. I got the Redskins one too. This is what the back looks like. You hang it on the wall. And they're pretty cool. And then you can also get these fucking shields. So if anyone wants to support me and you want to buy some dope shit, use the promo code on my banner there. And this is my best friend who makes these in the whole world. He's been my friend since elementary. Hold on, I gotta shove this in here. We got a special guest, guys. He's in the green room. He's in the green room putting his makeup on. Hold on, let me give him 1 second. 1 second, because he doesn't like to get on here unless he looks just peachy. Oh, he's giving me a thumbs up. Here we go.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, the only guy that could keep me streaming for like another hour or 30 minutes, or however you want to stay on.
Have you already got the 100 likes?
No, I got 50 something.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
dude, me and my girl broke up, and my car is totally totaled, so I might bail on the 100 likes today. But like, no one could pump me up. We were just talking about you on the other stream because I had my bodybuilder guy on, and I said my buddy was mentioning that he was like, I wish there was this drug that worked for fitness and didn't kill you, and he was like, I take that drug. And we were all joking, but yeah. So anyone who, if you actually get $50 off the shield if you use the promo code. So if you're gonna buy it, you probably want to use the promo code. But they're very fucking expensive, guys. So if you're broke, just do not buy one.
Those shields are sick. Do you make them?
If you have any like real signs that, if you have any real different logos that you like this is the How to Pulse one. Like if you have like
Holy
any kind of tangent shit that you like.
Were you the first person that made the shields?
I'm the one.
So like the one that Feeder's got in Freddie Quote's music video, you made that?
No, I didn't.
Shit, dude.
My best friend made it. That's how I came up on the scene, actually. No one knows that. That's kind of how I low-key came up on the scene. I was like, yo, guys, my best friend in the whole wide world. I was already a Hexagon. But like my best friend in the whole wide world, he makes these fucking shields for a living. And he'll make some hex ones. So he made this one, and he sold 50 in like 10 minutes. And he's like, who are these crazy fucks? He's like, he messaged me, and he said, who are these crazy fucks? Because Motley retweeted it. And they all just bought it up. And then I was like, that was before Pulse was even a thought. I mean, other than the sack phase. But like,
yeah.
Pulse X wasn't even existed yet. So like all that stuff is brand new. And then if you can get these for the wall in like different rooms like this. You can put lights on them and shit, like neon.
Oh, that is sick.
Yeah,
that is fucking sick.
I'm gonna cut holes in this and put neon lights around them, and just like send them out to people for giveaways and shit. Make it more fun. But dude, we were talking about all sorts of shit. We were talking about China. I was talking about how hard it is in the United States to get a rental car after your car gets smashed. Like, how much money do I have to pay per month before someone does something for me? Like, I was calling people and I was just like, I had to call the police officer to get the numbers of all the shit and call both insurance companies, and my car is still totaled in my driveway.
Yeah.
I paid $350 a month for insurance.
But you can prove that it wasn't your fault, though, right? Like,
No,
as
they
in
have a
you
police
eventually-
report. The dude's fucking admitted it.
Yeah.
But they're just like, oh, guess my insurance isn't going to save me from like not working for the next 2 days if I have to drive. Like, imagine having an insurance company that like the US was like rallying behind. Like, just like we love Hex, they were like, this insurance company is so baller. When you get in a fucking car accident, they hook you the fuck up, they get your shit ready, and they make sure you don't pay for much. Like, imagine if companies were that good and we were just like, but no, you realize in Hex, the reason we're all crammed into this corner of the internet in Bitcoin and Hex and all this shit is because customer service in general is horrible and everyone sucks at their jobs.
Yeah, over here, that is one thing that's done quite well. The insurance companies, as long as like most of them they act quickly and like they'll just pay you out quick, and like it's no nonsense. I've heard that in other countries. I've heard that like in France and other countries, it's like terrible. Like you have insurance, but you hope and pray that you never have to claim on it. Whereas in Australia, I think because we've got really good ombudsmans and like that's one thing that the government actually does fairly well over here. I hate praising the government, but over here they actually do like consumer protection over here is very strong, like incredibly strong. If you're the consumer, you are like protected and well looked after. Like companies don't fuck around too much. They'll get slammed.
About where you're from.
The best part relating to the government, or you mean
that's going on? Fuck all that. Yeah, I know the government's everywhere.
Best part
like,
in general.
If I was to move where you are and just like move there, like I'm just moving.
Girls and weather. Like,
dude, where do I move?
The beaches. We've got sick beaches. We've got sick beaches, hot girls, good, like reasonably good weather. Look, the weather's it's not the best in the world. Like, as in there are places that have better weather because in summer it gets really hot, and so we don't have like perfect like tropical weather, but the weather's reasonable. Specifically for my city is we have incredibly low pollution and incredibly low traffic. So if you compare to say like something like Sydney, where the traffic's just fucked and the pollution's completely fucked, because Perth's like the most remote capital city in the world in terms of the next nearest capital city is further away than any other capital city. So in terms of overlapping pollution, we have none of that shit. The only pollution that we have in our city that's not ours is shit that blows over from the east, and that's like a continent away.
The people in the United States need to understand about the news. I mean, obviously some of it's true, and the same shit happens in the U.S. to a degree. Like over in Portland, motherfuckers getting mowed down for shit. Like, California is a cancer hole. Like the whole deal. I live near D.C. It's trash. The cities in the United States destroyed. If you walk 3 streets in the wrong direction, you are getting mugged. You are getting mugged.
Yeah, that's madness.
If I sent tangent, not here, like directly where I'm at, but like if we're out partying at the pubs or whatever, and I said, like, go down that street.
You're like, I dare you. You're like, I dare you to walk 2 blocks that way.
You are getting mugged. Like, it's like, you don't belong on this street. We're going to take your shit and you're going to leave the street.
I believe you, man. I had a friend who went to the States and he thought he was hard. Like, this is when we were a lot younger as well. And he was like, I'm just going to go for a walk. And he just went for a walk and got his ass mugged. And like, he said he went into where there was like projects. He was like, he basically went like, wrong side of the tracks and got mugged. And his older brother was just like, man, that's just so classic of him to go and get mugged. It's just like classic him.
Happens all the time down here. People get blown away down here with pistols in the street. And then people can say whatever they want. It's not the first thing that's on the news, and it's not like, if we were getting coffee downtown, we would be fine. Of course.
So have you heard of Jeff Berwick? He's like a anarchist Bitcoiner. Like, unfortunately, he's into a few shit coins that are like really trash. But he lives in Mexico now, and he's always saying that like violent crimes and shit like that, it's way worse in the US. But the US paints Mexico as being like, oh, don't go there. It's really dangerous. But it's actually more dangerous in the States.
Well,
in his opinion, he reckons Mexico.
Like the people in Mexico, let's say on average, just like the people, well, I guess I don't have it. I could move, but let's say the people in Baltimore and DC, they really can't move. So it is very similar. It's just poverty.
I think his point though was like, I think his point was that while there is violence, it's like in Mexico, it's more targeted. So it's like gang on gang violence. So if you mind your fucking business and you don't get involved in any gang shit and you don't try and like, you know,
Buy drugs,
you mind your shit and you step correct. Like not to the point where you're like scared to do anything, but just like as long as you're not actively going and fucking with anyone's shit, trying to deal drugs or any shit like that, you will be fine. Whereas in the States, you, like you said, you could just get fucking blown away, like minding your own business, not realizing that that could happen. Like I don't want to. I'm just saying what he said. Like I'm not trying to paint, I've got no idea. I'm not trying to paint the US as like being like a really dangerous place.
People that listen to this, my brother would disagree, right? Like my brother would totally disagree. But at the same time, if you're partying and drinking and getting involved in drugs like the people that I know do, and not like hard drugs, we're talking about party drugs, right? Like I'm not talking about like we're selling drugs on the street. Like people do coke and Molly around here and fucking all that shit every night, right? I don't personally, but I've been there. I get it. I've done it. So here it's just like, you just gotta, it's just more, I don't know. The cities of Chicago, Baltimore, and any major city in the United States is extremely dangerous because no one has anything to lose. They have nothing to lose.
Whoa.
Other than the only thing they have to lose is go to jail and they don't have to work there. Or like
free meals, free bed. Like,
they get internet access, you know, like, I mean, come on. Like at the end of the day, these people have parents that are generally not together, drug addicted, poverty stricken. And I'm assuming that wasn't the way you were raised. It could have been.
No. Here, there's hardly any of that shit. Like as in.
And so maybe these people
our version
way, though, in Australia have some kind of point. In a weird roundabout way, they have some sort of point about protecting them. And of course, not letting people leave or do stuff like that is fucking insanely horrible. But like, maybe they're trying to hold something together that the Australians don't even know that they have. Because it's so weird other places. But I don't know. This is all just thought.
I think that's being generous. I think that's being generous because letting people come in here, I don't think would bring any kind of like like it never has in the past, right? Like in terms of bringing violence in or anything like that. I think like I'll give you an example. Like there are these nightclubs in Melbourne that are like known as being like Somalian clubs, where like they're the Somalian nightclubs where unless you are like from Somalia, you don't fucking go in there. Like there are like literal ex-child soldiers and shit that are like that go to those clubs, and that's like their shit. And so like the security guards will tell you like don't go in there, like you're not going in there, like you'll get fucked up. But even still, there's no gun violence. It doesn't spill out onto the streets. Like it's still contained because they know that even though they are like hardcore and grew up in situations like that, if they pulled any shit in Melbourne, that it would get fucking smacked down straight away. Like it would get shut down. Like there'd be cops everywhere. Like, so it's kind of like they do keep a pretty tight lid on that shit. To bring a bit of balance back to what I was saying though, because it did sound like I was painting the US as like a dangerous place before, even though it wasn't my commentary. One of my friends said he's a big NBA fan and he went over to the States and he was going to these NBA games. And he said, everyone in the United States is so fucking polite because you never know who could be strapped. So like he's like I saw shit that you would just never see in Australia, like a really huge dude being super polite to some scrawny little dude in a situation that could be a bit of an altercation, like they bump into each other as they're trying to get to their seats, or they're like someone accidentally pushes in line or something to get a drink during the game. And he's like, a situation like that in Australia, the big dude would just be like, fuck this guy. Like I'm bigger and shit. Yeah, whereas over there, they're like, oh, I'm sorry. You can go, like real polite and shit. Like,
yeah. Like what the rappers say around here is like, we don't fight with hands. Like, what?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
they don't
yes.
fight with hands. Like, that's what they say. They're like, you want to come up in here? We're not fist fighting. Like, it's
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna have a chance to swing on me from 20 yards away when you're dead.
You just brought a knife to a gunfight.
Well, right, and that's what they say. Again, I don't do anything like this, guys. I am not hardcore, and I stay out of trouble. Like, for the most part, when I was young, I was in a lot of drugs and shit, and I am just not. It's an unsafe situation for a lot of people, and I keep my partying to like normal as fuck now. Like, if my friends have parties, but like, to be honest, as I get more into crypto and security, and my paranoia gets to another Richter scale every single day, it's like I'm afraid to leave my fucking. I think I'm gonna have to move.
Would you ever consider? Getting a security detail, like a security team?
No, I'm broke.
Or like on the assumption that if
everything works out the way I think it'll work out.
Like if crypto blew up and fucking like
I would just move and just OPSEC hard and just hang out with people IRL. Like, that would just be my kind of like, I'll get more businessy and just be more like my name's not out there. Cause I only have 500 subs or whatever. And I'm like, my name is already wiped. So it's getting further behind my bad OPSEC. So I'm starting to get less worried about it. But now I get worried about other shit too. Like, as you get older, you see people, they're so violent. People are so weird sometimes. It's scary. And you always are like, man, if I just keep to myself, I might not get fucking sucked into anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even a relationship sometimes, it's like you look back at a relationship 2 years later and you're like, wow, that really was silly. And I shouldn't maybe I should have thought about that more clearly before I just wasted 2 years of my entire life.
That's a good point. Yeah, I've been thinking more about that. You asked really good questions, by the way, yesterday when you were asking those questions about like my opinions on like long-term relationships and that sort of thing. Amazing interview style. Yeah, I agree that, like, because I think having a security team and trying to upgrade your security in a place that is dangerous is annoying, and then you almost become like a prisoner of your own construction, rather than just like moving location or sort of like doing it in a different way that allows you to have that freedom and not have, because having a security detail would actually be quite annoying. I don't know. We'll have to ask Richard what it's like. I'm sure he's got one by now.
Paul Slor said I just went on a gun spree, not gonna lie. Yeah, people get like a little paranoid around here and they just go to the gun store.
Go and get heaps of guns.
It's like you feel a lot different when you have like a big assault rifle in your hands. You're like, yeah, fuck yeah. You're like a little soldier. It's like, but guys, to be honest, I am not a gun person. I have house protection and that's it. Like, I'm scared to have the government know all my shit. Because when you get a pistol in the States, it pretty much locks you in as far as like the system. Like
really?
Yeah.
You have to basically dox the shit out of yourself and be like accountable all the
everything
time.
You've ever done.
Can they audit your safe, like your gun safe, and come into your house to make sure it's all bolted down correctly and shit like that? No, they'd need a warrant.
Yeah, they don't. There's nothing like that going on unless they have reason. If you're relatively mature, again, I've never seen gun violence in my life. I've never seen another man get shot. So that's fair to say too.
Same.
Yeah, like I've never seen. Well, nope, I've never seen another man get shot for sure, 100%. Now I know guys that have gotten shot. My best friend got shot in the back with a shotgun, and people get, there's a lot of accidental gun stuff that happens when you're young. Like people get into gun safes and then they like fucking shoot their friend that are like fucking with their dad's guns and shit. Like you hear those stories all the time. Like I heard my neighbor back at home shot through the fucking bathroom and some girl was taking a shit. Fucking nailed her. They were like 14. And it was my neighborhood, and my mom on the news, they were like 16-year-old girl shot in this neighborhood. My sister was like 17. And it was just like, what the fuck?
Bro, can you imagine how like that would be so fucked, accidentally killing someone? Holy fucking shit.
She didn't die.
She didn't die. She didn't die. So it was birdshot. It was birdshot.
No. It was a rifle or a pistol or something. And when you get shot with a pistol, like you're probably gonna live unless you get. But again,
in terms of like where it hits you, it could be unless it's like a fucking vital organ or something like that. Yeah.
If you get hit center mass, right? Like the center mass, right? Like you're gonna fuck someone up if you shoot them center mass. And that's let's not talk about shooting people. I do need training though. I wouldn't mind to be 100% trained because why not at this point? Like I want to be trained. I want to be ready for everything, because now that I work for myself and I don't do anything like that anyone tells me to do, it's just like, oh, I'll prepare for my life.
Yeah, you've got time to like do shit.
Do you work?
Do you know? Not anymore. Like as in full, like I work, but full-time crypto.
Like,
Like,
you have to do
all of my work time is dedicated to doing things in the crypto space now. So, but that's only been for like just over a year, I think, like August 2020. Is that? Yeah. So like year and a half. I probably could have done it earlier, but I wanted to be absolutely sure that I didn't end up in a position where I had to like go like crawling back to like ex-clients and be like, hey, have you guys got any like geotech work for me to do? Because I fucked up and like wrecked myself in crypto. So like I wanted to be like really sure that I wasn't going to have to go back to do work when I drew that line.
Now, as far as how much money would you say you need? Just rough numbers, like per
so
month.
it's different. It's different for everyone, man. Like it's very different because remember, I don't have kids. I don't have dependents. So like that makes a massive difference. So if someone has like kids or a wife or even just like a family member that depends on them for their like survival or financial stability or whatever, like I'm like lone wolf spec. So like it means a lot, and I live quite modestly. Like, I mean, actually, I have owned supercars, but like as in that, so that sounds ridiculous. But apart from cars, which is like a very high passion of mine, where I'm willing to allocate economic resources to cars more than anything else, everything else in my life, I live quite modestly. And so that again means it's an even small, like, so when you compound these things, if you live modestly, don't have dependents, I had like the place that I was living, I had already pretty much paid off. So I was living relatively debt free. So that's another massive one that like, if you're debt free, then that is massive in terms of what you require to like ongoing maintenance, that sort of thing. So yeah, so it definitely does change depending on all those situations. But before I forget, I was going to say, have you seen those bulletproof suits? They've got like these nanofibers, like these nanotubes, and they make like shirts, vests, and suits that are like technically bulletproof. So you can so it doesn't even look like you're wearing a vest. You're just wearing a fucking suit and you're technically bulletproof. Like, I mean, I wouldn't want to try it out. Like, I wouldn't want to test it, but they've done them on dummies and shit. They've done it on mannequins and it's technically bulletproof.
Bulletproof vests are definitely a thing around here. Like,
sorry. When I said vest just then, I meant dress vest. Like so it's the sort of vest you wear under a suit when you're doing like formal attire, not an actual thick Kevlar bulletproof vest. And just everything from the shirt to the vest to the jacket is all these nanotubes that are like obviously distribute the load when the bullet hits it and don't like, I don't know how it works. It's just nuts.
What do you think about like as a whole? Like, I want to kind of get off like this. I haven't been paranoid as fuck lately. So like,
actually, can I add one more thing?
Yeah. Because
of the way I was operating for my business, like because I was an engineer, but because I was working for myself, I was consulting. And mine sites are absolute C words when it comes to like paying like in time, like on time. So you give them on invoices with terms of like 30 days or whatever, and then sometimes they won't pay for like 6 months. So my income from clients paying me was highly erratic. Sometimes I could go months with $0 coming in, and then like maybe the next month, heaps of money would flood in from like a stack of invoices that have kind of like overlaid on each other, like time-wise. So I already had to have a fairly large monetary buffer for myself to operate like that. So that's another thing, like, because I had built up quite a buffer like that. That also makes a difference. That's another factor in terms of like how much like crypto wealth you need to be confident that your thing is like how much you've built up in terms of like liquid savings, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously it's always a risk, right? Like as in, because crypto could shit the bed like entirely.
You can imagine all the people you've met, like let's say you really came into a sticky situation, right? Like where your shit, Like imagine, like I always tell people, the time I've spent sitting at my computer for the last 3 weeks, which I've never had the ability to do, ever. So I wake up at 3 a.m. till 7 a.m. to study crypto, and then I went to work straight up for a year and a half, 2 years. And then only did it because I wanted to. It had nothing to do with like a work thing. I was like, this is it. This is the shit. Like, so basically I had not enough info. Like Tangent might have had enough info at the time. Like info wasn't really what he was looking for. You were probably looking for, I needed to quit my job because I could not keep up with understanding what the fuck you dorks were talking about every single day. 2.5, 3.0, Hedron, airdrops, everything's a shitcoin. You know, I'm like, well, God, I gotta make sure that I'm good.
Oh man, it's relentless. It's relentless.
So this is a full-time job.
It's impossible for any one human being to stay on top of what's going in crypto in its entirety. It's not possible. You would need a team of people, like
Twitter Space. That's what the Twitter Space.
There's like crypto is expanding at such a ridiculous pace that like I like to think of myself as being like reasonably knowledgeable broadly across the crypto space, but quite often now I hear people talking about projects that. So I went through a phase where there virtually was no projects that someone could rate. I would at least know roughly what the project is about. If someone said blah, blah, blah project, so all through 2017, 2018, you couldn't say a project unless it was like some ridiculously obscure shit that had just been launched. I would fucking at least know something about it. But now it is just, you just can't keep up. Like it's just thousands of projects being launched every week. It's ridiculous.
What is it that makes you inspired when you wake up? Like, what is it when you wake up in the morning? Not like all the bullshit, like, you know, we got to do shit, we want girls, all that stuff. Not really that. But, like, what powers you to keep trying to be a good person and try to be better? Because clearly I watch your show. That is something that you try to do. Maybe you're not perfect at all subcategories, but you seem to have the mold of being like a decent dude is like part of like the ethos of what you're trying to do, right? But you're also very, very analytical about with the social stuff. Like you're very like, you want to talk about the subjects, right? You don't miss Bitcoin goes up. We all know that. But I always am the same way. It's like, I want to know when Tangent wakes up in the morning, what makes him able to do what he's doing? Why am I able to do this now? But last year I was not. I had no more money or less. So that's a lot about on this channel. I tell people how to put yourself in the position to dominate, because that whole goal, right? The whole mission is how do you not be like a pleb, right? How do you not think for yourself? How do you not do anything that on your free will? It takes people a long time and a lot of pain. Like generally it's pain related. Like you talk to Wales, you talk to Wendy's, you talk to Motley, and they were just like, dude, it was years and years and years of fucking F. And we were working our asses off. Like, you know what I mean? And now it's like, so I always want to talk to people about that. Like, what's your experience with motivation? What's your experience with like learning more and being more, making a project of your own? I don't know what you do in your free time, but like whatever project that means to you, whether that's a different company or whatever, like what keeps you going when you wake up?
Fortunately for me, I have a fucking hard on for crypto. I don't know what it is. Like I think about it sometimes where I'm like some of this stuff is not fundamentally that inspiring, but for some weird reason, I just absolutely love it. Like when I'm doing stuff to do with crypto, it does not, that time is like enjoyment time, recreational time. I'll often do crypto rather than video games or Netflix or whatever. I absolutely love it. Like I do genuinely believe in the mission statement that this is going to literally change the relationship between man and everything else, other man, government, everything. Like it is an absolute game changer. And so that definitely motivates me. That sense of purpose that comes with finding something that it just seems so real. It's like something that I can cling onto. And it's also why I promote things to do with like freedom and human rights so much, is because I've found that the more that I've thought about my ethical framework and have been able to point to things that I'm just like, okay, there's so little in this world that you can be sure about. Everything's so uncertain. But there are some things that I'm like, those are my like anchors. Those are the things that I believe them wholeheartedly, and then I can with that stability, holding on to those ideas, I can structure my life from there. So
have you always thought about stuff like this? Like, have you always
I would say only within the last, say, I keep saying 2 years, but it's probably closer to 3 years now that I've been obsessed with building an ethical framework, thinking through sort of other aspects of life based on that ethical framework. And there was a girl that I was seeing, and we sort of, from a relationship standpoint, we built a framework together through a lot of discussion. Like, we spent a shitload of time discussing things to do with relationships, what's ethical, what's unethical. I don't know if I've got a good answer to, like, when I wake up in the morning, it takes me a little bit to wake up. Like, I've got
on a regular basis.
I've got a new morning routine now that I force myself to do. Otherwise, I find sometimes I'm just straight to the computer and into crypto, and then it's like, it could be like an hour before I even eat breakfast. So now I force myself to have a massive glass of water, and then I go outside and sit in the sun while I check all the messages that have come through to me, like from friends and whatever, and like crypto prices and stuff like that. I force myself to do that outside, because why not, right? Like, it's just as easy to do it. It's no different doing outside, but you're getting like fresh air, sunshine and shit. Then I come back inside, eat breakfast, hit the gym, and then, because I've got a home gym, and then start doing crypto. So if I go into that rabbit hole, I've eaten, I've hydrated, I've got some sun, I've had some exercise. Otherwise, there's a risk. Otherwise, there's a risk. I just go in the rabbit hole and then just like fucking.
It's so true. I'm really working on that right now. I quit my job 21 days ago, guys. 21 days ago, I quit my job with no money, anything. I didn't care. I don't care. I outwork everyone always. I always make money. It never is a problem. So when I say that, guys, I'm very, 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 very experienced with loss and having nothing. So again, well, I don't want to say having nothing as far as like financially, but like I felt lost to the point where I thought I would not recover more than one time.
Shit.
To the point where I was, when I say not recover, like close, not so much like death, but like, Scott, you put yourself against the wall too hard, too many drugs, too much arrest, too many bills coming in at one time. Your family's not sure about you. I'm not sure about me. I don't have money to get out of this shit. I'm not educated. Like, you know what I mean? So all that stuff, like I had fought through. I always had social prowess. I always could get a girl. I could always, you know what I mean? Like I could always get my shit together. And then I realized that's my shit. I'm gonna just get my shit together, do my own thing, right? Like that's where I shine, right? Like I shine when my back's against the wall, because that's the way that I've produced gains in my life, right? Like I produce the most when my back's against the wall the most. And I'm at a time in my life, like Hex Tangent was saying, it cost me $800 a month to live, period. That's not a lot, guys.
That's like below poverty line level shit, right? Like, as in
I go to
like
the gym, I cut potatoes, I make ground beef, I make chicken thighs, I don't buy alcohol, and it's not because I don't want to. I don't want to do those things, guys. If I wanted to, I certainly would. That's just not, because I'm already doing more than everyone else. Like I'm gaining 100 subs a day on YouTube. I'm not saying like, I'm saying like, I'm just going to keep trying my best, right? Like I don't need money. $800 a month to me is like as a weed flip away from happening. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just, to me, that's not, but I realized from guys in the crypto community, what I realized is I thought all y'alls were rich, and you are, but the richest motherfuckers are smarter than everyone else. And they're rich because they leverage themselves when they have that opportunity. I have that opportunity right now. I have no kids. I am 28 years old and I have no bills. My shit is paid for. I have no debt. So I'm doubling down right now. And that's just like you always mention. We have to mention, guys, everyone's situation is like fucking 100 times different, right? Yeah. Like this is totally bad advice. But for me and the person that I know and the stuff that I've been through, it's not. So I love how you mentioned, like, guys, listen, I've thought about these things. Guys, listen, I know how much I spend a month. I know how I could make this castle go down too. You know what you could do to fuck your shit up. You could buy 3 supercars and just clout everywhere. And 3 years later, you never know if the shit goes down. And then, you know, if your whole life is based on what other people think about you solely, you're gonna go broke anyway, right? Because
and living beyond your means is very stressful. Like I see people doing it where they like go harder than what they can really afford, and it just creates stress, like, you know. But yeah, it's yeah.
guys, we can all be adults.
Remember how I was talking about Jordan Peterson and like his evolutionary theory of like what makes girls and guys attracted to each other? You just reminded me of one of them was like a chick's assessment of how quickly you would be able to become successful again. So if she sees a guy that's successful, there's the success that he currently has, but also their ability to regain that success if it was lost. So if the dude is like rich, but he looks like he's just slacking, like trust fund baby, just sitting, doing fuck all, like that, she'll be like, yeah, that guy's got lots of resources. But if something happened to those resources, we'd be fucked, because he's like a slack ass who's never actually done anything with his life, got all the money gifted to him. Whereas someone else might not be as wealthy, but they've got that drive and that ability, and chicks theoretically can pick up on that like ability to become successful like over and over again, or if required, you know? Like again, this is only if you subscribe to this like evolutionary theory of his. This is not like, I'm not trying to say this is like as if it's fact.
Well, no, and you're totally right. And you know it's the way it is because you've had girls.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, guys, I want to be honest for a second. Like, I 100% transparency. Like, you probably won't hear this from me in a couple months because I don't know what I'll be able to say online necessarily. But like, the only reason I'm successful today is because I wanted to fuck as many chicks as I possibly could. Like, I literally one day I looked in the mirror and I was 17 years old and I'm like, 100 girls have ditched me at this point. This love thing's not working out too hot. I'm going to get ripped and make sure every single, this is my mindset at the time. I said, I'm going to get ripped. I'm going to make sure everyone respects me. That's all it was more about respect. And then I went down, you know, these rabbit holes, fucking Anthony, what's his fuck from, the guy that lives down in, all those red pill guys that live down in Australia. I used to watch all of them.
Have you heard of the comedian Chris D'Lewis?
Chris
D'Lewis. He's got this stand-up where he's like, guys be driving expensive cars. They don't give a fuck what kind of wheel they're behind. They get that expensive car so that you get in and then we get in you.
And it's true.
Like, and it's partly true that a lot of what guys do is to try and impress girls.
And that's God. That's God at work, right? Like that's literally, Richard was just preaching how human beings, like me and Tangent, we're being like really transparent right now. We're talking like humans, but like humans are not talking like this anymore. And people are not having kids anymore. And people are not, I know half the guys, I used to go door to door for shit, like part of my job. I wasn't a salesman or anything, but like I went house to house for whatever I was doing. And I saw so many, like, the girl would look at me immediately and be like, if I asked her to fuck, she would do it. Like, and I want to look at the guy.
By the look.
Well, I want to bring the other guy in the room and be like, dude, if you don't switch shit up right now, you're fucked. Like, that's what I feel. It's not about me. I ain't gonna fuck anyone on the job.
You can tell that they're looking, like they are like looking for attention.
For anyone with strength, anyone that believes in themselves, anyone. It doesn't matter if my arms are 3 inches bigger than someone else's.
People get slack, man. People get slack in relationships, and it's like something you need to absolutely maintain. Like it's a maintenance thing. But I love what you said a second ago.
What kind of girl
that comment that you made before, where you said, "I don't know what I'll be able to say in a few months from now." I assume you mean in terms of like subscriber count. How good is it when you've got a small subscriber base and you can give zero fucks, man? And I haven't really changed, really, like at all. I still swear heaps and just say whatever I want. But the biggest change for me actually was when people that I know in real life when I started having more and more followers from people that I know in real life because they found out I had a channel or whatever, and they started following me. And so the thought would enter my head, because I used to just be able to just be completely loose because I knew that no one in my life experience here in the real world was going to see or hear what I was saying. But then that thought would enter my head where I'm like, if I tell this story, like say I'm seeing like two girls and I'm telling stories about like one of them and then the other one sees it, like, and just for her, like, I don't want her, you know what I mean? I'm thinking, shit, I don't really want her to, like, it might hurt her feelings, or, you know, or some shit that she doesn't want to know, or I'm making a joke or some shit like that. Like, so it was unfortunate for me that as more people in real life started following my channel, and I was telling people, I was like, I really would prefer not, because people would be like, oh, I didn't know you had a YouTube channel. I'm like, I actively try not to have my in real life friends subscribe to my channel. But then obviously that makes them want to do it more. So once you say, no, don't do it, then they're like, I'm definitely subbing, finding out what the reason is. What's this motherfucker trying to hide, you know?
Dude, people are doing the same thing to me. I have a lot of social friend. I'm just very social in this area. Like I didn't have a computer for years. I just partying, working, just doing what I thought normal people did. Now I've turned into some computer guy. But anyway, it's like they are all like, you know, people also don't want to hear it. You know, like my Instagram had some good followers on it before I ever knew about Hex, right? Because I was shirtless doing the whole bodybuilding thing, kind of just friendly, like to get chicks and shit, not really to like business or anything. I just wanted to present myself. And so I had like 1,800 followers and like I was getting like 400, 300 likes on pictures, like, you know, a little bit active. And then I switched to 100% Gym Rat Crypto, switched my name, switched everything. My subscriber count went to like 500, 600 down. Because I was spamming fucking Hex shit and people didn't like it because people were like, this dude's making money or something. I don't know what.
You lost like 2/3 of your followers. They must have thought it was like a scam.
They were everyone around here. Plus, what happens is right when you make a crypto channel, you get copied by 100 fucking bots. And they go into everyone's DMs and they say, please do my Bitcoin trading thing. And like people get hacked for real. Like people, I know people got hacked from me. And I wasn't even a part of it. I was at a party once, and the dude was like, yo, we were chatting the other day. What's up with that Bitcoin
shit? And you're like, no, we weren't.
Don't talk about Bitcoin shit. I was like, that was not me. And he was like, dude, bullshit. Pulled out his phone. The dude had 1,800 followers that he was chatting. Like, it wasn't like he had 2 followers. Like, he had 1,800.
It's so hard to prove that something is not a scam. It's so difficult. Like, if someone comes to me and is like, yo, this Hex thing, the gains sound too high, like it sounds scammy, it like sounds a bit Ponzi-ish because of the high gains or whatever. It's like, because part of the problem is like, they're not going to go and read the code. So you can say like, look, you can go and look at the code. It's not a Ponzi, it's not a scam, but they're not going to go and read the code. Shit, like I haven't even read all the code. Like as in, I certainly haven't gone through and had someone who I trust audit the code. Like, obviously, duration based. If there was something wrong with it 2.5 years in, it would have come up by now. So there are like, it's so, you know what I mean? It's difficult to just say to someone like, hey, look, just trust me. Like, you know what I mean?
I don't onboard people unless they're ready for rabbit hole time.
Yeah.
No, like I don't anymore, guys. It's really
yo. Some of my friends, because I was fucking smashing Hex so hard on my Insta, some of my friends thought that it was my cryptocurrency because they had heard that I'd been in crypto for like forever, like, 2012. So they thought that I started Hex because they're like, for him to be promoting something this heavily that's not Bitcoin, it must be his own coin. And so I was like, bro, if that was my coin, I would be a multi-billionaire right now, like a deca-billionaire. Like, do you think, like, what? Like, look at what the fuck? Like, how did you? Because I guess they don't go and look at the market cap, right? Like, as in, they didn't go, oh, it's Hex Emmanuel's coin. Like, fucking go and look it up, like whatever, So, yeah.
Yeah, I had the same thing. People were like, Scott got hired by Richard Hart. Like, I was like, because I was posting.
Oh, did they think you were part of the team? They thought you were part of the team.
No, they thought I was part. They thought I got hired for like marketing or something because I was like marketing Hex, like we all do, right? Like any cool video that comes out, any trailer that comes out, everyone's like, Scott's some marketing dude for this Hex guy.
It is rare that people would actually market something for free and not. Yeah. I mean, technically, if we've got bags. If you've got bags, then there is, like theoretically, there's an incentive to promote it, that there is an indirect financial incentive to promote your own bags.
I do it for the social incentive. I
don't do that. But like, as in, someone could mount that argument that there is an indirect incentive, but it's not being paid by Richard Hart, you know?
When I say that I do this for a social reason, I onboard smart people to Hex so that they love me in 3 years. I want those people to be like, this is the smartest motherfucker we know. And I want to go to him for whatever fucking underground dumb shit they're doing. So I got, there's a company called, I know really rich people where I'm from for some reason. Like a couple of my family friends were just fucking balls rich. And like, so I was used to being like, they brought me on private jet. Like I went to the Masters, which is like the biggest golf. Yeah. Like I've experienced.
I've never been on a private jet.
Yeah, I've been on it a couple times, but it's just like, so I experienced some of that stuff. So I kind of knew what rich people life was like. And I knew that it had nothing to do with how smart you were really, or what you were doing. Because all the rich people I saw were chillaxing. Literally, like, let's go to the golf tournament and suck cigars down and do whatever the fuck we want.
Sure, why not?
So I was always like, okay, maybe these guys are just a little bit wittier with what they do. And then I realized by onboarding Hex to certain people, if I have enough confidence in the product, I am building a team of future wealthy human beings that will be on my team. And I don't want their money. I want their business with whatever they're doing. They have businesses too. They would love if I was involved, vice versa. These are smart men. Guys that have $1 billion companies, $100 million companies, and you're just a kid rolling through. Hey, dude, throw 25K at this shit. I'll give you a PowerPoint presentation. I'll show you everything head to toe. And they did it. And it's been down ever since, and they don't care. They're fucking rich. But I tell you, in 2 years, that conversation that we have in that office is going to be a little bit different.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a big structural change. Like, as in, if we can go to a new all-time high, I mean, maybe you'll hear me saying this again in the future, but like, I think this one's probably one of the most important ones that people will remember. So like, all the other times where Hex went down, whether it was like these ones that Richard's talking about, like 70%, 60%, 80%, whatever, they were like fairly short-lived pain. Like it didn't have this drawn out feeling of like, fuck, this could just be like death forever, like some of these other crypto charts that you see. And so I think this will be the one that will solidify in people's minds that if this ever happens again, it's not the end of Hex. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I think we really need to get back up because, you know.
What was the sentiment for Bitcoin 3 years after the price gains and there were still dumps? Like, what were people saying? Were they just still sketched as fuck? Like
every bear market, people say it's the end of crypto. Like, it is the end of the world, is the end of the crypto. Bitcoin's never coming back. It's going to zero. Not everyone, but like a majority of people fall into that trap. It's just that psychological trap, man. Like, I don't think it's avoidable. I do tell people, I tell my friends, I'm like, you don't need to buy Bitcoin, but if you want to look like a fucking genius in like 1 to 2 years from now, just start telling people that you are pro Bitcoin, that you believe in it, and you will look like a genius in a few years. You don't even need to buy any. So it won't cost you any dollars. You're not risking it. And the other thing is, because people got such short memories, if it goes down, then just shut your mouth. Like, so tell people you're pro Bitcoin now. And then if it does actually die, like you think it's going to die, or like some people are saying it's going to die, then just shut your mouth. Like, no one's going to come up to you and be like, oh, remember that time that you said you were pro Bitcoin? No, that's not a thing. But you're going to have all the evidence that you can point to and I'm so confident that it is going to, like, and when I say Bitcoin, up crypto in general, like, as long as it's not the ultra shit. So like Hex, Bitcoin, even ETH, like any crypto but the safe one for them, if they're total no coiners, is just Bitcoin. Like, as in for them to just, it's more well known. It's more like people know the name. They can just basically fake promote Bitcoin, say that they're on board with it, and then look like a genius with zero financial risk. Look like a genius for free.
That's Anthony Pompliani. There you go. That's exactly that's what he did. He's a genius, right? I've been watching him since he had 5K subs. He's not a genius. He was shilling fucking
such a good call.
He was
That
shilling
is such a good call. We'll call it doing a pump. We'll call it doing a pump.
Oh, I call Pomp out with no subs. I've been calling Pomp out with no subs for fucking months and months. Just like Pomp, you bag, your back's against the wall. You know, you're just milking this product at this point. That's what I don't like. I don't like.
Did he really promote BitConnect? Is that real?
No, it wasn't BitConnect. It was the leverage trading site that had Bit in the name. I can't remember.
Oh, BitMEX.
It was one of the first things that they were shilling to everyone affiliate link.
Bitfinex.
It's like 2 years ago.
Either Bitfinex, BitMEX,
BlockFi. It was BlockFi. It was BlockFi. So he was telling us all to get BlockFi shit, like a constant.
And that's centralized, right? That's centralized. That's centralized lending shit.
100%. He was making money. He was sitting there. He had 10,000 subs. I saw this dude selling out early. I liked his shit because I didn't know anything about Bitcoin, right? Like, I didn't know anything about Bitcoin, but I knew what a sellout was. I've been watching YouTube for 10, 12 years. No, you know what I mean, though? I had YouTube experience. I've gained every amount of knowledge that I have in this world from other people's mouths and YouTube. That's it. I've never read. I've never asked my fucking peoples. Like, I asked certain people. Like, I would go up to a Hex Tangent because I respect him in whatever way that I assume. And I would ask him a question about whatever avenue I thought he would have more insight than me. Then I will take that information, I'll write it down, and I'll study that. That's kind of how I do things. But I've been finding, there's this guy. I'm going to pull him up because he is going to be on our show and he is going to make Hex viral. And everyone's going to be so excited when I get this dude involved because I've been fucking spamming. Nobody knows how hard I spam. No one. I go to these dudes with someone
with a lot of fitness followers?
The most grassroots million sub plus fitness channel. The most and I'm going to be an affiliate for his pre-workout directly.
Bro,
I'm going to be a workout affiliate. Like, I'm going to be the dude who's like in the gym taking pictures of himself with a workout tub, and I'm going to merge this whole entire company in these people because these are very smart guys that do fitness stuff, but they're just learning about crypto, right? They're just so rabbit holey with the fitness that now they got Bitcoin. Now they have Ethereum. They don't know what it is. They're wondering. They're getting divorced. They're like, who has information about all the? And this guy hit me up specifically, not this guy, but one of his friends that does the affiliate link. He said, I got a divorce. I have all this Bitcoin. What do I do? And I was like,
don't tell anyone.
Well, no, I said, I don't know, but I know guys that know. That's all I said. I said, I know I can find a couple guys that know. You know,
straight into a mixer, and then straight to the boating accident, straight to the boat.
That's what I was telling him. I was like, please get on my show, dude. Boating accidents. This is all like a thing. Like
boating.
So this is the premiere. And when I say premiere in the world, I'm talking about this is the premiere. Legit. When I say legit, this dude does not say things that are not legit. Like, everything he says is legit. Some of it's more clickbaity than others, but they're facts. They're just facts. Like, he does not bullshit. So, and I was following this guy up in his DMs when he had 20K subs. I'm going to share this real quick. And I've been following him ever since. And I'm in his DMs trying to get affiliate links from all his affiliates so I can work with them. I just want to work with them. And it's the only pre-workout I use. So it's kind of fair, right? Like, I've been using the same pre-workout for 10 years and I want to be the affiliate now. I think that's fair game. So this is him.
Oh, you mentioned that last stream. More plates, more dates.
Yes. So this is his channel. This dude has 1 million subs. All these guys, everyone he has on, he was on Rogan. He's been on everything. This was his Rogan episode. Yeah, like, this is not a game, guys. And he does this pre-workout called Gorilla Mind. So
holy shit. You know, 1 million subs is 5x Richard's. Like,
no, but look,
5x Richard Hart.
But most people with 1 million subs don't get 400K views per video.
Good point.
Look at that.
Good point. Oh my god, yeah, that's huge. That's a huge ratio. That's like a third of his subscriber base watch every video.
This is the most legit dude in fitness. Like, for real.
The company I have is called Gorilla Mind, and the product is basically based around probably a lot of the same stuff, but cholinergics mainly. So
he has a nootropic thing. He has everything. Yes. But if we go here to Gorilla Mind,
what do you use? What are your?
This is the guy right here. This is the guy I'm in contact with right here, and he supports this product, right? And I asked him if I could be an affiliate.
Gorilla.
He said, just keep working a little longer and I'll get you. So basically I'm just building my channel so I can get enough reputation to get some of these guys in. It's not really, I don't ever think I'm going to make.
Oh, yeah.
But like these guys are all working together. And this is the guy who specifically reached out to me, 106K subs, and asked about learning more about Bitcoin and how he could support my channel.
It sounds like just this whole idea, like that guy's got longevity in his name, and this dude talking about nootropics. Like, I reckon, like Richard and them would have sick chats. Like, do you know what I mean?
No, I'm saying,
and also Richard's all about that, like trying to talk to people who have been on Rogan to try and like get in on that circuit. So
I'm telling you guys, I have connections in all of these ways. I've been online for a long time, digging into these forums for years and years and years. Like, I've been very active online in my own way, but only as a consumer, right? Like I was never a producer. I was just a consumer. And now that I'm switching, and now that I have a project that I really want these guys to know about, because there's nothing in my life I would want more than Derek More Plates, More Dates from Joe Rogan to have a fucking ginormous hex bag.
Wait, have you heard of a world famous strength and fitness coach named Charles Poliquin?
Maybe, but the way you say it might be different. Charles.
His brand was Strength Sensei. Like, first of all, it was Poliquin Group, and then it was after the divorce with his wife, and his wife took Poliquin Group. He was Strength Sensei, and but anyway, the reason I mention him is he had this attitude of, he said, if you're on socials and you're not making money, then you're an idiot. Like, you should never be on social media unless it is for you building your business, your brand, or making fucking money. Like, so people who are just like ferreting away or whatever and just like looking at social media and shit and not actually building something or profiting from it are basically, they're just getting ground up by like, you're making money for the platform rather than you making money for yourself. You know, that time is being spent. So I thought that was quite interesting. This dude was like, he's got incredible, he's passed away now, but like while he was alive, incredible track record of like gold medal Olympians, world record holding weightlifters, bodybuilding world champions, like, and an absolute visionary of, you would love his shit, like visionary of coming up with stuff, like coming up with ideas that at the time people were like, oh, there's no science for that. And then later the science would actually, like later it would come out. There would be evidence, like trials and things that would back what he just intuitively sort of put together from his extensive knowge base.
Because he was like the most smart guy. I always say the same thing about Richard. It's like, who's the smartest guy in the room? Who's been around the longest? Who's been clicking the buttons longer than everyone? And literally, that's as far as it goes. People like, who clicked the button first? Who was there to
gets
learn?
it? And gets it. And has the mind, and get the mind that puts it together.
Imagine if you, with the mind that you have right now, Bitcoin never existed, but you somehow knew that crypto was coming. Like, and so I'm sure he somehow knew that, being that he was a video game addict, being that he was, you know, online 24/7. He probably knew that the financial world was having a big change soon. He didn't know Bitcoin would be so successful. But imagine having that mind and going into it and being the first one. People act like Richard Hart just like grabbed a Gucci bag and was like, let's make this work. But that's just so far from the truth. People have no idea. What do you think about the social, like because when I post TikToks of Richard Hart, everyone says, get this scumbag off the screen, right?
I'm not on TikTok.
Well, you know what I mean? Like when you post something with the Gucci bags, like when you post something with the Gucci bag,
yeah. A lot of people hate the flashy shit, or they say that they do. But it's like, it's the rapper vibe, right? Like, as in, it's the, like, sometimes you do need to self-promote, right? Like, as in, you've got to chuck a Kanye West. Like, if you want to be the best, you've got to believe you're the best and present yourself like you are the fucking man, I guess. Like, yeah, I've always been neutral on it. Like, I don't cheer for the unboxing videos, but like, I'm also like, all right, he probably knows what he's doing.
Who would you rather, you fucking moron? Like, who would you rather? Who would you rather go out to the bar with? Like, okay, let's pull up another one just to make sure. Let's see who are the people
dude, and by the way, speaking of being flashy, that motherfucker, Charles Hoskinson or whatever his last name is, he came into a crypto banter video streaming in from a fucking Lamborghini and was like, oh yeah, I was just doing something. And then like they chucked this Lambo in as part of the deal. He got given a Lambo. And I was just like, fuck you, man. Like, so like Rich is not the only one who flexes the luxury products, you know?
It's nice here over in Colorado. Like that's all like, fucking what a dork. Like, can we sell something here? Like, come on. Like all you had to do, Charles, was say, I'm gonna stay in the computer room. Hey, Jim Rat, you want to just like stand here and say Ada's great? And like, or anyone, right? Like anyone but the biggest nerd in the room who never shaves their face. Like
yo, there is actually this guy, I forget what his channel name is on YouTube, but he ruthlessly rips on Ada, like and Cardano holders every stream. And he'll say shit like, oh guys, this stream, it's a quick one, so I'm not gonna have time to rip on Cardano holders this time. And then he'll just launch into it and he'll just be like, look, the thing is, Cardano holders are not gonna see this video because they're so wrecked that they're staying at their girlfriend's new boyfriend's house and that guy doesn't let them use the internet. They're not allowed to eat the ham. They're not allowed to use the internet. It is just like, and he just goes in hard on Cardano holders. He's like, he makes these analogies where he's like, holding Cardano is like just everyone getting to bang your girlfriend except you and just shit like that. It's just like, because he's talking about how Cardano holders have to watch the rest of us get fucking rich as like all of crypto pumps except for Cardano. Like there's no gains. Really he calls it a stable coin. He calls it a stable coin. He's just like, he's like Cardano, the stable coin and shit. It's just, I know it's like, it's exaggerated, but he just goes in so hard on Cardano. It's fucking hilarious.
The only thing I give Cardano props for is the 99% dump that it survived.
Did it
survived a 99% dump and made all-time highs. Tangent.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty epic.
It's epic.
Not a lot. Okay, I'll admit, not a lot of coins come back like that. That's normally graveyard shit. That's zombie level shit. If you do a 99% dump.
Yeah, and the price was horrible at the time.
I think Hex could survive a 99% dump because OGs would just start buying up all the coins and just staking them for 15 years. You know what I mean?
We'd just start over roughly with more economic.
It would
just be like the same guys buying double their bag and being double whale, and then like everyone else buying until.
My chick bestie asked me about Pulse when Pulse was going to come out because I was wearing this shirt tonight, and she was like, "Is it fucking out yet?" Because I told her we're going to get rich, like as in that's not financial advice for anyone watching this, but I did tell her I was like, "Yo," like I was like, "This thing is going to get us fucking rich." Like and so she's like, when the fuck does it come out? And I was like, look, there are memes now about 4 more weeks where it's just like 4 more weeks. And I'm like, look, I'm hoping before halfway through this year, but I said other guys that I stream with, the other Australian hexagons, they actually reckon it could be longer, which would just hectic.
I love when someone who knows what they're talking about comes into the chat and they're like, it'll be another year. I'm like, fuck. Like, it's because whenever it's like a noob doesn't know anything, they're like, next month.
Like, so someone who actually like talks to the team and shit. Fuck.
No, when someone that comes in that's just like real tight with everyone, and you just know they know, and they're just like,
fuck.
You know. But I'm not saying this happened, but like even in the past, like in the beginning of the year, everyone was saying every month it would be, guys, the real hexagons don't really care though. Like they do care. But at the same time, they know we're gonna win.
Man, I care. I
don't. But like at the same time, it's because I'm so new. It's like I've been blessed so hard. I just don't even
consider that ETH is actually getting on top of their fees. And that's one of the large value props of so if ETH gets even like manageable fee, you know that rule that it's like if you want to take on Coca-Cola, you can't just have like a slightly better tasting, slightly cheaper, slightly better marketed, slightly better logo drink. You'll never take out Coca-Cola. You've got to be like 10 times better in every fucking facet of that situation to actually take on one of these big dogs. Same with Amazon, Facebook, etc. Like you need to I think it's the same like that to take out the incumbent. So if the fees on ETH are like manageable by the time that Pulse comes out, I think that's going to be like fairly detrimental to the initial, like the early stage price growth and adoption. Like I really want ETH fees to be fucking unbearable when Pulse comes out.
And they can almost time it. Like, I feel like they have a lot of information on that too that we don't. Like, you know, like just imagining the nuanced information that Richard Hart has about the future in the next few months. Like, there's a very good chance that Richard Hart knows exactly what's occurring and exactly what time this is going to happen. And I'm not saying he does either. That could be very false statement. But in my eyes, Richard's sitting there because I can already extrapolate the amount of information that I have. If I only was doing this for 30 years, he has so much information about, and he always mentions that he wants to launch in the pits of a bear market, right?
I maintain my opinion on that. I don't believe he would delay for any reason, not for sentiment, not for like strategic. Like this is only my opinion, but I do believe that he would launch it as soon as humanly possible. That's just my kind of like
take it anyway. If it was ready. Like if
it
was ready,
I just think he would be too keen to launch it, and because the other thing is, remember that no matter how much data you have, you never know for sure, right? Like, as in, it would only be like theoretical that he'd be like, oh, it might be better to pull the trigger on a day when fees are higher, but you don't know for sure that that's how it's going to play out. It's not a guarantee. So I think you would just go as early as possible.
What do you think about people taking the money out of the V2 liquidity pools being a sign that they want to get their copy?
In front of the...
Well, no, they want their copy because think about this. Because
what coins was that? What coins was that?
Ethereum USD on V2. I think that's what we were looking at yesterday in the group. I can't remember. But a large amount of money was getting taken out. And I was asking, does the centralized exchange get forked, right? And I know that the people that have the money in the centralized exchange will not get that value, right? So you're going to want, if you're providing liquidity right now and you think Pulse Chain's launching, you're going to want to take it out because when that snapshot happens, you have to be on the other side of that.
No, I think all those things do get mirrored over. Like,
no,
I think
he picks
all the LPs. Oh, like so.
Richard Hart has been saying that he's not sure what to do with the centralized exchanges.
Sorry, centralized. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking of, because as soon as you said liquidity, I was thinking Uniswap. Centralized. Absolutely. People should be, anyone who's aware of Pulse and is just uncertain on when it's going to launch.
But guess who is certain?
That would be a big
in those pools, though. People that know exactly what the fuck is going on. So they know when the snapshot is before we do. So you can almost anticipate people that know more than us taking money out of those pools in order to be ready, because the snapshot's not the mainnet launch. The snapshot is when the things get sent over, right?
But I mean, would those people have enough liquidity on exchanges to even that to be noticeable? Like, in terms of the people who are in the know, it'd be such a small group of people.
Well, I'm thinking it's going to be a couple people, just a few people that's noticeable, right? Like a couple people with big bags will take out of the V2 pools. Now, I don't know enough about researching the pools. This was all within the Twitter talk space that I was getting on this alpha. And if you need any alpha on any of this stuff, guys, jump into that Twitter talk space 24/7. They will have an answer for you. I'm the new morning guy, so there was a little time where there was an hour or two, but I took that over because I wake up very early. My car got towed away. I just heard it. Fuck yeah. Oh, let me make sure that guy doesn't need me. Tangent. I'm going to wait until I get 100 likes. What's your schedule today? I mean,
yo. Dude. I just want to quickly say before I forget that after Pulse launches, like, I think Richard Hart has already done more for like people taking control of their own keys from the Bitcoin, like the Bitcoin, having to have your own keys on the Bitcoin to get the Hex claims on the original Hex launch. But it will be, without a doubt, once Pulse launches, Richard Hart will have single-handedly done more for getting people to take ownership of their own crypto and retain their own keys, which is the whole point of crypto, than any other single human being or even company on this fucking planet. Because the incentive's there, exactly what you're talking about, that you've got to get that shit off if you want to get the mirrored shit. and you want that with certainty, you've
If
got
you want to
to
learn what people are doing, you have to assume what they would do before.
Yeah, all ERC20s and I guess ETH. Yeah. Yeah.
We were also talking about this earlier. You might have more insight on this than I do. Gerardo told me that the original code for Pulse Chain was actually the fork of the BNB directly.
Yes.
Which was
this was
Ethereum.
Eric Wall and I had an argument about this on Twitter, and it turned out we were both right, sort of. That he said, he was like, it's a BSC fork, Binance Smart Chain, and I was like, no, it's not. It's an ETH fork, and he was like, no, it's a BSC fork, and I was like, bro, it is literally a fork of the ETH system state. And he said, yes, but I was talking about the consensus algorithm. And I was like, oh, snap, we're both right. So because it's the proof of stake consensus algorithm that has been primarily, primarily, I guess BSC would be the best example. We don't know exactly who they forked the code from, but that is one of the most well-known POS networks that is EVM compatible. And so it is both. It's the Ethereum system state, but the proof of stake, like Binance Smart Chain consensus algorithm. So yeah, interesting, right? That we were both, or that, yeah. And I guess this is exactly why people need to use accurate language, and there's nuance to this sort of shit because I was like, bro, you're fucking wrong. Yeah. And coming in with that level of certainty, I was really impressed. I listened to a lot of Bitcoin podcasts, and there was a guy, Bitcoin OG, and this guy was saying to him, what do you say to people when they come at you with this like relentless FUD that you've been dealing with for years and years and years and stuff like that? And one of the ones was, that one about like when when the block reward drops off and it's like fee only block reward, like, is it going to be a problem or whatever? And most Bitcoiners say, you're a dumbass, it's not going to be a problem, the fees will cover it, or whatever. And he was saying the correct way for us to think about this is to assume that it will be a problem, because it was adversarial thinking that got the crypto space to where it is now. And I was like, holy damn, like that's going to be my new response to people, rather than just like writing shit off and just being like, go to endthefud.org, fuck off. This is baseless FUD that's been around for like half a decade. It's like taking those concerns more seriously and saying, let's assume that will be a problem. And so then you are less likely to get taken out by something unexpectedly. Do you know what I mean? Even though it's so far in the future. But I just really like the attitude, man. I was like, holy shit, that's refreshing to hear someone speak like that and say, yeah, let's assume that it will be a problem, rather than just writing shit off,
So true. I mean, fuck, like these days, I think there's this transitioning happening with minds right now, the entrepreneurial young men of this earth. And that's what it always is, guys. The entrepreneurial people of 25 to 40. Like generally, those are the guys that are making the most balls deep dives into things, because that's their time, right? Like, so this happens to be our time to be researching and looking. When Hex Tangent was 12, he was not looking up crypto stuff. He probably wouldn't have been if it was coming out. But when he's 25 and he wants to get a girl, and he's like, how the fuck do you get this bag? And then that's how it rolls. That's how life works. Like the only reason every dude's in the fitness to start is for chicks. And then when you're done, you like work out and you're like, I don't care if there's any chicks around. I want to work out. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, it changes.
Or you pivot to the health benefits or
longevity.
Something like that, where you're like, yeah.
I want to train you. I know, Richard, I know you know exactly how to stay lean long-term. And I know you know how those things occur. And I know you are not lean. But obviously you're leveraging your time, and I'm sure you're super busy. But if anyone on here wants to do training, I am teaching people. Well, I've got to figure out how I'm going to present it, because I need to get my fucking vlogging camera. I'm getting a vlogging camera. So I'm going to show how to live for $800 a month, how I live for $800 a month, what I cook and what I work out, and how you can still have fun while you do it. Guys, if you think you're having more fun than me, you're fucking fooled. You're fucking fooled. Absolutely. I can do anything with anyone, go anywhere. I'm free man. I can date whoever. I I can, it doesn't matter, guys. I'm having a good time. I'm leveraging this right now. Like I've spent a lot of time not doing, I'm sure there was times in Tangent's life where he was head to the fucking ground working.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about your struggles growing up, not specifically, but like
some
of those sticking points for you.
I was gonna make one super quick comment. You know how you said like when I was 12, I probably wasn't. I wasn't, but Tone Vase mentions, he always tells the story about how Gavin Andresen was in the cypherpunk mailing list when he was 14 years old, like debating with freaking Adam Back and like Zabo and shit about like what would work and what wouldn't work and that sort of thing. 14 years old, like, and this is Vase's main argument against proof of stake is that these guys considered proof of stake back then. Like these are like sort of galaxy brain dudes who like came up with effectively the components that eventually became Bitcoin, deeply considered proof of stake as a consensus algorithm and decided that it was, but like, that's not to say that shit can't change, right? Like as in, it's possible that someone's come up with some shit in the years subsequent that makes proof of stake, actually work. So I'm not you can't just rule it out forever, but that's
who invented this shit. Who the fuck invented proof of work?
Well, that it was a combination of innovations that came together. So Bitcoin was not a new technological innovation in itself. It was combining existing technological innovations together to solve that Byzantine's general's problem, like the digital scarcity, double spend problem. So, yeah, and obviously proof of work was a critical component of that for Bitcoin to exist, but it wasn't the only innovation. It was like elliptic curve cryptography. Like there was like a range of other things, like 3 or 4 like big ones that came together to get the job done. What else? Oh, so your question was
basically
my grind. My grind was mainly in engineering, like as in, and particularly once I started working for myself, I was doing crazy shit like pulling all-nighters because I'm a bit of a night owl anyway, like no drugs required. Like I just sort of like wake up into the night, like it's almost 2 a.m. right here and I'm not even tired. Like haven't had any like drugs or any stimulants really, other than like a coffee like hours ago, like many hours ago. But I used to pull all-nighters working when I was working for myself. I used to work on planes when I was flying to mine sites. So I'll actually be doing like office work on the plane, whereas most people would like watch videos or just like relax or sleep or whatever. I would like work on the planes to and from the mine sites. I would, work long hours. Like I would sometimes get into the office late because I'd like to sleep in, but then I would stay in the office until like 8, 9, 10 p.m. I was never a workaholic by nature. The guys that I worked with they are fucking workaholics. They're like the Jeff Bezos level, or like at least the picture that people paint of like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, like sleep in the factory level shit. Like once they're already rich, just like ridiculous shit. But I knew that I would never become that level of workaholic where I like would prefer to work over like social shit, going to the beach, partying, relaxing. I knew that shit would always be my preference. Obviously with crypto, that's changed a little bit. Like I did make that comment earlier where I'll sometimes do crypto rather than computer games on Netflix, but I still really value all those other things. And I wouldn't, I see these guys, they like literally, they just work and sleep and they don't have to. They've got the financial stability to just not do that. Like, it was funny because I'd hear them talking about shit that our office, so I used to share office space with these other guys who were also independent. And I would hear them saying shit, like the office was mainly like deathly quiet, like as in there was no such thing as like water cooler chat or any kind of like social chit chat because everyone was such fucking workaholics. The office was basically silent. And occasionally I'd hear them say shit like, oh yeah, you know, it'd be nice to be able to like go and do a round of fucking 9 holes of golf or whatever. And I felt like saying, man, why the fuck don't you? Like, you don't need to be here 24/7. It's, you know, they were working weekends and shit like that. I would often work weekends as well, but only when deadlines required it. Like, so I know some of the stuff I just said sounded contradictory in terms of how hard I was working, and then saying I'm not a workaholic, or saying like, or sounding judgmental on their shit. But these guys were like near retirement level gurus of the field, whereas I was actually on the grind, you know? So definitely, like, I definitely considered them to be like technical mentors, and learned a lot from them, like technically from an engineering standpoint. But in terms of like business operation and like, so like business stuff and also lifestyle, I never looked up to them for that style thing. I never considered them to be mentors because I didn't want to be like them in those respects. No disrespect to them. Obviously, everyone gets to do it their own way, you know? Are you still there? Yeah. So like, I guess that's the thing. Like, you get your mentors from different, like you can have different mentors for different, like, you don't have to have like one mentor that's like everything, right? Like, as in, but I used to tell people, this is a bit of a flex, actually. This is a bit of an engineering flex. Two of the guys that I was sharing office space with, and would like, because we would help each other out and stuff like that. Because these guys were like a lot older than me, near retirement geotechnical engineers. If I had an issue that I couldn't solve, you know, they were okay with me just like going and having a chat with them, like uncharged and shit. Like, obviously, if it takes up a lot of time, they would invoice me for their time. But if it was just like a quick question, and these dudes learnt geotechnical engineering, like their mentors were dudes who wrote the very first textbooks on the fucking subject. So I used to tell people, like, my mentorship came from like almost like geotechnical royalty. Like, these motherfuckers, the dudes who literally wrote the book. Like, you hear that as a cliche saying, like, this dude wrote the book on it. These dudes literally wrote the first books on the subject, because geotech's like a very young science. It was almost like found by, like, well, it was realized that it was required by mining engineers and geologists. When walls and shit were falling down, they were like, maybe we need to look at the walls and work out why the fuck sometimes these walls fall down and sometimes they don't, and different air, like that wall fell down, that one didn't, like what the fuck's going on? And they started looking at the structural engineering of the rock mass. And so, like, it was only identified as a requirement, like maybe, like, I don't know, a couple of 100 years, or like less than 200 years ago, sort of thing. So like, we're talking like 2 generations. So these dudes that are near retirement now, when they were my age at the time, the dudes who were near retirement, those were the dudes who were like the first generation of people who even considered themselves to be geotechnical engineers. So
wow, that's
do you get what I'm saying?
They were the first guys doing that.
These dudes that I was sharing office with, 2 of the guys out of the 6 that I was sharing office space with, were like guru status geotech engineers that would get like flown around the fucking world to like China, Canada. Like, Canada has its own very strong mining industry. So the idea that you are flying a motherfucker from Perth to Canada to do their geotech is, to me, was bonkers. But that's how good these guys were. Like, I try and stay in touch with them, but now I'm just so focused on crypto. I thought this is something that was like, that I respected a lot. I thought that after the amount of time that they had worked like with me, I guess, like mentoring me, and how much they love that industry, like how much they love their work and how dedicated they are to that career. I thought when I told them that I was like going full-time crypto and I was pretty much not going to do geotech anymore, that they would be like, fuck you, man. Like, what the shit? Like, did we just waste all that time and effort mentoring you? But they were so cool about it. They could see
they
that
just
I was
autopilot mentoring people that want to be mentored?
Well, they could see that I was passionate about crypto, and they were like, if you have found something that you love this much, fucking go for it. And I was just like, holy shit, that was not the reaction that I expected, not at all. Especially from
confirm or deny, Tangent.
One of them, that one who's even older, he's always been like a bit more zen, and so I expected him to be like reasonably chill about it, and then maybe like a little bit upset, but the other guy, I expected him to just be like, dude, what the fuck, like, why are you throwing your career away? But he was chill as shit. Like,
Tangent, why don't you just behind the scenes tell GRC where you live? He'll live in your basement. He'll do all your clips for you.
Who's
I'm
GRC?
Jim Rack.
What? Oh.
I ask anyone who's been around here for a while. I always ask them if I can live in their house. I always give it a shot. I'm like, hey, if you need anyone to do clips for you, I will do it, and I will pay to live at your house.
I don't have a basement, but if I build a place, I'm getting a fucking soundproof basement. I know that sounds dodgy, like it's gonna be like a freaking rape dungeon, but I want to be able to throw parties. I want to be able to throw parties and have the music up loud and have my friends making fucking noise and literally the neighbors not even know about it. The problem becomes when people want to smoke. Like that is problematic, because unless you let them smoke inside, it's really hard to maintain that soundproof if they're like going outside of the house. But I've got some ideas surrounding that. Like, especially if you're on an underground level, you could have a smoking area that's technically outside, but has like a concrete chimney that goes up, like even higher than the building. So you almost have like a sound chimney that's like thick concrete, so that the smoke and the sound just goes up and out. And tell people like, yo, when you're in the smoking area, don't be like fucking screaming. Although my friends probably won't listen to me on that, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the smoking thing is annoying because people
and also, sorry, and also I need I need a garage that can fit more cars. Like, it's always annoying, like having not enough spaces for cars.
You guys know how it is with all that space for fucking whips. I hate it too, Tangent. I hate it too. I can't. I mean, my Camry's totaled in my freaking drive right here. Like, literally, I walk outside to a absolutely ran over Camry.
Wrecked. So just absolutely
wrecked. Just to go to the gym, like just ran over. But no, money-wise, it's not a big deal. It's just fucking insurance companies are a pain in the ass. But as far as emotionally growing up, did you have any sticking points that were really hard for you? Like, that really took longer for you as far as, like, I know a lot of people, sometimes it's with women, sometimes it's body image, sometimes it's social, sometimes it's not really much. Like, for me, like, I've always been social. I've always had girlfriends and I've always had friends, but I had very emotional hard time. Very, like, could not get out of an emotional hard time for years and years and years and years. Now it's not even similar at all. Like, fuck no. Like, life is Liddy McDiddy now. Do whatever the fuck I want. But
for me, I think the only thing that springs to mind is like I've always behaved like, so when it comes time to business, I take care of business. Like, as in when it was to do with like my engineering business, stuff like that, I was always taking care of business. But then in my social life, I have always behaved like I keep acting. I've just stayed 22. Like, on a social level, I've just locked in at 22, and I've just partied like I'm 22, literally the entire time. And obviously, none of my friends can be like, fucking grow up. Like, you know, you what the hell, you're like partying too much or whatever, because they see that I'm successful. So like, people can't accuse you of not growing up if your life is in order. Like, my life's always been in check, so like no one can like accuse me of any shit. But
yeah, that's
I don't know. I think
the best way to
I might just be stuck at that, like you say, emotionally. I think that part of me is just stuck at that age, man. Like, I just can't.
But maybe,
and I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to grow out of it. Like,
humans didn't live that long 400 years ago, you know. And so at the same time, so at the same time, it's like you're just supposed to be a priming adult. The only thing people are telling you to do is slow down, right? Like, so the only thing people will tell Tangent, like, if anyone gives advice to Tangent, I can already say, they say the same things to me. Please slow down. Please calm down. And please be safe.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of always the sentiment. Everyone's like, Scott's going to probably outwork everyone. Scott's going to be crazy. He's going to go to the gym like OCD. Please be safe. Like that's always like everyone to me is just like, I'm like the please be safe guy. And I'm like, I will be safe. But at the end of the day, I'm sitting here most of the time. Is there any habits in your life that you think could be detrimental moving forward? Like I heard yesterday that you're not too keen on going to the doctor as far as this far in your life, as far as that you just
bro, I'm a convert. You converted me in those few short sentences that you said yesterday, man.
Guys.
I just realized like that shit is so important. Why the fuck would I spend my time, effort, and money on anything else before that?
You'd rather give your secretary your seed phrases than not get that checked. Legit. No, legit. Like if somebody said, Scott, you have these two options right here. You have 100K and you have seed phrases. You can just give it to your nice secretary. She probably won't steal it, but she might. Or you can never go to the doctor. I would say, fuck that money. What the fuck am I going to do with it if have a stent in my heart and I'm fucking shitting in a bag? Like, what the fuck is Tangent going to do with supercars if he has no quality of life? Because
the guy that owns the gym that I go to, or like used to go to before, like now we can't go there anymore. But he used to say, and it wasn't his quote, but most people spend like the majority of their life sacrificing their health to build wealth, and then they spend the majority of their life sacrificing their health to build wealth, and then towards the end they sacrifice the majority of their wealth to try to save their health. And I was like, holy fuck. Like, because if you just didn't go as hard working and actually took care of yourself better, then you wouldn't need to, it won't cost you as much in the long run. Like if you just do it smart rather than, do you know what I mean? But people like, no, I want to make it. I want to grind. I want to fucking get rich now, like whatever it is.
Do both. Like to me, it's like
you can do both.
The part that people miss though is that 20% where people think that other people are going to make you feel better about yourself. That doesn't mean don't socialize, but a lot of people that have not had a lot of social equity, which I've gone up to the hottest girl at the gym and she's slept with me on the same day. Like, I know what it's like.
Holy shit.
But you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that happens to me every time. And there's a lot of girls that would blow me off 24/7, guys. I shoot a lot of shots and I get blown off a lot. So trust that.
There is that numbers game, right? Like,
but I've been the guy who was ballsy enough to do all of it. Right? Like,
man, sometimes they reckon the 10s and 11s, like in hotness scale, most guys are so intimidated. So there's a saying that it's easier to pick up 1 10 than 3 7s, because the competition for the 7s is like every dude is going for those girls because they think that they're attainable, and no one's talking to the 10s. I know this is like,
but the 10s have personalities.
This is not necessarily like always the case, but like there's logic to that statement, right? Like, and I have seen it that I've had chick friends that are like ridiculously hot, and they're like, guys never fucking approach me in clubs, and guys never hit on me, and they like, and it's because their hotness level is fucking intimidating. Guys are just like, most guys look at them and they're like, there's no way a chick that
why would you ask people like that out if you weren't on the same level? Like, the whole thing for a bodybuilder is like, dude, I've done more work than this bitch. I'm better looking than this bitch. No, literally, that's a lot of the vibe of a. No, I'm the one grinding here, bitch. I can get $1 million to you. That's how some guys think, though. And it's I'm trying to say what I was taught, because this is more like I went down the red pill rabbit hole like a fucking fiesta when I was 18 to 24. That was all I looked at. Just like crypto now, all I thought was, how do I date? How do I get social equity? How do I learn how to be popular? I was always popular, but I wanted to learn. I just wanted to learn. Like, I just wanted to keep going and pushing that part of my life to the point where, like, I was going out to bars by myself and asking out chicks, like, just to see
shit.
Yeah, like shit like that when I was younger, though, you know, like not necessarily when you had a bunch of friends. Like, now I have friends and shit, so it's like automatic, right? Like, I could sit here for the rest of my life and I would have no problem dating. I wouldn't even have to leave. I would just be like, hey, there's a bar down the street. Like, let's meet there and then we'll date and we'll make dinner together every night. We'll walk the dog.
Do you ever use dating apps?
I did, yeah, for sure. I just got out of a relationship about 36 hours ago. So,
holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess, man. It hasn't really hit me yet, to be honest. We just weren't on the same page, and as far as like she wanted me to be just ready to be like respectful, family oriented, like, and I'm just like, nope, I'm just not that.
Insta dad.
It wasn't insta dad, it was insta really commitment. And I was just like, to be honest, all I can commit to is me grinding on this work hardcore. Like, to be honest, because I'm not ready yet. I cannot figure out how to wake up, eat healthy, go to the gym, and work like I am now and do it while being happy. So I'm not going to add a girl to the mix. I love that. Because I can't do it. I'm trying. And I was with her. She was sitting right here the other day. I said, I don't know how to focus on anything else. I'm sorry. Like, it's nothing to do with you. She's beautiful, amazing, awesome, nice, just like every girl, a little crazy, like, you know, but like, she was awesomely smart. She's on streams with me all the time. There's hours of her talking to whales. Legit.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, isn't that pretty? And I experienced this with her.
Wait, is she into crypto? Because this is the question I was about to ask you next.
I got her into X, yeah.
This is a recycled question that I heard on another stream. Would you ever date like a crypto native chick? Like, so yours is suddenly different because you got her into, like, I used to always say yes, as like I used to say that would to me would be a massive positive. But then I heard on this other stream, I heard this guy's reasoning of why he wouldn't, and I was like, these reasons make sense. Like, in terms of, like, if you do so much crypto already, and then your like personal life, like in your relationship, is also then going to be crypto chats, and like it could get too much.
I'm too much in general, though.
And also
walking too much. I'm a walking too much. Like, everything I do, I'm everything too much. Like,
extra. If
I like Hex, like, I like it too much. Like, if I like bodybuilding, I like it a hair too much. Like, but what happens over time is when you go to those extremes, you can relax mentally because you've already seen it. I will never produce what I produced bodybuilding wise a year ago, ever. I don't want to. I do not want to. That was very hard to do, extremely difficult to do. A lot of time, no social life, no drinking, no excessive eating in any way. Of course, I did it experimentally. I documented the whole thing, and I can use those pictures on my socials for the rest of my life to show everyone. That was it. It was a goal.
Yeah. Point. It proved, and it also proves to yourself that you know that you are capable of doing it. Like, it's an achievement in self-control, discipline, like all of that shit. Do you know what I mean?
But it's just obsession. It's narcissism. If anyone wants to know the truth, but we say the truth here on this channel, which people don't like. It's all ego driven. It's all narcissism. That's what life is, guys. Welcome to the fucking club. I'm not saying.
Sorry. No, you go.
Go ahead.
You're gonna say welcome to the club.
Yeah, welcome to the club. People always say Hex is manipulated. I say welcome to the fucking club. Welcome to finance. Like, what do you think we're at? Where do you think we're at? People are like, Hex is manipulated, and there's buy walls from the OA. And I'm like, welcome to finance, you retard. Like, you've been getting wrecked for 20 years, and now you think there's no manipulation? Like, and it amazes me, the stupidity of people. I don't even know what we were talking about, but anyway, it's just like, yeah, now you say something.
I was gonna say,
I'm gonna clip some of this shit too, and we're gonna have some sick clips.
I want to I actually want to go and look at the liquidity pools now that you mentioned it, in terms of where those buy walls are still.
Because this was yesterday where they were talking. They said, guys, people are making moves. Are they waiting for the snapshot? Like, that's what people were saying. So that's just me reporting. I'm gonna go to my TikTok I made of Text Tangent about 400 days ago.
I remembered what I was going to say. It was like, I was telling an ex of mine, it was while we were kind of like tapering our relationship out, and she was like, I want to get a dog. And I was like, she wanted my approval, like, I guess because she respects my opinion, and I guess she just wanted that extra, like to get her over the line. Like, she just wanted that confirmation that she wasn't making a mistake. And she knew that if I said, yeah, sure, get a dog, like, that would be enough for her to be confident that it's okay to do it. And I was like, fuck no, you can't even look after yourself. Like, you need to be able to look after yourself in like in everything before you add a something that is a commitment like that. It's not fair on you, and it's not fair on the fucking dog. It doesn't fit your lifestyle. I was just brutally honest with her about it. And for a long time, she did not get a dog, and she kept asking me. She was like, "Can I play?" Like, it was. I know this sounds ridiculous, but she used to like say, "Can I please get a dog?" And I would just be like, "No." Like, is it so? Like, I wasn't telling her that she couldn't. I just said I refused to give my approval. Like, I was like, no, I won't give my approval. You're an adult. You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to stop you from going out and buying a dog, but I do not approve. I do not think it is a good idea for you right now. You need to sort your shit out. Like, you need to just be confident that you are capable of self-care for yourself in all departments before you add that to the picture. And eventually she bought it. Fortunately, she went and got a rescue dog. Like, she went and got one of the shelter dogs, which is like better than buying like a.
Is it though? Because half the time those dogs are like biting motherfuckers. Literally, like they'll like bite the neighbor kid, and then like which one was better? Which one was better?
Sorry, this was like a Labrador or whatever. So breed wise, these dogs are like insanely intelligent and like pretty docile in terms of like their aggression level and shit. So pretty cheap. But the point of the story is, I love the fact that you just identified that, and you're like, these are the things that I'm like trying to get straight, and like this is maxing out my focus level, like, and because otherwise when people try to do more than that, they're half-assing it, and then you're half-assing everything. Like, it's not like you're just half-assing the thing that you added, you're half-assing fucking everything. So you might as well just choose your battles, pick the things that you want to focus on, and do that shit right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's watch this clip of, yeah, for sure, dude. That's so true. And nobody takes that advice. Nobody wants to do things thoroughly. And some parts of me think women weren't necessarily designed to take care of all that stuff on their own. So it is a little tricky. But so we'll get into that later. But this is a TikTok I made of Hex Tangent like 350 days ago before I knew what any of you guys were. I don't know if you've ever seen this.
It doesn't sound like I have.
Do a free air.
Hold on, you got to start it over.
That was a good move. That was a good move.
Hold on.
Watch.
So these are my two problems with Hex. One is I can't throw parties as fast as the fucking price goes up. If
you look at it, it's constantly talking about very strong returns on investment.
Jay-Z warned me about this. He was like, bro, more money, more problems.
Now, when he did do a free airdrop, that was a good move.
How is this possible? Because you don't live.
So these are my two. That is, I have not seen that. What was the thing at the start was my problems with Hex is I can't throw parties fast enough.
Back then I didn't know how to do the audio right, so the audio's a little too loud, but like it was like, I can't throw parties as fast as the fucking price goes up. And I remember watching that for the first time, and I was just making like 40 grand or some shit. Like, you know, for a young kid, like, what the fuck? And then I was watching bullish shit 24/7. Everyone was so bullish. It was just like, I can't throw parties fast enough. Like,
so for the record, I was exaggerating. Like, as in, I was absolutely exaggerating.
Well, that was totally a joke. He was joking around in the moment. He said, Jay-Z warned me about this money. Like, that's
I forgot that I said that. That is hilarious. Jay-Z warned me, more money, more problems.
You were like, Jay-Z warned me about this shit. Like in real time, you were like making fucking mad money. You're like, I got that shit.
You know, sometimes I re-watch my streams, particularly the ones where if I come home and I'm really lit and the next day I'm like, oh, fuck, what did I say on stream? And I need to just check it to make sure I didn't say anything that's like over the line or like a dox or something. And sometimes I actually am watching my own streams and I actually do burst out laughing. And I'm like, is that bad that I'm laughing at my own fucking joke, like laughing at my own joke? Like, as in, because you know how like a good comedian like does not laugh at their own jokes. Like you know what I mean? You just deliver. So, but because when people started commenting at first being like, man, like your streams are like really funny and shit like that, at first I was like, are they like, is there that much thing? But then sometimes I would rewatch my own shit and actually find it quite funny. So it was, I think sometimes the shit that I'm saying at the time, I'm not intending it to be funny. So it's not funny as I say it, but then when I'm on rewatch, I'm like, that's actually quite hilarious. Oh, is this your TikTok?
Yeah, this is my TikTok. These are like from way back in the day before I knew any of the Hex people. I was just doing Hex stuff kind of like from YouTube and just looking around. And some of this shit was absolutely fire that I was doing. And I was trading, and I made this absolutely epic trade for 57K Bitcoin to 2 cent Hex. And it was an absolute fucking, remember this shit? Like, look at that price chart. Fuck.
Yeah, bro. We need to get back to those days, man.
Well, it's going to happen, and it's going to be absolutely epic when it does. Tangent, look at this. Look at this. This is what your future holds right here.
In 4 years.
Body naturally, not that amazing. So if you look early on,
watch me turn into a savage in 4 years.
48 hours.
That's me working out, dieting a little bit. Very small, very skinny.
How hard we compete. How personal do you take
And
this?
as I went through, now I trained about 3 years natural.
How personal do you take it if they don't slide? How personal do you take it?
Watch me turn into a savage.
That we were talking about earlier.
Holy shit.
The social thing
that's,
we were talking about
that's
earlier.
A massive transformation. Like how long was that? What was that duration?
3 years. But not like planned 3 years. Like I could have done it faster if I was planning to. It was just like the natural progression of I was doing things the right way. I was being healthy and I was trying to, because when you're on any kind of anabolics too, you also are a little bit more, if you're a smart man, of course, aggro about your micronutrient intake because you're like, well, why not? If I'm going to be on this kind of stuff, maybe it's bad. Maybe I should double down on the health and just eat healthy as fuck. And then you realize they lied to you about everything, like everything you learn. The doctors lie to you about everything. They don't tell you what actually happens to your blood work when you take testosterone. They don't tell you what happens to your blood work when you eat McDonald's every day. Let's be real. They don't care. But I do care. And I like to teach people stuff. And if you eat properly, guys, I'm going to be here for a long time unless I die. So I'm going to be preaching longevity, eating healthy, low calorie intake, lean body mass the whole time. So I'm never going to switch this up, right? I know what blood work looks like. I know what people need to watch out for. We can, just like crypto is the fringe of like finance, I was on the fringe of fitness. And guess what? They're both great places to be. There's nothing negative going on there. You're just told it's the wrong thing to do because it's not profitable at this point, but now it is. Look up HRT clinic on your Google Maps. There's probably 11 right next to your house.
Holy shit.
But I don't know Australia rules, so maybe not. But mine there is.
Do you know what I say to people? Like this is my like headshot on like pharmaceutical complex / doctors treating symptoms rather than root causes. I'm like, yo, have you ever gone to a doctor and them asking you, are you staying well hydrated? Are you looking after your diet? And everyone is always like, never in my life has any doctor asked me either of those two questions, right? Now, like, I'm not saying that you can just hydrate and it's just going to fix every fucking medical condition. However,
it probably
how many things are much worse when you're dehydrated? Muscular fucking shit, headaches, just the way that your body, like so many things in your body need to be well hydrated for them to function correctly. And no doctor ever says, are you staying well hydrated? Most people don't. Like, it's madness.
Sam, I want to see if I set you up with a program, will you like take pictures of your body? You don't have to post them right away, but like as you go, like will you take pictures of your body if we like do like because
like before and after shots?
Just like as you go, like I just want progress. But then yes, there'll be before and after.
Sure.
Because
sure.
I can promise you 45 minutes a day, 5 days a week, that's all you need. If you can do 45 minutes a day, the workouts, and there's no cardio involved, zero. It's just working out, lifting weights, like literally muscular contraction weightlifting.
Yeah. All anaerobic exercises.
No calorie loss. I can already see your frame. You don't need that. You can't.
I already strongly believe that even if you want cardio, like you want to work your like cardiovascular respiratory system, you can do that better with weights than you can with like traditional cardio. So like I think the best cardio is still with weights, like weight training,
Well, it depends
rather
what you
than
want.
like,
You want to run away
rather than
from
like
a bear?
running and cycling and shit.
You want to run away from a bear, or do you want to look really hot?
Because doesn't the oxygen debt that you get from smashing weights is higher than like low impact fucking running, rowing, cycling shit.
Well,
so you can actually
look
put
at what bodybuilders
put
do.
your cardiovascular system under heavier strain by weightlifting if as long as the program is set up for that.
Well,
right?
Additional muscular mass puts on by proportion additional cardiovascular stress. They're proportional, right? Like the more.
Oh, really? As you build muscle,
so the more mass you have. Now that doesn't mean you're unhealthy. It just means that your heart can be healthy and work harder than others too. But if you're not healthy and
it's got to send blood to more volume, right? Like as in it's got to pump blood.
You only get
further,
one
right?
blood sac, brother. Like it's just you're only pumping so much blood. But at the end of the day, what I also preach is that there's drugs that can fix all these illnesses that you guys have that the doctors legit give you. Like, but nobody wants to hear it because they're afraid. They're afraid that someone's going to say, Tangent, there's something wrong. You have to. But the worst thing they're going to say to Tangent is, you have bad family history. You should start eating more vegetables and stay away from meat. And you're probably going to take that advice. And if they say it's too much, and if they say your heart is too long term, say take a little bit of statin. And then
what about the Bitcoin carnivore diet?
Well, it's all about lean. If people are lean, people think if you only eat meat, if you only eat this, if you only eat that, wrong. Everyone's wrong about all of it. It's just about keeping first of all, calories low. People don't realize when you eat meat, you can't consume that many calories. You literally, if I gave you if you were on 100% meat diet and I was your chef right now, and start of the morning, you wouldn't. How much steak can you eat? Like the steak has not that many calories compared to potatoes and all the stuff we eat. Like,
oh, you're saying it's not enough calories?
Well, it's a trick, right? If I tell you to only eat meat, you're mechanically not able to eat as much because people don't understand that meat is not calorie dense.
Oh shit! So you're saying that it's a way of forcing people without them realizing it, that you're actually doing a calorie restriction diet.
Yes, sir.
Motherfucker. See,
and the same thing for intermittent fasting. Everyone says intermittent fasting cures AIDS, cures cancer, cures everything. Guys, it just tricks you into eating less because if you have to fit your whole meal into a window, your stomach can't handle that much.
I actually saw a meme that was every single diet, right? So it was like every single diet, like paleo, like it goes through all of them. And then it's got, for every single one, it's got an arrow to like how it works. And then it's got another arrow and it's like effectively calorie deficit. And so every single one, it's like this diet, it's done. This is how you do it. And what it results in is calorie deficit. This, and they all result in calorie deficit. So they're all the same shit, but they're just different ways of achieving the calorie deficit.
Exactly.
But obviously, I don't want a calorie deficit.
You just figured it all out. It's micronutrient intake is for organ health, guys. Organ health. I can be more ripped than every single one of you motherfuckers eating McDonald's. I guarantee it. If any single one of you said, let's do we'll take pictures, we'll see how we compare regular. We'll do 3 months. I'll say I'll only eat McDonald's. I'll only eat McDonald's. I will fucking shredded yolk because I understand.
But your internal health will be fucked, right?
Fucked.
Like you're like completely fucked. You'll look amazing.
I could literally be
on the outside.
Gymshark athlete, but I would be like not looking good. It wouldn't be feeling good because, like I said, micronutrient intake is organ health. I ain't no 28-year-old shutting down organ health just because he's eating McDonald's. Maybe if I was 70.
What would be your if you're like number one tip for someone that's trying to put on mass? Like, as in, is it just like
you have to eat more?
Force yourself to eat fuckloads.
You have to eat more. So you have to eat calorie-dense foods. And I'm going to make a cookbook, guys. So, like, that's another part of what I'm doing. Like, I'm going to make a total cookbook for bros. Like, bros that want to get ripped and be, like, kind of legit healthy. Not, like, extreme. Like, I don't want the guys that are, like, going to Trader Joe's and, like, grass And like say no, the guys
that realistic healthy. Yeah, nice.
For entrepreneurs, like I want to make a book for entrepreneurs. Like
so you're talking like shit like peanut butter, where it's just like you're fucking getting mad calorie, like so it doesn't fill you up and gets you a shit ton of calories. Like,
yeah, low calorie dense foods would be what fat people. I do the same. So heavier people, when they come to me, I say you need to eat popcorn. You need to eat things that are light. You need to eat things that are voluminous because I need you to have less calories, but I need your stomach to be full. It's the opposite for guys like you. I need you to put more calories in, but I want the food to be not voluminous. I want it to be small. I want your stomach to be more. Because if you're eating popcorn and shit, that's why you have to have a diet. It's either calorie dense foods. You either are going up and down or down in the weight industry. Like you don't, there's none of this middleman shit. Like I mean, yes, I'm just maintaining right now, but if I had a goal, the goal's either up or down, guys. It's either up or down. Like it's not in between. So for you, what I would suggest, like some specific things, if you like, for me, when I go down that road, I do peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwiches. That's like 1,000 calories in a sandwich. And you're just like, you could go to the gym. And if you eat that before the gym, your workout is going to be 20 to 30% better and easier to lift heavy. Because when you have those dense calories going through your cells, it provides more energy. But if I just eat on
the cellular level, this is like the ATP or whatever, like is in you. Holy fuck.
So if I want to have a big pump, if I'm doing a photo shoot that day, like if I'm doing a photo shoot and I know that day is the day for the pics, right? But I'll eat potato chips, burgers, French fries. That's what you eat when you want sodium. And I don't want to eat that every day. But if I want my muscles to look full for a photo shoot, you should see what the guys eat before they go on stage. They diet for months and months and months on time. But the day before, they eat donuts. They eat anything that'll fill their cells up, because you're not going to get fat from eating something that day, but it'll engulf your cells that have been depleted for months. And it's just like, oh my God, when you eat like a Five Guys burger and you've been dieting for 8 months, it's like, oh, your cells are just like, you can lift like 10 times more. So just know, like, it has nothing to do with what you eat. It only has to do with how much you eat. And how do you eat much, or how do you not eat much?
How do you use that stomach space efficiently, or deliberately try to fill it inefficiently? Like,
If my bodybuilding partner ate the same amount of calories I did, he would die. He's 6'4" and he's 235 pounds. He would die.
Or you'd waste away.
I'm 5'8" and I'm 170 pounds. Now I look a lot bigger with my shirt off because I'm shredded, and it makes you appear bigger, but in reality, I'm not. Like if I was just wearing a sweatsuit, no one would notice maybe a little, but like you'd hardly notice that I was a lifter. But when I take my shirt off, again, that's why I always promote, like let's say Tangent's goal for this year was just like, I've done all this business shit, all this crypto shit. I just want to get fucking hella ripped and just be like hella sex all the time kind of vibes.
That sounds sick to me.
Yeah, that can happen. Like that can be like a fucking total reality, because a lot of this stuff also makes your sexual health go up dramatically. People do not understand when your real health is on point, and only bodybuilders know this, and like people that are very aware, when your health is on point and your brain is firing, like legit. Like if you slept for 9 hours a night and didn't party for 3 months and ate grass-fed beef and vegetables only, like the way your mind would work in that kind of morning is a lot different than your mind working in this.
Sharp as fuck, just sharp, like razor sharp.
Emotions in check, no hormone imbalance, absolute locked in and loaded. And then you realize these entrepreneurs that are kind of recluses, they do it for a reason, because there's no other way to be max efficient. Yes, you can party a little bit, like Richard parties a little bit. Tangent probably parties a little bit less than it would seem like he parties, because he takes pics.
You know what? A friend of mine is he's doing like a boxing fight in like 6 months or some shit. So he's not drinking alcohol for 6 months. And I told him, for moral support, I'll do the month at the start and the month at the end. So
can you smoke?
So I don't smoke cigarettes, but as in
weed.
I think weed. I'm like my weed usage is very, very modest. So like I think I'll just keep doing it like whenever. And it's alcohol. Alcohol is the only thing that's like getting completely cut. So yeah. So I'll see that. I mean, I've been told that like when you don't drink for a couple of weeks, because I don't drink during the week at all. Like I don't drink alcohol during the week. I only drink on the weekends when I'm out partying. But obviously that's enough to like wreck you for days through the week.
How much do you actually drink when you go out? Let's say you're okay.
It varies hugely. Very
normal scenario, not like the most outlandish scenario, but like you're going to party with like 20 of your friends. No one's expecting it to be a crazy banger, but y'all are probably going to stay up all night and chill. What kind of drinking would you do if it was just like totally more cash? Like you're not out on like some spending money. You're more just chilling till 2 or 3 in the morning with your friends and you plan on going to bed. What does that night drinking look like to you?
Yeah, maybe like 5 to 7 drinks.
You don't have to worry about it.
Although, you know how like the drinks these days are like 1.3, 1.4 standards. So like it might be more like 10 drinks, like 10 standard drinks, something like that.
I'd say that's.
But then you need some nights.
You need to.
If we're playing beer pong, like that might be only one of the nights out of Friday and Saturday, or it might be both nights. So some weekends it might just be like one night only, and then the other night I'm not drinking. But some weekends both nights, and then sometimes if like that one where I posted an Insta story that I passed out at and I haven't passed out from alcohol since fucking high school probably, and we went to a Mexican restaurant and they had these fish bowls, and I just started mouthing off and like talking large, and I was like, they were like, we've only got, the chick came around and she was like, you guys have to leave the table in like 15 minutes. And I was like jokingly saying, I reckon I could do another one of these fish bowls, which is like a 4-person drink. It's like 4 cocktails in one fish bowl. And I was like, and someone was like, I dare you to do it. And I was just like, I'll fucking do it. And so I got another fish bowl and drank that, and then also helped a chick friend finish hers. So I probably had like 2 1/4 fish bowls. So it was like 9 cocktails at dinner.
And how do you wake up?
Went back to the party. I virtually never have hangovers, man. I virtually never have hangovers. But I went back to the party. So over here we call them Dexies.
Oh shit! Look at that. Big Dick Rich trying to live debate Bitcoin Maxi on Twitter right now.
Oh shit!
I'll pull it up.
Oh wait! Oh, so Richard Hart. Yo, you know that I'm both, right? I'm Hex and BTC. So this is. Should we do a watch party?
That's what I'm about to do.
Fuck yes! Let's do this.
If it's really on, I have to make
100 likes incoming.
Yeah, if oh my god, if Richard Hart is doing something, I'm on live stream, 100%. Oh, and one other thing I was thinking about is I really want you, if possible, I don't know what your business life looks like. I want you to be like one of the major streamers in the next 5 years.
Oh man,
is that something that you have any interest in doing?
I love that you are manifesting that shit for me. I haven't really been, man. I have not been taking it seriously. Like, as
no, I know.
I know that if I took it more seriously, I could grow the channel.
You could change the world. That's the whole thing. It's like I need more guys like you, because I know what I'm going to do. I've always been made for this, right? Like this is kind of what I like. I love speaking in front of people. It's very natural, common to me to feel, but you can change shit because of your perspective. Your perspective is you are believable. You are believable and you are respectable.
I think it is because I believe I am being genuine. So I think that comes across in my streams, that people can pick up on that it is genuine, that I'm not like, but I think one thing we may have done that is detrimental to like blowing a channel up is because I've been so Hex focused. That is a narrow band of potential people to follow. And so I think we require Hex itself to increase in adoption, which I think it will, for our channels to get big.
My plan is to divert all of this stuff. Like I'm going to be leaving Hexico for a while. Like
you're going to go more broad crypto, or you're going to go more broad even outside of crypto.
In order to attack from the right angle. There's no other way. I can't gain. What's it up if a bunch of Hexicans are following me? Who the fuck cares? We're all just talking about Hex.
I was
thinking Bitcoin video, Ethereum video, one pulse chain video, Terra Luna video, boom, 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 all the fucking shit. But the whole time I'm legit and I'm saying this shit's trash, this shit's good, this shit's whatever. But like I'm gonna make a legit crypto channel about all the cryptos. And then
I did think that, but I also thought like that people that follow me for Hex will get pissed off if I'm talking about other shit. Like
no,
as in terms of like
I'm taking over. Like I mean,
I think you made a good point though. Like if you're giving your honest opinion about, like, a lot of people have respected me for saying things like I think David Feeder said I'm his favorite dissenting Hexican, that I will like, you know, like that I don't just like fully drink the Kool-Aid and just only speak positive of Hex and Richard Hart. Like I'll just give my honest opinion about things, even if it might not be like the popular stance. And so I guess you're right. As long as you do it with honesty and integrity, then it shouldn't actually matter whether you're doing videos about other things and that sort of thing. And it could.
Well, I'm saying you for a reason. I'm saying you for a reason. I have talked to many a streamer on here, and I'm saying you for a reason, because people, for whatever reason, your life has taught you to be genuine, right? Like whatever lessons you've learned in your life, you've decided this is the way. It's not because you're the best dude on the block and you want everyone to have $1 million and just be happy. No one is like that. It's because you found this is the best way to play life. And it truthfully is, because you can actually rest and you can actually, there's not a human that could walk through my front door and say one motherfucking word to me that I did not admit already. No one, online in front of everyone. I'll admit I did drugs. I've been to jail. I've done the worst things people can do. I've done really awesome things. I work really hard. I'm neurotic. I have OCD problems. Like the whole thing, guys, if you're just super authentic, and authentic people will stick with you. And what do authentic people do? I would rather have 10,000 authentic followers, and I'll always make more money and more better content than a person with, you know, what's his fucking name? Nomics Clay, however many followers he has, I get 7 times more interactions than him. 7x. And he's has 150K subs. Like it has nothing to do. It has about to do with reach, right? Real reach. And how do you get real reach? You have to be real people. And if there's more people like me, and if there's more people like Tangent that are just like, fuck it, we're just going to be honest, and no one can pay me for shit. Like no one can pay me out. Who's going to come in here and give me money and tell me to do something else? No one. There's not a human that could do it. I would never sell out, because why would I sell out now? Well, after everything I've been through, like to sell out for a $1,200 NFT shill would be rather silly, right? And so I think you could be a streamer, because I think you could be very effective in that way moving forward, because we're going to have to fight with unhonest content constantly. Like it's going to be, when Hex blows up, it's all going to be unhonest. But just like I have found fitness channels that made it through the whole thing, the whole 10,000 subs to 1 million grassroots. I've watched the whole thing. It's very possible. And that dude makes more fucking money than you could ever fucking imagine. Ever.
Crazy.
He sells Gorilla Mind Rush. Everyone I know in my community buys Gorilla Mind Rush, and that motherfucker lives in Canada.
Because I guess once you've got that level of followers, like that's.
I would give anything to speak to that man. Anything to one-on-one speak with that man, I would give, because he means that much to me. Imagine if people were saying that about you because you were real the whole time. The whole fucking time you were real. Richard Hart is live on a Twitter space. Oh my God, is he really? I'm pulling it up.
I was also going to, while you pull that up, I was also going to say it's liberating if you do that, where you are open and honest about everything about yourself. You are liberated from, like, no one can ever blackmail you. No one can ever like shit talk you. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's actually freeing to be transparent. You know what I mean? Like end up having.
Well, you just can sleep.
Did you find it?
Guys. Oh, never mind. I found it on Twitter Space. Is it on Twitter Space? He said no Twitter Space. He said, learn about Hex today. Say again. Richard Hart is live. No Twitter Space. No Twitter Space. But I don't see him on that.
Is it on his YouTube maybe?
Oh, is he on Odyssey? I'm double checking. Oh, wait. Why don't I just go to his Twitter?
I'll check his no, it's not on his YouTube.
I'll check his Twitter page real quick. Oh my God, he is live on Twitter. Here, let's see if you can hear this. Can you hear it, Tangent? Tangent.
I can hear something.
Oh, I got it. I got to switch the page. My bad. Here, look.
It sounds like just like white noise at the moment.
What happens when you click request?
Yeah, got it.
I see people.
So this is the Twitter space guys right here.
Right now.
So in general, if you ever want to go to the Twitter space, if you see that purple thing around, that means that person's talking in the space.
Okay, requests. Who do you want me to give access to here?
I don't know. I wanted to debate some of these hardcore balls to the wall, think they're badass laser eyes guys. Like this Eric Kaysen guy that's like, I invite debate. All right, well, debate's right here, man. Let's go.
I know, I'm ready.
User has left the chat. He runs. Come on now. Man up. You got him laser eyes. You talk a lot of shit. Come on, let's go.
Well, I tried saying to the fucking guy, it's like you wanted him to go to a Bitcoin maxi conference. Would he come to a Hex conference and debate?
Bro, we don't need no goddamn conferences, man. We live debating right now. Bitch ass Bitcoin kids, get on the chat. It's so easy. Smack around me. Come on, let's go.
Richard's going.
We're on a fucking laser eyes.
I'm about to talk to him.
I'm even up in the title of the chat room. Says Bitcoin's doomed. You guys don't want to come defend it?
They might be playing with the new Pulse Chain update.
Right. I guess we're going to talk about Pulse Chain update. I guess.
Wait, Jim Rat. I was considering.
Here's my direct message.
Going in and defending Bitcoin.
My coins, they're not right, sir. Man, like I didn't even release this publicly yet for a reason. Don't hack the system and like start brute forcing different stuff to stick into your RPC URL and then complain. Like I don't want you to be complaining yet. We're gonna have a form that you can fill out to complain on.
Okay, I'm adding some people in here now. I'm going through. I never added people
like,
on here before.
It sounds like he is in battle mode, like full Spartan.
How many do you want? You want like a max of people or just?
I don't know, dude. Well, no, you can't add more than like I don't know, just add a few, whatever, and hopefully we'll attract one of these coward laser eye little scumbags.
Okay.
Shit, man. Like
Jim Rat's right there. Did you get Jim Rat in there?
Yeah. I mean, these dudes are here.
Okay, sweet.
Here, I got
to talk.
It's great to meet you.
Hey, pleasure.
How you doing, brother?
Doing good. So, I mean, look, man, my thing at the bottom sometimes says 21 requests to speak. And then when I click to actually allow them to speak, is 0 requests now.
I said what's up to him.
It's so irritating, dude.
Yeah, I heard.
And there's no way for me to like.
Why am I only one of the 3? He accidentally clicked me in
the 2 people icon down at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then click request. You see a bunch of requests.
I can see all the requests right now.
Lol.
I can see 21 requests right now.
I see 0. I get 0. Okay, well, do any of them have laser eyes in their icon profile pictures?
I will keep going through here. I'll keep
cool. They fucking love you.
All right,
man.
I got
man. This is so irritating, bro.
I wouldn't want you to be like fucking.
I got an argument for the.
No one spoke that tangent again.
Yeah. It's going to 100K,
bro. I have imagined.
I'm hype about a 2x.
Talking.
Let's go.
Against
exactly.
Richard about Bitcoin before, but just that tone of voice he had, I was like, he's in battle mode.
Like, doesn't make sense. You're like, hey man, 2x in crypto, it's a day's work. Like what? I don't get it. What's the I mean, Hex was up what, like 20% yesterday or something? I don't know.
Yeah, we right around there 15, I think. Good day.
Yeah. So I mean, Hex updates, I don't know for you guys who've been watching. So there's like really not much Hex for sale on the AMMs. So because like V2 is dead, like there's no more liquidity on V2, so there's no Hex for sale there. There's like maybe 100 grand of Hex for sale on Uniswap V2, which leaves you basically with just V3. And so the last time we saw this, I don't remember when we last saw this, was after like a pretty good dip. People were crying. They're like, "Where's the liquidity? Where's the liquidity?"
He's like, "Why did this guy get pulled up
30x or something?"
I'm like, "I'm just
yeah, like supply and demand. When there's less supply,
watch them
easier for price to go up. So I'm pretty happy about that.
Wait, I'm gonna check if the price is pumping.
Do you want to go over what you tweeted out the other day with some people about providing more liquidity with
Real
Hex with
streaming,
other
this
alts.
is so fun.
Yeah,
Aside
sure.
from USDC.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So let's say that you wanted to, how do I phrase this? Let's say you got a free airdrop and you wanted to sell your free airdrop without hurting the price too
Tanner,
much.
some girl just
And you used
messaged
like
me
a limit
said,
order
"Oh shit!"
or like a Uniswap V3 liquidity position that
No
you'd pull after
no
it filled,
shit.
which is
I
like a
just pulled
pseudo
up
limit
my
order,
fucking
you know?
DMs
And then
How did
you had a choice.
on
You could
accident.
either sell that altcoin on the USDC altcoin pair, or you could sell it on like the alt pair.
Here comes Hex Orca.
So for instance, let me think how I can phrase this.
I just assume dominance.
If
for
you
no
sell your
reason
altcoin on the
over
USDC pair,
I'm just like I'm joining.
it hurts the price of both things. It's weird. It's counterintuitive. So for instance, if you
shit.
let's say
Dude, we
Hex
should
had a
do
pair with
show
something
once a
else
week and like plan it.
and you sold on that pair, it would just be a Hex buy. So you'd have an altcoin sell and a Hex buy at the same time.
Okay.
Wouldn't hurt the Hex USDC price at all because you're just trading one alt for another alt. Doesn't hurt the USDC price. But when you trade on a USDC pair, Uniswap V3 routes the order through selling, the altcoin for USDC, and then taking that USDC and putting in it the other thing's USDC pair, and then buying the other thing, and then that USDC that originally the alt was sold for sits in the other pair, and the net result is that you've bought USDC and it's just sitting in a different pool somewhere. And so if you want to sell an alt without hurting another alt's USDC price when they're paired against each other, you just do it on the alt pair. I'm doing a lot of work to avoid using specific names here, right? I just promote stuff that pretty much I invented or is Ethereum, I guess. So like pairing, if you're going to sell down an alt and you don't want to hurt the price of the other side of the pair, or like, God damn, this is hard to explain. I mean, it's easy to explain if I just use things I don't want to promote. So the hidden mechanic is that if you put all of your sell side liquidity on a USDC pair, you're going to unintentionally hurt something that you didn't expect. But if you put all your sell side liquidity on a alt pair, then it doesn't ever hit USDC. It just hits like.
Oh, I got that clip of me being like, "What up, Rich?"
Right. I'm gonna try to use more specific language. Let's say you got a free airdrop as a
He's
Hex,
my hero, dude.
and you had the option to sell for USDC or the option to sell for Hex. If you sell for Hex,
I'm not
it doesn't really hurt the Hex price. I guess it helps it. But if you sell for USDC, it hurts both prices, the airdrop and Hex. So that's like the summary.
Well, yeah, wouldn't that be
I'm
because if
gonna
your
go
Hex
grab a
is,
snack.
the liquidity in USDC and you're dumping it for that, it'd be draining that liquidity, wouldn't it? And hurt the price a bit?
Well, the issue, it's kind of more nuanced than that because the issue is where is the majority of the liquidity in the system? So if the majority of the liquidity in the system is actually in a USDC pair, then it's going to route order through there. But if it was the case, if the majority of the liquidity wasn't in a USDC pair and it was actually an alt pair, then it would just route the order there and it wouldn't really be that bad. So it's just like there's an unintentional, unadvertised side effect of adding a bunch of sell-side liquidity for an airdrop on the USDC side that I don't think people understand. Like you would think, oh, well, I'm just selling an alt, no big deal, right? And you're like, actually, no, there's a bigger deal than you think because it once you trace the order through and see what it actually does, like there's a sell for USDC and the USDC stays bought, and then that has to hurt somewhere, right? That's going to hurt something's price somewhere. So.
Right on. I'm just getting more people.
Where's the laser eyes, guys?
I'm still
Where's
looking.
Eric Kaysen? Eric, pretend to want to debate. Child, where are you? Where are you, kid? Scared kid? I don't even see you in the chat, bro. Maybe he's peeing his pants. You know you're in good shape when the guy's like, oh, I don't want to debate you on the internet because you'll edit it. You're like, oh, I'm going to edit a live stream. I'm going to edit live. Like I got real-time editing. Dude, is that what's up?
I couldn't believe he said that when he goes, "Oh, I know your little tricks. You like to do this." I'm like, "Bro, it's a live stream, live, and you can probably look on his channel also."
Coward, where are you?
In your example that you just gave, are you saying that by the airdrop, effectively by selling it for USDC and not for Hex in that example, you're effectively hurting the Hex price because you're not putting a buy pressure on Hex?
Yeah. But I mean, like,
Yes. I mean, the issue is some people buy airdrops too, right? That's the most suck part. And you're like, you go through the routing, and you're like, if you trade an alt for an alt on an alt pair, USDC doesn't really get hit. It'd be like if I gave you a shirt, you gave me a shirt. Okay, USDC doesn't get hit. But if you have to sell one thing for USDC, and then that USDC goes and buys the other thing, and then just sits in the pool, and that goes both ways, right? So like some guy sold a bunch of the alt to buy hacks, dropped the price of the other thing like 90%, and then it went back up. But like, it's, you know, the volatility cuts both ways. So my thing is, like, if you're gonna dump your free airdrops, consider dumping them for Hex instead of USDC. If you want Hex to be like stronger, I don't know. It seems like getting Hex an 80% discount has been a wonderful deal every time it's ever happened before. So it might be a wonderful deal now. Let me put another link to this cow right here. Hold on. Save.
It feels like a wonderful deal to me, Richard. I'll tell you that.
Well, you're gonna get your coins within 2 chains. I think it's pretty cool, man. And the sell side liquidity is pretty thin. Where did I ledger get? Well, I don't know. So the request thing says 21, but then when I click it, it says 0. So you're telling me when you click the request, you don't see any laser eyes, guys?
I got 17 requests right now.
God. Cowards, dude. Man, copy link.
But you can call his bullshit as soon as he said we'll come to Miami. That's if you're not paying attention to that. We have technology we can do wherever right away. Let's go now.
It's just like, yeah, I'll only date people in transfer costumes. It's encouraging. Like, you got any parameters to this speech, like, that's perfect.
Last year, I remember there's a big joke going on. There's a lot of screaming.
Yeah, it was pretty troll, dude. It was the top. They were like, "Yay, we're streaming the top." Good job, guys.
So yeah,
just tweeting this guy.
Sorry, Morgan. Real quick, Richard. I just wanted to confirm. Did you reach out to Anthony Fair? He said he messaged you.
Yeah, I chatted with him. I'm like, "Yo, bro, what diamond prices got stock?" I'm on the website. He ain't got none, so I'm like, okay.
Anything come of it?
Whatever happened with the drama with him, dude? With him like faking doing that scam? Like, did he act? I guess he didn't actually scam. It was just a publicity stunt.
It was a publicity stunt. So the guy was a freaking stud when it came to like he's just blowing everyone out of the water when it came to views and growing the channel and the watch industry. And dude was just on a meteoric rise, and then he did a publicity stunt where they were moving out of their small office they had in Dallas, Texas, and they didn't really intend for it to be a publicity stunt. They like shut the lights out, and they didn't really tell anyone. Someone took a picture of it, posted it on social media, and then everyone started freaking out because they're like, "Oh, I got watches on consignment with them. They just closed shop, didn't do anything." And then Anthony was like, "Oh, this is kind of cool. We can run with this, and we'll just pretend like we're not going to say anything. We'll just go off the radar for like a week." And then there was just massive blowback because, I mean, all their clients they reached out to, but everyone else they didn't. But there was still just massive blowback because people were like, "Oh, millions of dollars of watches. They just ran off." Da 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 da. Anthony had like I think he's been arrested before in the past from like running for the cops or something like that, and.
I think he's his time. I think he's ex-cop.
Yeah, he was running from the cops, motorcycle at like crazy speeds, and then he did one other thing. It wasn't like it was a DUI or something like that, I believe.
Dude, I'll talk to anybody in the audience. Like, I'm out here to spread the good word. I'm kind of upset that the laser eyes dudes are too cowardly to hop in a chat here. I mean, they talk hard. They talk hard in the text and the keyboard, but when it comes to like speaking in person, they just fall apart. I don't know.
When it comes to talking to people from different industries, Richard, like I talk to lots of guys in the fitness industry, right? Some of them have large followings, grassroots followings. When it comes to talking to one of those guys in the future, like these guys have Bitcoin, they kind of understand. But I'm trying to like I'm trying to get him to come on my show first, just to like give him some exposure, teach him about Hex. But have you ever heard of More Plates, More Dates? He's a YouTuber.
More what? More dates?
He's got 1 million plus subs. He's a fitness guy. More Plates, More Dates.
No, I never heard of him.
Anyway, he's the best grassroots fitness dude ever. Every word this dude says, I listen to, right? For 10 years straight, he's been spot on. Like, and he's making millions doing all his stuff, but he's just started to reach out to me a little bit, just like a little bit about Bitcoin. He says, I have some Bitcoin. I don't really understand much. And I'm trying to figure out how.
It is not hard to understand Bitcoin. You buy it, you hope the price goes up, you sell it. I don't understand this, like, understand Bitcoin crap. It's like, do you understand your keyword? Like, do you understand what N key rollover is? No? Okay, but your keywords don't work. Like, this concept that you need to understand the interest keys. I'm talking to you on my cell phone. You want to know how much I know about the cell phone? Not much, dude. I don't even know the frequency it's transmitting on. So, like, but it works just fine. So, this idea of, like, I don't understand Bitcoin, I don't understand the relevance. Like, what is there to understand? Do you understand banks? Like, no. Do you understand the Fed? No. Okay, but you still work for money every day. Like, I don't understand why people think that they need to, like, pretend to understand this stuff. You're never going to get it. Satoshi didn't get it. That's why there's bugs. Like, Bugs is not getting it. You know? Like, the guys that built it didn't get it. Even Hex has externalities that I didn't anticipate, right? Like, I didn't know people would emergency end stake to restake longer before big payday. Didn't anticipate that. I didn't know that emergency end stake penalties would prevent hackers from dumping more. And actually, like, they dump less because they emergency end stake things don't get paid instead of waiting years for them to, like, be dumpable and then dump them then. I didn't anticipate that. So, like, there's emergent properties of complex systems that you can't predict. Nobody, quote, knows, right? Like, you'd ask me, well, how many 80% dips will Hex have the first year? I have no idea. I think it ended up like having 6 or something. I don't know, 5. I don't know. But, like, a lot, right? You can't predict this stuff. It's unpredictable. So this idea, like, oh, I don't want to participate in this world's best asset class, highest performing asset ever, because I don't understand it. You're just like, you're never going to understand it. It's fine. The number goes up. What do you want? These guys that understand Bitcoin seem to be smarter from it. No, like, they don't. Like, you understand what mining is?
Just someone sort of cut you off. There's someone requesting that has Bitcoin ninjas.
Yes. Good. Bring it. Allow him. Give him the mic, please.
Full sense there. Here we go.
Nice. Let's see. It says connecting. It'd be cool if my app worked, right? Like, it's so stupid I have to invite a co-host. There you go. Can you see him there? It'd be cool if my app worked, right? Like, it's so stupid I have to invite a co-host. There you go. Can you see him there? He's can you hear me? And just, hey, Rich. To do the Bitcoin debate.
I'm getting feedback.
Hey, I'm willing to.
Yeah, what's going on? Hey, what are you going to do for the Venezuelans and Russians that are going to be cut off? You get hit with some sort of restriction on your network.
Well, we've already saw Bitcoin get banned in China. Did shut Bitcoin down?
I did see Ethereum get cut off. I mean, Venezuelans can't use Ethereum right now, can they? Without a yes.
It's crazy. So you use that app on the very top that literally shows you remove what network you're on. And when you click that button, you just add a network, and you just point to someplace that's not Europe.
Yes, very easily.
And every time
So when you use MetaMask up in the very top, it literally shows you very clearly what network you're on.
Tangent, do you
And
want
when
me
you
to play
click
it
that
on here, or
button,
do you want me
you
just to let everyone listen?
you add a network, and you just point to someplace that's not Infura.
Can't hear you. Oh, hold on.
And every time Infura goes down, which
Say it
sometimes
again?
it does,
Oh yeah,
you just
I'm
pop
good.
a new
I'm good. I can hear
URL
now.
in there.
As
It
in,
could even be your own URL.
the feedback
So
you
you
were
could
hearing,
either
I was playing it
use
from
one
my
of
phone,
the 10 different
and so you were hearing
other
it from my phone into
RPC
mine.
nodes that you can connect to, or you can
Sorry
just run
about
your own.
So
And that's what you do every time Infura goes
so
down.
So
It's
they've
total.
got the first.
It's
They've
like
got the
totally
first
irrelevant.
BTC guy in there to.
And then if you don't like that,
Yeah,
you can
I
install another
pitched him
wallet.
the more
So like,
plays,
oh,
more days.
so if
Yeah,
MetaMask
so
blocks you,
I
you
had
just
my
use
phone
Trust.
with me downstairs, and
Trust
I could
blocks
hear
you. I mean,
you,
Hexagons have built multiple
talking
wallets.
about
So we've
more
got
plates, more dates.
Apphex.win.
More plates, more
There's
dates.
actually a Hex
Just wanted to
app
pop
for
it
the
in his
phone,
head.
which I've
Just
never promoted
let
yet,
that
but I
sit
could.
there, Richard.
There's a guy
Remember
that built
that
that
name,
for
Richard. You'll
himself.
remember
Works
that name
fine.
when he's on here and he's got a million
There's
subs and all motivated young fitness
hexmob.win.
guys. That's why, guys, I don't
There's
expect Richard to
backuphex.com.
absorb every
Like
information, but if you
there's
put mustard seeds in
100
people's
different
heads, you can
ways
work
to
on
run
the
your own
sideline,
node, and
right?
there's
I
100
can do all
different
the fun
like
work for
ways
that.
to interact
But he
with
heard
those
about more
nodes.
plates, more
So
dates. I
this
said it
idea that
twice. I
like
said
if
it.
Fira bans you,
I
so
said he
life
had a
is over
million
is totally
subs. He'll
false,
remember that.
or the idea that MetaMask
He's a
bans you and
smart
then
guy.
life is over is totally false. So for instance, like MetaMask banned one of my
doxed
websites
my
once,
DMs like fucking 7 times.
and then they unbanned
now.
it once they realized they'd made a mistake. But while
Some
the ban
girls,
was on,
like,
I just told people to go to
messaged me, she's like, "That's
MetaMask
so
and unclick
hot
their
that you're
phishing filter
speaking next
crap,
to her."
and the website
I was like,
reappears. Right. So like the idea that you can just turn off the blockchain by like shutting down one system is stupid. It's not true.
I didn't even know that.
So I don't care. Like if Venezuela is blocked by like everybody, they're not really going to be blocked by everybody. You would just point your MetaMask to a different node, or use a different wallet and point it to a different node, and you're good to go. Or run your own node. Because at the core of it, it's just TCP/IP. So your node is going to talk on TCP/IP to other nodes. And as long as that TCP/IP connection exists, you're just adding levels of abstraction for, running the Ethereum node and having a wallet that talks to it. And to tell you the truth, if you're running your own node, you can just tell the node to do stuff without a wallet. Like there's all wallets do is format commands to the RPC of the node, and everything else is just middleware. So all Infura is a bunch of Ethereum nodes. That's it. It's just it jumps in the middle between your wallet and the nodes. But in the end, you're just performing an RPC call from your wallet to the node, and you can just skip the wallet and just do RPC calls directly. But yeah. So the answer to your question is you just plug in a different URL on your wallet, and that's it.
So okay, yeah, I think that's a fair answer. I'm gonna ask you. So you're saying that your network, your blockchain, is going to be as censorship resistant as Bitcoin, or is it going to be more? Are you willing to go that far and make that claim?
Well, it's a question of how many door locks do you have on your door when there's a window sitting next to it, and you can keep chucking door locks on there, but it's fake. Like you're not any more secure. And so the same thing applies with Bitcoin. It's like, you guys have the most hash rate, but all your bugs come from things that aren't hash rate. So I'm glad you added extra locks to your hash rate door. There's a window right next to it called software bugs, where your 2 inflation bugs came from, where you could mint any amount of Bitcoin you wanted for free twice. Once was used, they had to roll the chain back, minted 10 billion extra free Bitcoin in 2010. And one was found and responsibly disclosed a couple years ago before it was used.
Alpha,
so they patched it before anyone can use it with an emergency patch. Which they
of
lied about.
people,
They
you
said it
can,
was
like,
just
pick out all the hot
like a denial service bug when it was
and,
really
like,
a consensus
cool-looking
bug, and you could have
accounts
minted
from,
as many
like, the
free
whole
coins as
thing.
you
Like,
wanted.
'cause there's fly accounts that you've
So,
never seen that follow Richard Hart.
the same thing goes for
And
censorship
all-
resistance.
It's
If you
like,
had a
if you look
totally
behind, you can see the
non-censorship
profile
resistant
pictures, which ones
network,
are cool. You can
but it
click
had a
through some of them, you
fail-safe
can find
that
some
when
dope
censorship
accounts
occurred, it just
that
failed
you've
over
never
to being
followed
censorship
before.
resistant. It would be fine. So it's just
I'm
like
trying
the
to
thing that
find
you
Robert
explained.
Breedlove,
Hey, everybody points their nodes at Infura. Yeah, everybody
on
does.
Twitter.
And then when Infura drops, everyone learns how to switch over to something that's not them. That's ready and waiting for them. And the same thing happens in so let's take, I don't know, EOS. EOS has 21 nodes.
Oh, here he is.
Has they
Breedlove
had the
Breedlove.
government kicking doors in and shutting nodes off? No. Okay. Has the government kicked down doors of any other proof of stake networks that have a limited number of consensus nodes? No. Okay. And what if they did? Then people would update the consensus, since they're all socially enforced networks, to just use nodes that weren't under government control. Let's say the government decided to take over all SHA-256 mining and 51% attack Bitcoin. You guys would do a proof of work change. And there would be a new proof of work that wasn't what the government had, because these are socially enforced networks. So if you have having a smaller number of nodes just makes it so that when bad things happen, you fail over to things that aren't bad.
What are some
So
other,
it's not,
like,
there's no
quality
preemptive,
BTC
it's very
maxis?
stupid to preemptively
I've got
optimize
Sailor,
and
Breedlove,
like
Jack
make
Mollers.
everyone do a bunch of work when there's no attacks. So it seems like 21 nodes is more than enough censorship resistance. I mean, it'd be pretty hard to shut down 21 nodes if they're geographically distributed. You'd be like, hey, we need to get a court order from here and a court order from there and a court order from here. They all need to happen at the same time, and the network's just going to be forked anyway. and then it's gonna route around the censorship. So until you have a history of the government shutting nodes down, it's basically a red herring. Still online?
Okay, yeah. I only bring it up because it's kind of the topic of the day. So I see some other people wanting to chime in. So go ahead.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's you're doing a good job representing Bitcoin's positions. Like, yeah, that's what they're trying to say. Like, we have the highest hash rate. Yeah, but you have bugs. Yeah, we have the most decentralized network. Yeah, but you guys are also the only ones like getting banned. Like when we're talking about banning things, we're talking about banning you. So when the EU just a couple days ago voted whether or not to ban proof of work or not, you know who wasn't affected? Pulse Chain. Why? Because we're the solution they're looking for. We get all the consensus with none of the environmental destruction. That you guys hurt the price. You sell down the Bitcoin price to buy environmental destruction. Who does that benefit? The electric company and the mining companies. Doesn't benefit anybody else, hurts everybody else, hurts the environment, hurts the price, hurts everybody. So, I built the solution, and then people just need to be aware. Ethereum right now uses a lot of electricity. Pulse Chain uses none, or very close to none. So, yeah, like I build the solution for these things, and people just don't understand them. They don't know they exist. Like people that hate Hex, they don't realize Pulse Chain's coming. Like, hey, you know what Hex and Pulse Chain have in common? Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. So if you're yelling at me that you didn't like the 1,000,000% run up Hex did because it's a scam, well, boy, you're gonna have to start learning to yell differently because we got more coins coming. We got Pulse Chain, Pulse X, Incentive Token, Hex on the Ethereum network, Hex on the Pulse Chain network. You got to update your worldview, guys. A lot of new cool stuff coming. World's largest free airdrop. It's the haters. They don't care to.
And he sounds legit as fuck.
Dude, he's
you go through and you're like, what do these coins do?
He's clear. He's very clear.
And so the guys with the laser eyes, they don't know anything about it.
He's like fire,
and their
man.
performance sucks. So
I'm
your
always curious
price
about what
sucks.
these fucking rich
Getting banned everywhere.
Take.
Burning up the environment.
Dude. They'd never tell you. It's probably not even
alienating new users left and right.
Guaranteed.
Like it's just. I mean,
Magic
hey,
Johnson never died from those AIDS.
Let's
guys.
check out the Bitcoin chart real quick.
Yeah,
they said everyone died from those AIDS.
Oh, by the way, in case you didn't know, I called the Bitcoin top on the day 11 months ago now. So let's measure it to see if it's like 10.5 months or 11 months. Let's measure it here. Did any of the Bitcoin guys told you it was going to 100K? Call the top on the day for free. Draw a chart. No, they didn't. I did. It's not my first cycle. This is my second cycle doing it.
There's more requests in here from people to talk
do it.
to you.
Give me laser eyes.
They're not all laser eyes right now. They're still waiting. Do you have time for questions for some people?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but I want to stay on the Bitcoin thing if we can. Because I thought these questions that Mr. BTC Ninja asked was very good. Like those are good questions, man. Good job.
I wish I had written down
he's got the balls to actually represent Bitcoin the way that these other laser eye cowards do not.
Where I still think BTC is ahead of
those guys are bots. That's why they're not talking right now. Those are just bots.
Like overtake to be able to say that it's better than BTC.
Question.
But I haven't written the shit down. Otherwise, I could just go in there with a list. What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this?
In ERC20, I presume.
Just for me,
airdrop
not for them, but like for me,
would be a pretty attractive.
What are some
value?
Of those things? Just broad.
If it
what
can
are
be
some
established in
of those
liquidity
things
pair, back to Bitcoin from Ethereum, or no? Does it not follow some of the same game theory?
This is a safe space here, guys. We don't fucking hate on people for talking.
So like, there's these classes of fake DeFi coins. So like stable coins mostly and wrap Bitcoin are the counterparty. So if you wrap your Bitcoin, your counterparty is I think BitGo in the United States, and then you hope they let you unwrap it, and they could just choose not to. So you send them your Bitcoin. They issue you a wrapped Bitcoin token. And then you hope and pray that when you send them that wrapped Bitcoin token back, they'll actually give you your Bitcoin. You don't have to. Like
that shit is going to be
difficult
to chase
or have a technical failure
to catch, And
it's the same for USDC and USDT, but it's not the same for Wrap Ethereum. Wrap Ethereum is a contract with no admin keys. So when you wrap and unwrap your Ethereum,
When
there's
do
no
you think people
counterparty risk.
realize that
When
there's
you wrap your
other
Bitcoin,
options
there's
for big
counterparty risk.
gains though that could be consistent?
So
like that's when when
yeah.
are people, because it's going
What
to take a
about
long
from
time
just
to get to
a
that
number
point,
go
right?
up perspective? Say I'm not a Bitcoin maxi, I'm
long
not
ass
interested in
time.
actually
Like
having
people are not going to
custody
think
over
Hex
the
is a good
Bitcoin
buy
itself.
as far as like
Is
finance
there
for
still
years.
would Pulse Chains
It'll have to be
airdrop
$1,
PRC20
$2,
version of the
$5,
wrapped
$10,
Bitcoin
and they'll
still,
finally be like,
in your opinion,
let's put some more hands on it,
present a
because they
better
can't even
value
talk about
proposition
shit
just
unless
if
it's
I'm
proven
doing
for a
some
long
kind of
time.
trading maybe on a
I have
Bitcoin chart?
Well, it
always
should be more
agreed
volatile.
The
And
gas
it should,
fees.
has got
well, yeah, it'll be cheaper
much
to
better
trade,
chance of
and it'll,
having
traders make money on
high
volatility.
performance.
So if you buy something as a trader and the
I've
price stays
always
flat
said,
forever,
if all you
you
care
didn't make
about is
money. You lost
price
money to fees and the
performance,
bid-ask spread.
you would go Hex over Bitcoin. 100%.
So traders, basically all
But
traders lose money, but for the ones
there's like
that
a whole
pretend to
list
make
of other
money,
things
they need
that
volatility
you might
to do
be
that.
wanting
So
to be
without
in
price
crypto
movement, you
for.
can't make or even attempt to make money as a
Where
trader,
Bitcoin is
unless you're a
still
market
like,
maker or
there's a few things
selling
where Bitcoin,
options.
I
I mean, I
think,
could
is
give
still
you advanced derivative ways to profit,
it
but as a
definitely,
normal trader that
even
buys and
Richard
sells,
admits it's got higher
you
liquidity.
need price movement. And so,
and while Richard says, oh, liquidity
if you
doesn't
want that
matter
extra
as long
volatility,
as
you
you're
should
plebs
be
who
able to
don't
get it
need the liquidity.
on the Pulse side
matters.
for less fees,
Plebs
sure.
need
And
the
it'll be that way for
liquidity
everything.
for
And you
the
could do it with
whales
things
to
that have
be
less
able
counterparty
to
risk
come
too.
in. Do you know what I mean?
Because like,
Yeah, I was just
So
curious if it did
you
still
do
follow
need the
that, or if
liquidity,
maybe
even if you're a
because
pleb,
of,
because
like you were
you
saying, with
want
that
liquidity
counterparty
there
risk
for
with
the
wrapped
big guys
Bitcoin.
to
I
be
didn't
able
know
to
if
come in.
maybe it broke
but what you
away,
need,
but
I mean,
sounds
your
similar.
ability to profitably trade PRC20s on Pulse Chain is in proportion to how much liquidity is there for
I
you to
legit
play
have
on.
that same feeling I do
And
when
so
I
if
like
people
find a
bridge in
YouTuber rabbit, like when
wrapped,
you just feel really stoked about
this
where
is
you're at in
it's
the
funny,
moment, the
it's double
information you're
wrapped.
getting. Like I'm just
If
so
people,
happy
well,
that I'm here.
if people
like,
bridge in their wrapped
just
Bitcoin,
here. Like I'm
making
just
it
here. I don't care
wrapped
where I am, but
Bitcoin
like thank God
into the
my
Pulse Chain
mind
network, and
is
then
working.
use that to
right
back
here.
the PRC20 free copy of the wrapped Bitcoin they got, then that would bond the two markets together by their liquidity, and then their price movements would go up and down together with each other. And then, once the market settled and found like probably like a reasonable ratio, if like I think that's what's likely to happen. I think what's likely to happen is the PRC20 versus ERC20 pairs like flop around for a bit and then kind of find like a stable, less volatile area where they kind of live, and then people could trade in that area like quite profitably, because it should be more volatile because there should be less liquidity than like the main pair, unless they one day become the main pair, which probably take time. Could take a year or two. Like if there's, I mean, there's some things that'll, like for Hex, I wouldn't be surprised if Pulse Chain was like the primary place you trade Hex pretty rapidly, but for other stuff, I don't know how long it'll take.
Yeah,
I mean, for coins that are priced out, like for
I
coins
would
that
feel
can't
more
function
comfortable.
anymore.
Right.
Go
I would
ahead.
feel more comfortable experiencing it impermanent loss in a Hex ERC20 PRC20 pair than a wrapped Bitcoin.
Sure. Yeah, that's
as
one of the
say,
coolest
wrapped
things. Yeah, like people don't realize you lose money on impermanent loss as a liquidity provider. And when you trade pairs that are highly volatile, your impermanent loss is higher. But if you trade two things that move around versus each other less, then you have less impermanent loss. So like I think ERC20, PRC20 pairs will be a cool place to try out being an LP, because if they find that like stable ratio kind of zone that I'm kind of guessing will happen, then it just enhances your profitability, because you don't have any, like you have less impermanent loss because the two things tend to go up and down with each other,
Yeah, sounds like superior money.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think world's largest free airdrop plus solves like literally that law that they had in the EU that they were going to pass just a couple of days ago, that would have banned Ethereum too. But the difference is Ethereum has a roadmap to get to proof of stake, which is what they would have required. Like they just require a roadmap. It wouldn't have been an instant ban. And Ethereum already has that roadmap to get to proof of stake, but Bitcoin doesn't. So like Bitcoin would have been much more harmed because Bitcoin's shown that they don't have the technical ability to make much upgrades, which is why they don't have any increases in throughput for years. There's not been any increase to Bitcoin throughput for like 3 or 4 years. Might be more, might be like 5 years now. Why? It's because they suck. There's no reason. There's no other reason. They just suck. Ethereum's been doing improvements to their throughput all the time, constantly. Gas fee keeps going up, or rather the gas limit keeps going up, which is the same thing as a block size increase, which lets more transactions happen. And they've been doing it for a long time. And they've been getting higher throughput for a long time. So I don't know. The Bitcoin does just suck. Regrettable.
Hey, Richard, Hex
Yep.
Asians in the house. I'm actually trying to bring in Roger Veer to the space to have fun with you. But thank
Cool.
you for Hex and allowing me to change so many people's lives for the better. I
My
love
pleasure.
being a Hex spin, and I'll drop down to listening so others could speak.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
Pleasure, man.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Hello.
I
You
was
want to
next,
go
man.
first?
Yeah.
Go
What's up,
first.
Richard?
Hey,
How's it
man.
going? It's the Joker. I know we've had words before in on the Twitter space, man. Thanks for all that you do. I'm here with, or at least representing Discourse Syndicate and also Official Postalification. Just so you know, we got this PulseCon 2022 coming up in September. T-Money and FreedomTV.info are doing it. So I know they're making attempts to reach out to you to essentially be a speaker at that. There's going to be 3,000 seats in a theater of all kinds of different coins that will be there to kind of to see what Pulse Chain's about or whatnot. Just want to know your viewpoint on that. And if you'd like to.
Sounds great. Yeah, I'm happy to talk. I mean, I'm going to do it remote. I'm not flying in. But if you want me to do a remote talk, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah,
that
would be
cool.
great.
Yeah, I mean, I like it when people promote stuff that I invented. So I'm a fan. I don't want the stuff I invented to suck. So yeah, promoting it is pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah, it's going to be at Resort World in Hilton in Vegas. So that's
okay.
a thing. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, I see that your YouTube channel is always getting banned. It's quite exhausting for a lot of content creators out there. I've been out there rattling the cages of YouTube and Twitter in the space, and we're kind of fed up of that stuff. Is there a way that we can at least, like a different avenue? Maybe Odyssey would be another one, but a push to go somewhere else.
I think it's smart to have the Odyssey set up. Just set your Odyssey up and it'll back up all your other stuff because it's a hassle. I have the technical ability to do all this stuff on my own, but it's time consuming. And so to just have someone else automatically back up all your videos for you makes life so much easier. So I think any kind of YouTuber should just set up an Odyssey. ODY. Anyone that has a homophone for a brand name is retarded. So why do I have to spell the word Odyssey? Because you guys chose to misspell it and make it your brand. Retarded.
Yeah,
so
I have to agree.
ODYSEE is how you spell their Odyssey because they don't know how to brand things. Their logo sucks too. But it backs up all your YouTube channels. So basically you as a creator would just go and authorize it to use your YouTube account, and then it uses that to back up all your videos and your descriptions and your thumbnails and all that stuff, and it just posts them all. And then that stuff gets hosted on the internet, it gets hosted in torrents in the library platform, which is like a decentralized torrent thing. And then Odyssey is just a front end for that. So if you ever catch a takedown request or something and they have to take down your site will still be up, or your video will still be up on torrent, but it just won't be discoverable on their website. I mean, I doubt Hexagons are going to run into that problem because we all make our own content from scratch. But, I got so many things I got to do, man. It's make your own nation state, make your own YouTube, make your own wallet, make your own consensus network, there's so many things I have to do. I'm trying to prioritize them, So, Odyssey's doing an okay job for now. Fine. So, yeah.
Cool,
and then
man.
when YouTube bans me again, so what I'll do is the next time I do a YouTube video, I'll just try and push people over to Odyssey from there. I'll have a ticker at the bottom. It's YouTube's going to ban me again. So go sign up over here or you'll be lost forever. So basically what you need to understand as a creator in the crypto community, you need to have a side channel ability to reach your users or they will be lost to you because you will get banned. And if you get unbanned, you're very lucky. I've been unbanned 3 times so far. Yay, lucky. It sucks. Stop banning me. It's disgusting.
I absolutely agree, man. I've actually been in that same same wheelhouse, man. They took down my channel as you remember, I'm sure. But same thing with Hexologist. So we're trying to find ways to combat that censorship, because it continuously happens when these people are. I mean, I guess you're probably getting mass reported by haters and people who don't believe in Hex or anything that you're doing.
I don't think it's that. I really don't think it's that.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's a robot.
Yeah, I do. Because like the video that was like flagged or whatever was like old. No one cared about it. You know, like weird, man. This happens to everybody.
Do they send you anything when your channel gets banned?
Yeah, they're just like, surprise, you're banned.
Because it feels like this last one lasted longer than all the previous.
It did. I think the reason this one might have lasted longer is because I think the censorship guys are working overtime, because now they've got Russia to deal with too.
They know Pulse is coming too.
They should be happy about Pulse.
So I looked at the amount of time that since I called the Bitcoin top, and it's been 93% of a year. It's been 11.3 months since I called the Bitcoin top on the day. God, I'm good.
I got a I'm not sure if it is a Bitcoin maxi, but their name is Satoshi, and they have NFT.
Put them in
profile. Oh, I already did. I need to be all over.
Excellent.
Satoshi NFT in your profile if you're there, and has a chance.
Hey, I'm actually a Richard Hart fanboy, but I disagree with you on Bitcoin. That's the only thing I disagree with.
Which part?
Go team.
Just the proof of work. I know, like, the environmental destruction thing.
I got some dude on Twitter coming at me about
my opinion isn't
saying I had my choice with women. And I'm like, dude, I didn't really say that. I like said that I hit on a lot of girls.
So you seen somebody lose some money with a proof of stake network?
Really all
yeah, dude, that's such a misquote.
It's less about
you did not say that.
Network
I was like, dude, I know what it's like to hit on the hottest girl in the gym and have it work out. Like, but that doesn't happen all the time. That's happened like twice.
You absolutely did not say like I can have any girl I want. You were like, I do all right.
That's not true at all. Completely different. The opposite of that.
And I also said I put in like 5 years.
Okay, first of all, Bitcoin prevents MEV by having a totally useless network that no one can do anything interesting on enough.
Not at all. I was like,
to be able to MEV.
My whole life. It was
so you can't do miner extracted value on Bitcoin because there's no value. So you can't front run people's trades because there's no trades.
5'8" like computer dork.
So Bitcoin prevents MEV by sucking.
Like, I have like niche.
It's retarded. That'd be like preventing heartburn by not eating.
So it's like.
So
or like if I walk into a bar, like
the next thing is like, oh, you can't prevent MEV in a proof of stake network. Let me tell you, stupid that
walk into a random ass bar, even if
it performs MEV
in another
miners.
City, and everyone's just like, fuck off, dude.
Well, what if the miners all don't
unless you're just
let
like
you
really
do the
nice
MEV crap?
Just, like,
they just don't front run your shit. They don't play that game. Like they don't play the dark.
Right, and that's you actually made a comment on something that I said regarding your proof of work statement, and I actually replied with that. I said, proof of stake gives power to the Byzantine generals, and I trust you and your generals. You know what I'm saying? So it's just proof of stake is kind of like to me a central bank 3.0.
No, but it's not. It's not. They're all socially enforced networks, man. So you think proof of work is some type of math enforced network? It's not. It's not. It's socially enforced. Which is why I had to promote UASF, user activated soft fork, and No 2X to try and enforce the will of the developers over the mining companies, because I had to do political things and social things because the political and the social decides what node software they run. And so like this idea that the longest chain is the authoritative chain.
No, seriously,
not
they're
true.
like, Scott, you're going into
because
the
otherwise
underworld,
Bitcoin Cash has a longer chain than
like
Bitcoin.
They think he's
so is it the authoritative chain? No. Okay. And how do you know that? Because you measure chain weight. Okay. And how do you measure chain weight?
To the point when I quit my job.
Oh, humans have to do that off chain. Oh, so there's a bunch of humans making decisions off chain? Yes. They decide when to roll the network back? Yes. They decide when to do hard forks, which are non-compatible with the past, which is why they're called hard instead of soft. So the humans decide when to fork people off the network by doing hard forks.
Like what?
So your old client doesn't work anymore. It's all socially consensus.
Straight up.
It's all people deciding things. It's all politics.
They'll help people.
And so this concept that one political network, the Bitcoin political network, is different than a proof of stake political network is stupid.
But
they're all
some people
human
like to be
enforced.
like, they're also parents.
The
and
humans measure the
grandparents,
chain
so
weight.
it's so
The
different,
humans
right,
decide
Tangent?
what to
Like,
flag for their hard
we
fork
always wonder,
upgrades.
like, what is
The
Tangent
humans
going to be
decide
when
who
he
to
has
fork
3
off their network with hard
grandchildren running
forks.
around? Probably a lot more conservative.
And like
You know,
they're
like,
socially enforced
as
networks.
far as like, oh, I don't want to have
And the
harsh
like
opinions on anything. Like,
the
we're all
difference
in a nice
between. Oh,
world.
by
Let's
the
all
way,
get
let's
along.
have some more
Because
fantasies
that's your
regarding
role, right? When you get
decentralization.
older.
How many
So I never
companies
like
can you
come
buy
at my
mining
parents
hardware
either
from?
for like trying to protect me from
3.
like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's like, y'all
I
just
used
don't get
to.
it.
That's
Like, I'm
I
like,
used
y'all
to
don't
make
get
my
it.
trades just
Like,
watching
straight
the
up.
mining pools and what
I
the
would
miners
never
were
come
doing.
at their hopes and dreams and say
Bitmain
like they're getting
accepting
scammed
Bitcoin
though.
Cash when
Yeah.
when the T9s were coming out was just a signal to buy BCH.
And my
So,
mom
yeah,
has a
I
pretty
get it. I
hefty
get it.
hex bag that I give
Yeah.
her.
So like security theater pretending to have security
she's gonna be
by
straight with
like
it.
is stupid. I don't like security theater, and I don't like pretend decentralization. Like, there's not decentralization in Bitcoin mining. There's like a couple pools and a couple mining hardware companies, and that's enough. Like, it's fine. Like, China banned it. Okay, fine. I mean, I can't say it's really fine. Like, it's actually not fine because like they decide who they ship those miners to, and if they don't want to ship you one, you don't get to participate in the network. Sorry, it kind of sucks. Like,
Right. So can I play devil's advocate to that for a second?
Sure.
The whole ability for Bitmain to get to the level that it got was because ASIC showed up and screwed up the difficulty algorithms and everything. But the shift, I feel like, when we talk about the Byzantine generals problem in Bitcoin, in order to invade the city, you had to pump everybody's bags who was a member of the city. So it caused this massive explosion for anybody who has participated in the network. And we don't see a lot of that like on Ethereum right now. Like the validators and bots are colluding to the point where it's absolutely nefarious.
No, but you don't have to, like, there's all types of solutions for that. You can just use them. So you can use CowSwap and have no front running and no MEV.
CowSwap.
So like
CowSwap.
they've already got what are called, I think they're called flash bots, but it's stupid because people know the term flash from like flash loans and they have nothing in common. So Flashbots is a project which people submit batches of transactions to secretly, and then those batches get ranked for profitability for the miner.
I was the
divided
one who told
by
Richard about CowSwap.
block space.
Legit.
So they maximize block space efficiency,
I'm
profit
pretty sure
per block.
it's the first hexagon
And then when
to
you
find
go on
CowSwap.
Etherscan and look at
And I
transactions,
tagged
you'll see a
Richard
lot of
on
them just
it
say like
and asked him to help me
private
promote it.
transaction,
Did
which
you
means that
start
they
a
were not
Bitcoin
submitted to
company
the public
at some point?
memory pool for people to roll into a block.
And it
Because
was
that
did
would
it-
allow them
was
to be
it
exposed
called
to minor
It was called
extracted
Bitcoin
value
Australia.
or front running or sandwich
We,
attacks, etc.
So
when you
he
submit
probably-
your order
reasons.
privately
One of them was
using
God,
flash bots,
and one of
like
them
for
was
instance on
China.
CowSwap, which I don't suggest anyone use because you're better off
What's that?
using like 1inch or
Mt.
Matcha
Gox.
or other
The
order
exchange the
aggregators.
ones
But
that
if
had
you
that
just
little-
care about not having
yeah,
minor
so
extracted
shit,
value,
all our-
we already
all our
have
shit was
solutions
on
for
that
that
exchange.
in Ethereum.
And what did that
And
look
people
like?
use it all the time, and you see it.
Like, what did that look
you
like?
go on
Like, what is it,
Etherscan and do your
GUI?
transaction.
Like, what is it,
You see it
like
never
that?
Mt. Gox
publicly hit
hack,
the memory
right?
pool. And if it never
Yeah,
publicly hits the memory pool,
I mean,
you
it just
can't
went
front
down,
run.
and then
You
it
can't
was
run
like
logic on something that's encrypted.
theories about being an inside
So
job. and
it's
shit like
only
that. And then
released into
over
the
the years,
private
all that shit came
sideband
out about how like
Flashbots
when-
network. You run a different Geth
when,
client called
whoever the owner
Geth
was
MEV,
sold it to
and that
Mark
allows you to
Ellis.
do all that. So like we already have
It was
solutions to all these things.
missing-
And by the way,
Well, the
who
other way
cares
around, it was
anyway?
either sell
It's
or
like
buy.
even if you get
It was missing a shit
if
ton
you're
of Bitcoin.
using an automated market maker
and they had
or
a
an
bot that
aggregator
was
or
faking the
whatever,
price
and you've
as well.
set a sensible
So, there was some
slippage
dodgy
limit
shit going on with that
like
exchange.
0.5%, you cannot get filled at worse than 0.5% of what you thought. Period.
Yeah,
no matter
we got
what anyone
smoked.
does. Network hates you. Miners hate you.
I rage
Sandwich
quit
bots
for a
hate
couple
you.
months.
Everybody hates
I
you.
rage
Doesn't
quit
matter.
for like
Your transaction
a bit
will
over a
not get
year.
filled anyplace other than
Maybe
exactly what you
might be
thought,
closer to 2 years.
or the maximum of whatever you set the
Just did a
slippage for.
Just did a full
So
rage
it's, I
quit.
don't.
And
I
if
think
I
it's
hadn't,
you're falling
I'd
for
be in a
some
much
people's
better
dreams of
position
like
right
you know.
now. But these things happen.
This is not what's wrong with the blockchain. MEV is not what's wrong with the blockchain. You're much better off eating MEV than you are trading on a centralized exchange. And those are your only two options.
I agree with Richard on that.
You either have centralized exchange or you've got decentralized exchange with you setting a slippage limit. And I got to tell you, a lot of the time, 0.1% works fine as a slippage limit. You're going to get more than 0.1% slippage at your centralized exchange usually, depending on what you're trading. So don't fall. It seems like you're falling for like the keywords. Like you hate POS, but POS has never failed. It's like works great.
The only Kool-Aid I sip is yours, Richard. To be honest,
Alright.
I just,
Alright. Well, you're doing a good
I'm
job
an
representing.
altruist at heart, man. I like to get as close to decentralization in his lifetime as we
props to
can,
this
knowing that
guy
we're
for
never going
being
to get there.
smart.
Does that make sense?
Well, no,
Enough to ask
we're
a
there
question.
enough, bro. We're there enough. Look, until networks
half the
start
battle, yo.
failing,
When you're
dude,
with
the door's
Richard
going to
Harkett,
kick
you
down.
gotta
We're
you gotta
already
catch your breath,
decentralized
baby.
enough.
Like, you're gonna get wrecked.
What
Like,
would
if you're not
more
smart,
extra
I would
decentralization
never,
do?
like, maybe in 10 years, I had like one
Make
point that I could
transactions
bring up to
slower,
him.
lower
dudes got
throughputs,
balls. These
more
dudes have got
latency. Like
balls. I've remembered
you know,
what my
it
biggest.
just
I've
it's
remembered
just like
what my
adding more locks to your
biggest
door when you got a window sitting
ball
right next to it.
breaker
Bitcoin's problem is
question
not
/ comment I've
mining;
got that,
it
that I
is
would step to
software
Richard with,
bugs.
but I
Proof
don't
of
think I'm
stake's
ready to
problem
bring
is
it
not
today.
MEV; it's just adoption. They need more people to use it.
No,
That's
dude,
it.
that's why I'm
Like
saying,
it works fine.
dude, like you got too much
Crappy
good shit to
proof of
add. You
stake
should
works
just
fine.
become
I mean,
one
like
of the
EOS
bigger
still works,
streamers.
and
So
they
you're
even
just like doing
like
that regular.
EOS still works, and have never had the government steal any
Because
of their
it's
money.
he just needs you to be a little
Even though they
popular, not
literally
you
at their founding
and all
had default
anyone that he's
judgment
talking to,
as a
because he's
service.
just not going to do
So
it
like
unless
in the
there's
beginning when
some
EOS was
minor
made, and
incentive.
I
Like
don't like
there's some
EOS at all,
people,
and their
a
price
little
chart's
bit of
horrible.
flow,
But in the beginning,
and that's
people
just enough
opted
for him to be
into
like,
if
oh,
you
this
didn't
is.
use your
And then
coins,
he's
you would
like,
lose
yo, I
them.
got
What a
tangents over
stupid
here.
idea.
His channel's
So
fucking
if someone
sick.
goes to
Richard
jail, they
calls
now
these
lose all their
motherfuckers
coins.
out, like, and he's
That's
like,
stupid.
watch their shit. Richard Valley brand out.
And they
all
also
the
had
time.
default. They had voting
That
on just
motherfucker
take other
didn't
people's
know
coins.
probably
Like, oh,
much too much
somebody
about
hacked me,
streaming.
and then you would
When he
appeal to like their
started
fake
streaming, he was
court,
putting out
and the
good
fake court would
content,
take the
like
people's
crazy.
coins.
Like,
Yeah,
And eventually they got rid of that.
it wasn't like,
but they
oh,
wanted
his
that in the
thumbnails were
beginning.
on
They
point.
literally
It was just like,
opted
no,
for that
like,
stupid
he
crap.
vibes with it.
And yet, as terrible and dumb as all those decisions were, nobody lost any money from proof of stake problems. Even though it was dumb dumbs doing dumb things, still worked fine. Like more people lose money to proof of work than proof of stake because you can go on Nice Hash and rent POW to 51% attack and roll back and double spend. Can't do that proof of stake. It's not for sale. You can't go to nicehash.com and rent.
Dude, I was
proof of
legit
stake.
about to just
You can't.
invite you out. Like,
So proof of
my
work
buddy was
is
like,
less
"Let's go out,"
safe
and I
than
was
proof
like,
of
"Dude,
stake.
tangent." I was like,
But people
"Fuck." He's
pretend
like,
it's the other
"I'll
way. There's proof of work networks that have problems all the time.
I thought you were
all
my
the
friend
time.
from here for a minute.
Less on proof of stake networks.
Oh,
So-
you mean like out?
Well, they give me like boys are going
This is
out.
why I
like,
love
dude,
you.
let's hit
This
it.
is why I
was
love
like,
you.
fuck. I'm so new to
We
streaming
got
that I
Hex's
forget that
away.
they're
We're
like
trying to
not
get
my
a hold of you
people
for
that
a
I
little
talk
bit
to.
here.
It's like there's,
All right.
that it's like around the other
Yeah,
side of the world.
Richard.
I
Thanks
love
so
that
much.
though. That
I've
means
been
it's
part of
real,
a
doesn't it? It
Hex.com
feels like a
Twitter
real,
space for
feels
about
like a real
75
internal
days where
conversation.
Crypto the Famous has been
Finding good guys to talk to is
hosting
like
that a
as
lot.
hard
We
as
actually
anything in
backed up
Square.
your videos to his site.
They're
So
hard to find because
after we
Tangent
got your
looked at
videos
me
back, we were like,
initially,
okay, let's
probably
just
had
put
his
them on.
judgments. You know,
He
like
has
it
a simple
always
web
is
app
that
that
way,
people
but
could
like
install
there
as
are
well,
people
just
that are
about
willing
Hex
to like
onboarding.
not
I had
pay
some
rent
Bitcoin
and just like
questions
talk to
because
people and then get to know
running the
them. That's
space,
what
we
it
get
takes.
some
Judgment's
Bitcoiners
really
coming
quick.
in.
It's really easy to
One
be
of them,
judgmental and then you write someone
he
off
says
forever.
things like,
There's a couple
you know,
streamers that I don't
Bitcoin
even
is
want to talk to
not
because I think they're dorks,
inflationary,
but I don't even know them.
which
retarded.
is, yeah,
Like they
so
could be
that's
like,
one
He
I
from
just
Binance
said.
just said that like yesterday too.
But
Retarded.
like I knew
So
Tangent
Michael
was cool because
Saylor,
of the way he
CZ,
asked
so that's
questions.
one point. And
You're like, yeah, Bitcoin's not
another
inflationary,
point,
which is why I
The
minted
way
it for
people,
free
you can
on
always
my
tell.
computer out of
You
thin
can
air.
tell the quality of a person
Crazy.
by the quality of the
I
questions
personally
they
inflated
ask.
it myself. So, like,
That is always a thing.
it's
very
going to be
stupid.
inflationary. Yeah. So he thinks the socially enforced network idea. So basically, can they change that 21 million limit if it's if they want to?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
that's not true.
Correct. Yep.
It's sort of
Just
true.
like they changed the block size.
Part.
You just change the
Shit,
parameter. Yep.
I might have to
And
check.
then
They're
one of
socially
his
enforced networks. You can do
arguments,
whatever you want.
Fucking jump in.
yeah, so it's like
he'll let you in.
2143, the last Bitcoin will be minted, you know, but it's like, well, that's unless they want more
I guess-
rewards.
Yeah.
I've been doing Ethereum mining for 5 years myself.
And
but
Antonopoulos
so
Every
basically-
socially enforced network has this
specifically about this
parameter of
recently,
being able
and
to
was
change
saying-
things, and you can change anything you want.
because
And
it's
the
like
total
a,
limit of the coins can be changed.
depreciating schedule.
I mean, there's some
And
things
how-
that are harder,
21
right? So,
million
like,
is not actually coded.
it would be
into
easier to
the-
do that than to trying to screw with hex?
Bitcoin, there's
Because
nowhere in the Bitcoin
the hex
code
contract
that
code
actually have
is
a cap
immutable.
of
There's
21
no
million.
config that you
It's
can
just
change.
the result
It's just
of the
done.
depreciation, like of
But
the,
people are
of
used
the,
to messing around Bitcoin configs.
emission
They're like,
schedule.
oh, we're going to put Taproot
So
in there. Oh,
even if
okay.
they changed it now,
So they
like,
did.
and stopped
And luckily, it doesn't appear to have put any bugs in. Cool.
made
So
it so
if
it
you get
doesn't-
more consensus
doesn't
failures when
drop,
you have
right?
code
So
that
no more
touches
halving,
consensus,
then
because
it would
Bitcoin spaghetti
still,
code, there's no modularity.
like,
Consensus and
be
wallet and network all touch each
somewhat
other
limited. Like it would just be it would
intricately.
just continue at the current
But in
level.
Hex, our consensus supply
You
is
can't
locked
just
and
like you can't
isolated,
just like
and
make the
improvements
cap
they make to the network
fucking whatever you want.
don't touch it. So like, it's
but
more secure from these kinds
I
of
just
failures.
don't know if I would
Hex
be able to like
is more secure
verbalize
from
it accurately
these types
enough
of potential
for
consensus
stepping
problems
to Richard with
than
someone else's point. You know what I mean?
basically anything else.
With
Or
two
equally
people with
secure
their
to
hands
like
up in front of you. Yeah,
any like
it would
normal
make me, now that
boilerplate
I look
standard
at it, it's not
ERC20.
possible because Rags
But
got
then
his hand up.
a lot of ERC20s have
And,
FAQ. So
I might tag. Oh, actually, Andreas
How about the paper Bitcoin trading in the futures market? Does that suppress
So I
the
can't even tag
price of Bitcoin? And does it
People are
increase the
loving my
supply
tweet,
of
though.
Bitcoin to
The
infinity or
one where
not?
I
it's hard to say
tagged all the Bitcoin maxes
because
like Sailor
if that derivative trading caused more spot to be purchased by on-ramping a new class of users, then you can say it was a net win overall. And so like when they added derivatives trading for gold, it went down for 20 years. When they added derivative trading for Bitcoin, it went down for 1 year and made a new all-time high in like a year and a half. So the derivatives trading that we saw in gold murdered gold, but the derivatives trading we've seen in Bitcoin didn't murder Bitcoin. It's still there. It made a new all-time high. I mean, it did 3x its all-time high. So I prefer not to see derivative trading of products I make because if you want to make money in products I make, I prefer you have to buy them instead of doing a side bet crap. Well, the side bet crap, it's like, yeah, here's the side bet, and you never have to buy the real thing. You buy the fake thing. And then people buy and sell the fake thing, make and lose money the fake thing, and rich the middleman never have to buy the real thing. So I like that Hex isn't tradable on derivative exchanges. Now there is a class where that's an exception. So if you have, wow, I just tore my shirt. That sucks. Thanks a lot, Ring.
Lol.
Yeah. So if you have spot settlement, so you can have longing and shorting, but you have to buy spot, and then that drives demand for spot. And you have lending rates for how much you can get paid for lending out your spot. That would pump the price. And when people get liquidated that were short, they have to buy real spot to cover. That moves spot up. So I think spot settled margin trading is good for price, but I think derivative non-spot settled is kind of crappy. To answer your question.
Yeah, that definitely did. He has one more question. Basically, and you hear this a lot in the Bitcoin community. Bitcoin's always one Bitcoin, and everything's going to zero except Bitcoin if you wait for a longer period
Tesla
of
kind
time.
of wrecked Bitcoin on the price chart for the last couple.
Well, I mean, it's stupid. Like, what hasn't outperformed Bitcoin? Tesla beat Bitcoin. Most altcoins beat Bitcoin. The ones that you notice, the ones that have survivorship bias, the ones that are at the top of the chart. Hex is up versus Bitcoin like 200-fold currently, I think. So like, it's just they don't know how to read a chart, I guess. So look, fiat currencies are going to zero, but is that your benchmark? Is the easiest straw man ever? You're like, yeah, our benchmark is whatever the easiest imaginable thing to beat is fiat. You're like, everything's at all-time highs. Everything is up versus fiat. So you can't really brag about being up versus fiat. I mean, my watches have outperformed Bitcoin. So like, they're just dumb. Nickel outperformed Bitcoin. like guys.
Yeah, that was wild though.
GameStop. There's so much things that have outperformed Bitcoin. They just don't understand. Dogecoin murdered Bitcoin. It was made as a joke on a weekend.
Fuck, man.
Facts.
Yes.
So you're like,
that's very good. Very good.
You got outperformed by an actual joke. Time to stop acting hard.
Speaking of prices, so last two little points. Basically, I ran a slight calculation on Hex at these price ranges versus the potential supply of Pulse X and Pulse, and it seems like if we were to do like a stock split of Hex, we would be cheaper than Pulse or Pulse X at 0.0005 if they come out at that price range. That's how cheap Hex is right now, and it's hard because it's like a unit bias. I'm wondering if you could speak to how we could overcome unit bias in our community, because when they see a few extra zeros, they think something is cheaper.
You probably can't overcome it. That's why I have high quantity. That's why my projects have very high supplies, to have very low prices, to just embrace people like to have more of the cheaper thing. Like, yep, no problem. I got you covered, So there's no I don't think you can overcome it.
Okay.
I mean, who wants to buy a
And-
fraction of a Bitcoin? Like, I own
Right, I can't.
0.00012. Send me a bill
I
for
s-
0.000038256, please. It's terrible.
I sacrificed. I couldn't do it. I sacrificed all my Bitcoin to Pulse Chain launch because of that reason, and it was actually wrapped Bitcoin, because wrapped Bitcoin to me is actually an upgrade to the real thing, just from the usability.
We can do stuff with it. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do something with it. But also one last question about the Pulse Chain. I know Ethereum was created before the ERC20 standard, and it creates an instance where not everything always works well with each other, like ERC20 to ERC20, while Ethereum's on the outs of that. So I was wondering if Pulse Chain,
what was
is
that
there a
last part?
chance?
What
For
doesn't
instance,
work
how
for
they
it?
do swapping, basically some of it's off chain, right? The swaps between like Ethereum versus ERC20.
No. I mean, maybe you're describing the 0x network, which is quite useful, but like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, maybe what you're talking about is that they encapsulate Ethereum as an ERC20 to make it so you can write half the codes. But that's smart.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with that? It's like, do you want to write two code bases, one that handles the ERC20 stuff and then an extra one that handles native ETH? Or do you just want to incur the smallest amount of gas to wrap it and then have half the code base to audit because you're just dealing with ERC20? It's just smarter. Like, that's not a problem. It's awesome.
Holy shit.
Crypto Keep, you've had your hand up for a while. You want to jump in?
Yeah. Hey, guys, appreciate it. Hey, Richard, how you doing, man? Appreciate everything you're doing.
I mean, I'd be better if this little laser-eyed coward little kid would hop on here and get smacked around.
Oh,
with a big E-peen. But, you know.
Richard's got the guns out, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. It's actually not related to Bitcoin. Just in regards to the Pulse Chain test. Now, we had some folks that are posting on how to connect and see their balances. We're seeing on the Pulse Chain website, it's actually a block 940 instead of 941. Some people are putting out 941. The chain ID is 940 on Pulse Chain.
I have not
I got told
released
941.
any details whatsoever
What does
through
that
V2B.
mean?
Yes, I just
That's
wanted to
the
confirm with everyone.
chain
So
ID.
Everyone else is
testnet.
brute forcing and trying to guess what the parameters will
Why does
be.
it matter?
But I don't want you to do that yet. You can if you want it, but
It's all right if you can't answer that right now.
yeah.
I mean,
So like
that's a bit of a question.
I think
it's still there's still things happening, right? Like
just,
they're deploying
like,
LP and creating pairs and they're doing stuff. I don't want people like
testnet and the mainnet. They just
you can
need
connect
different
if you
chain
want,
IDs.
but
They
don't
can
cry
make it
and
whatever they
complain
want.
and
It
start
doesn't matter
like
what it is, but as long as it's unique to the.
Yeah, and I guess it was just a question of security because it didn't come from you directly. So I just wanted to. I was a little hesitant myself. I know a lot of people have been posting it, so it's just been a little back and forth, and I just wanted users to be careful and be as safe.
Well,
as
yeah.
possible.
When the devs tell me that it's time to tell you guys, I will do it. But until they tell me to tell you, I'm not telling anyone the stuff, you know?
Shit. Richard
Perfect. I
taking
appreciate the
instructions.
clarification, man. That's kind of where I was.
So
sticking
yeah,
to.
like the network is up, but some of the like
Richard's
the pairs haven't been created.
no longer
things
in
like that,
control.
you know?
The
And
devs
then
are telling him what to do.
when people, so there's bridge stuff and PulseX pairs.
Run along,
being created
Richard.
is
Go
what's
and
going
tell
on now.
everyone that the chain ID is 941.
And then like the scanner that does all the block exploring, it's scanning blocks currently. So it's running. It's just not like you can use it, but it ain't as ready as I want to make it public yet. You know what I'm saying? I prefer that the pairs be up and the PulseX front end be up and the bridge works. And like, I want those things to be done, but like the consensus network is up now. So if you want to play around on the consensus network and look at your balances, you can. And before you message me about your balances, there's going to be a form. There's going to be a website where you can go to every balance and make a comment on it. Save your comments for when that website is up. Because all you people that complain to me, you never include any details. You just waste my damn time. Richard, my balances aren't right. Yeah? What's your address? How am I supposed to help you? Hate that crap. Hate it. Hate it. Hate it. I hate it so much. Wish I could virtually smack everyone. It's like, Richard, can you unban me? Yeah? From where? It's your username. Why are you wasting time? Why don't you tell me these things? So, like, hopefully people are smart enough to just go to their sacrifice balance and type their comment. Make life so much easier.
I'm still trying to figure out what copy means, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, right.
Rags is on here. He's been waiting a while. Rags, you want to
Yep.
jump?
Hey, Richard.
Yep.
Thanks for taking my question, man. I've noticed recently here, maybe over the past 3 or 4 months, you've been talking more about, freedom and liberty and privacy, et cetera, worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
We've got like authoritarian headwinds that are sweeping across the world right now, and you're making mention of countries, creating your own country, et cetera.
That's like way out there in time frame, bro. That's like
sure. So yeah. My question is, what would that look like essentially?
It would look like crap. We just a bunch of guys someplace that sucks.
Yeah.
So it's not the ideal solution. Like the ideal solution is to take someplace good and make it better. It would be ideal. It's like it's a really hard one, man.
Understood. Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to see where you are on that. And
well, I mean, where I'm at is like it all sucks, right? Like, oh, we moved an island. All right, do we have a big enough like landing strip? Okay, where we're getting our supplies from? Then people make stupid comments like, you need a military. Like, no, you don't. A lot of countries have militaries. Shut up.
Right.
You're making stupid comments. Why do you need a military?
You don't need one.
Panama doesn't have military. Costa Rica doesn't have military. A bunch of island states don't have militaries. Is anybody invading them? No. Okay.
What do you think we can do, just everyday people, to help help people wake up to the amount of really it's manipulation and political manipulation, et cetera? What can we do to help wake people up that aren't awake, I guess?
Extremely hard question. It would be more fair if you weren't banned the minute that you tried to say true things.
I understand.
But since when you basically have to hide your true thoughts, transmit them on a side channel not tied to your real identity, so your real identity can't burn.
Dude, he knows so much about that shit.
And then deploy capital and marketing and memes.
Like your
ideas that are true.
That's happening in real time.
Then hope
if I
that
keep
those
doing
side
this,
channels
this is what's going to occur.
influence enough people that it shifts the Overton window, so we don't get banned for mentioning them, so that you can participate in debate again.
Like it's not even like.
So, for instance, there's guys that are winning girls' sports now. I think it's funny.
Yeah, that shit is so
crazy.
Unfair.
There's your ability to travel doesn't exist anymore. If you don't, like I'm afraid to speak clearly on this because I don't want to get banned on this. So there's a lot of really bad things happening to people. Now, look, if I wasn't so popular and didn't have so many good things going on, I would just burn my identity. I'd be like, yo, like this is my thing. But I can't burn my more important things I'm doing to talk about the things everyone else is already covering harder. Like no one does crypto as good as I do. So I can't burn that.
That's true.
Everyone knows there are other places where you could hear about.
No one does it like Richard.
You know? So it's like you're basically asking, how can I make political progress? And the answer is it's very hard because people are very stupid, which is how we got where we are. Canada used an emergency executive order to circumvent the due process of law to steal money from people who didn't protest. They just bought sandwiches for people that did. Wow. That's Canada? Whoa. Crazy. That's Canada.
Yep.
Can't go eat lunch in Berlin.
Yeah, I said that to my mom.
Getting a test 24 hours ago that cost 50 euros. You have to get a new test every day. Whoa. Crazy. But in 11 days it goes away.
You're fine.
Like it would never happened.
I troll my mom so hard.
So you're wrong now, or are you wrong then?
I was like, Mom, remember when you
something in the world actually changed 11 days from
Christmas because I was
so that your right to free speech is toast. you have to
She's like,
basically
you're still wrong
send
about
letters.
that. She'll go to her grave.
And
Like,
until they start opening the letters,
like,
you still
Mom,
at least have
nothing
that.
occurred, yo.
But everything else is fucked. You want
Not
to
that COVID
communicate
was not
on
real or anything,
Twitter?
guys.
Better be careful what you say.
I'm just saying, like,
you want to communicate on YouTube? Better be careful what you say, because your free speech is one AI bot away from disappearing.
It's hard for people that are older,
And
man.
so
like,
your
as
free
in-
speech is
Imagine how
wrecked.
scary it
Your
would be.
freedom of movement's
to
wrecked.
admit
Your freedom to
yourself
transact is wrecked.
That your
You
entire
want to send money
life
somewhere?
has been
Beg.
a fucking
You want to receive
lie.
money?
Like,
Beg. That's a traditional banking system.
like
Beg.
that you've been brainwashed by
crazy.
fucking
Like
propaganda.
and to one degree,
your entire
like
life, like that. Like
I feel.
I think if
I'm
I was
happy
the
that
age
I'm
of
part of the
next
solution
gen
for those
older,
things.
I don't think
or at least
I would
the
want to
finance
admit
one.
that. I think I would.
But it also
admit
sucks
it,
because it's
but
harder to
it
on
would
ramp
be
users to the
tough.
solution because the existing thing is so crippled. So it helps to have a good docking site to like exfiltrate the people that need to like find refuge. But like, you know, when the system's so broken, it's harder to save people.
I love when Richard
So,
goes hard against.
yeah,
like,
the answer
on
is
freedom
hard.
shit.
And getting banned isn't the solution, you know? And like, yo, YouTube's banned me for the third time. So you done working there? Nope, because that's where the users are. I'm never gonna be done working there. It's just how adversarial they want the relationship to be. For the rest of my life, I'm gonna be taking users from YouTube. It's just how hard they want to fight. You want to make it easier or harder for me to do that? So as long as I see fake scam bots victimizing people, I know there's a way to buy free speech there. So,
ooh,
you know,
tight.
I hope that answers your question, man. I'm prioritizing things by like impact. So I know Pulse Chain is going to make absolutely gigantic impact, probably more than my political efforts. So,
bro,
politics is like below on my list.
Sometimes they go hand in hand.
What he
just keep doing
what he
God's
just
work,
said is
man. I really
massive.
appreciate it, and
Thanks, man.
And even if you can't talk about it, I think you're showing your leadership in that arena by proxy. So thank you.
I think people
And
get
for everyone
what
that
I'm
was
about.
curious, this
Thank
is
you, man.
all recorded, and I can give you links for
Thanks, Rags.
records on
Kelly,
these,
he's been
just in
waiting a
case
bit.
you missed
Mark, you wanna
anything.
jump
Don't
in?
worry that these don't go away forever.
Yeah.
Someone's
Hey,
Hexagon's
the most
24
pressing
hour
thing on my
recordings.
mind is
Oh, are you
like
saying
Hart's
that we'll
law
have a recording
and
of
liquidity
this?
pairing
Yeah, the whole
and like
start to
what
finish,
we're
yeah.
learning
Who does
with
that?
unsaid
The Twitter Space guys.
airdrop and
Oh,
how that's
sick.
going to affect
Twitter
liquidity
Space.
pairing
I have missed quite a
on
bit of it.
Pulse Chain.
The
Are we
Twitter Space is
learning
another world. It's
anything
new,
with
dude. This is
this
really
new
new.
experience
Like,
of
don't
Hart's
think you've
law
missed
and how
it.
that can
Like, it's
possibly
brand fucking new.
be
Like, I just
implemented
started
on
like
the
2 weeks
Pulse
ago.
Chain?
Changed my
And
life.
are we, like
Changed my life as far as I
Well,
should never have a
I
question. I
mean,
don't have
I
to
think the
call
lesson,
Tangent or
I think the
anyone when I have a
lesson
question.
from the airdrop thing is
I
like,
just pop in there and I ask live.
Drop in, yeah.
if you make USDC pairs, you're incentivizing people to buy
And like
USDC.
between you and me, like,
And if price
actually,
goes
fuck,
up,
I
it
can't
means
say
people
this shit.
bought
I'm
more
straight
USDC and it's sitting in that pool. And buying USDC is a negative externality to the price of something somewhere, because that something had to be sold for the USDC. And so I think the lesson is that, like, if you want Pulse to do better or other alts to do better, that you just want them to all to be alt to alt pairs, because then there's not the externality of having to buy the counterparty risk USDC thing. So I think the lesson is, like, if someone's going to do an airdrop, make your primary liquidity pair alt versus alt. You know, airdrop thing versus thing you're airdropping to. I think that's the lesson.
I might have to get Freddie quotes in here for the last 10 likes.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's it.
man. Is he a
Like, if you're
friend?
going to do an airdrop, make your
just
primary
messaged, he
trading
said,
pair with the
"Tangent,
liquidity,
Jim Rat."
the thing you're airdropping versus
I'm gonna send it to him.
the thing that's being airdropped to, instead of USDC, because otherwise you hurt the thing you're airdropping to. And then as far as like what's going to happen on Pulse Chain, bro, I have no idea. It's going to be insane. It's going to be
I
crazy.
haven't streamed with
There's going to be a lot of
Freddie
ARB
for
opportunities.
ages, man. Like, it's been a while. 'cause
Like,
we haven't done
I
steak
basically
and bake for a
figured out a
really
way
long
to
time.
like reduce the ARB opportunities by like waiting for the market to execute them and then like adding LP, scaling the LP in instead of like making a giant. Instead of putting all the LP in at once, you scale it in, and then the ARBs fix the prices ahead of time, and so you've got less risk.
Damn, you got
If you get the numbers
suspended, bro.
wrong,
Hey, Freddie, I'm gonna put it.
like
let's see
if
what
you
he said. Oh, he's
Suspended off.
it's really
I think his
complicated.
picture got suspended.
Like, it's hard. So my
It
looks
looks
best
like-
solution
'cause
to like
I-
not being able
it
to
wouldn't
pre-do
let me
all of the ARBs and just be able to do like half of them or 3/4 of them
I
is to
definitely don't
scale the
block
LP in
quotes.
and let the ARBs make a little instead
Freddie
of a
quotes
lot.
his raps are way too fly for me to
Makes
ever
sense?
block him.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking as well.
You
Is
used to listen
just
to
like the
music before your
concept of
streams.
slippage working to the advantage
still do
of
that?
bad actors, kind of a thing, and how
These
those.
days I'm trying to
I mean,
avoid
the only time I
copyright
see
strikes.
slip is like somebody today.
And if I play
I
tunes,
think,
then you just
there was
get
like a spike
immediate.
of like $3.
They've got like a
V2
bot
hex
that
pair
just
today.
listens like Shazam, and as soon
My
as you play
guess
anything
is that it
that's
was a sandwich
copyrighted,
bot.
you get copyright strikes.
But I might be wrong.
You got to get Pulse
Like,
Lord or one of these
someone
guys
might
to
have
fucking make you a banger. Like, just pay them.
Someone might have
that
that
would be
fingered their limit order.
Yeah, because they do that for people.
And like,
I mean,
depending
I'm
on
not
where you're
saying they
doing your
do
limit
like
order,
I don't know what the
apparently
fuck
you
they
can
do,
just
but I
like
see their
enter
music
anything, even though it doesn't make any sense.
Do people just play that during their
And then you'll get
Well, they have, like,
executed at an absolutely
so
horrible
what they
price.
do usually is like the
So
first
like someone
5
could have been
minutes,
trying
right?
to place a buy limit
So
order
it's either music in the
of like,
background, and like I can imagine
I don't know,
myself just be chilling like
something
first 5 minutes,
lower
like,
than the market, but
trying
then
to get hyped for the
misplaced their
stream.
decimal and
That's
did
what
it
I want
higher
to
than
do.
the
I want to have
market.
a song on and just
Then our bot
and then, but
filled
some
them
people
up there.
do that
But I
are a
don't
little
think
less like
I
on
don't
camera.
think
They
that
just
would
put
be
up
the
like
way
some
that
music
would get
video
filled, because the
that
R bot would
executes
just
make
fill you
do
low,
like the first 5 minutes
and it
that
wouldn't
way.
hit like it wouldn't hit the price chart of Uniswap that way. I don't think so. I think the only way you get
There's
like
never
giant
been an
spikes
easier time
on
in life to
the R,
fucking make
I think the
content,
only
guys.
way
I
that you
have
get
the
giant price
shittiest
spikes on
laptop and a
Uniswap
cell
charts is through
and
sandwich
like I
bots
can bang out
or
all the
actual
content,
price
no
movement.
issue. Camera's fine.
I don't think
Yeah,
that you
man.
can get that
Pretty
from a
wild,
fat
dude.
finger
Come on, that's
on a limit order,
crazy.
because the bot would take your trade
Yeah.
and execute it, and
Yeah,
it would
it's
show
crazy.
on a limit order chart that no one has.
Can you still
Like, no
hear
one, there is no chart that people
the
look at
Richard
for like
stream
just 0x
Yeah.
order
Loud and clear.
fills.
from my stream?
From you.
I feel so
From
sorry
you,
for
yeah.
people
It
listening
doesn't
to this
do
for the
your own
first time,
audio. I always
because like none of these words make any sense to
I'm
anybody.
listening on my
It's like
What's 0x, Richard? It's a
volume-wise,
sidechain
it's
network that
louder than you.
handles
So
like it's a virtual order book. It's a central limit order book cloud that
So
operates
I'm playing a
parallel
game
to
with
the Ethereum
myself in
network.
terms of
where
like
people pre-sign transactions, with time limits on
trying
them.
to listen to both when you're talking. I
Okay,
try and
it's
listen
pretty
to both.
complicated. Yeah, pretty complicated.
But it's an interesting.
So anyway,
it's an
I
interesting
think
game. But
with
then
that like just $3
if I
spike
can't
on the hex
handle
pair, I
it,
think
I
someone got
default to
sandwiched.
listening
And the
to you,
solution to
obviously, so
sandwiches,
we
as
can
I've
have a
said, is just set a reasonable slippage limit, 0.5%. Because like the sandwich bot usually has to pay 0.3% to run the price up ahead of you, and then 0.3% to sell the price down after you've been
Yeah,
sandwiched.
Freddie, he's in the Twitter
And
Spaces
so the
right now.
minimum
That's what
kind
we're
of
listening
cost
to.
on a 0.3% pair.
I was up
for a
in there
sandwich bot
chirping
is
at his ear.
0.6.
You hear it?
Now look, I'm sure there's some nuance there with like.
Are you talking to me or Freddie?
I was talking.
There may be some nuance where like you might be able to execute the sandwich for less than 0.5. Like I'm not exactly sure what backfilling means.
Really?
But guys
I
that
just
do this
assumed
type of
friendship with
MEV
everyone.
value
That's like
extraction
my
stuff,
weird superpower.
backfill an
Like,
order.
I just
I don't know
have
what
this
that means.
assumed
So,
friendship vibe, like where I'm just like, I like you and you're.
I'm not an
cool.
expert on this stuff.
And they're just like,
Both of you are awesome.
I'm 3/4 of an
you are
expert on
lab.
that stuff. I just don't know what backfilling means. So like, just set reasonable slippage limits. Set it to 0.5%. Then your order will fail if someone tries to screw you. Easy.
Yeah, but having a failed transaction is extremely irritating.
Yes, that is true. Yep. So if your transaction was for a smaller amount of money, then you might increase that limit to have a reduction in the chance of failure, because your gas fees might be high compared to your order value. So the lower the value of your order, probably the higher the slippage you should allow yourself to accept, because it also means that the bot would have to pay a higher percent of its profit to try and screw you. It might not be able to afford the gas to screw you. So for smaller value orders, you probably want a larger slip. And then for higher value orders, you want a tighter slip.
because
for higher value order, you could afford to pay the gas over and over again, so you got the right deal.
Where would that limit be as a higher order? 5,000 or 50,000?
It depends on what.
Yeah, I'm ready.
price
I'm
of the
ready
gas
to
is.
go whenever. Like
how many times are you willing to just have a transaction?
Guys, 92
fail?
likes. Let's get 8 more likes, guys. 8 more likes. Pump that
But
out.
look, the gas is cheap now.
We,
Like I don't. This might have been a bigger problem like a couple months ago. Right now, the gas is pretty cheap.
On Twitter again.
Like it's not $300 to the Uniswap swap. It's like $20. I think.
I'd be
20
a
or 30, maybe 30.
I'd be a coward.
Yeah, I'm making a couple connections with like the bot and then the
Can't
gas
wait to
limit,
start
how
streaming
those things
Steak
are
and Bake again.
interplaying, and yeah,
Gotta
I'm
have
really
to-
much.
I am
like
an
it's-
absolute baker, so when it comes to staking and baking,
Look,
I
man,
can
if you just
get
set a
with that.
reasonable slippage limit, I don't think you
I'm
have
a
to
baker for
think
sure.
a lot about this stuff, man. Just set a 0.5% slip or 0.1 if you think you can get away with it. And
It's the only way I
it
keep
should
my
just work.
hands
I
to
mean, I
myself
always
in this
suggest
world.
people pay the
It's
more
like smoke
expensive
weed.
gas fast because waiting sucks. So like
Otherwise, I try to go out in the real world.
when you submit your MetaMask transaction, click edit the
about
gas
to say
fee and
that
set
if
it to
Freddie came on, I would
either
fucking
high,
punch a cone
fast,
out
or
of,
whatever. Or if you're using a more advanced new
throwback.
gas system they have, you click aggressive. To the
I'm
picture
gonna-
of a monkey next to it, or an ape.
I'm gonna ask on Twitter.
I don't think anyone's having a problem doing swaps right now, man.
We need 7 more.
Because gas fees are cheap. Who else has got questions?
Richard, we got.
And then the trolls will take their like away, which is always
nice.
On there, come on in, man.
Fuckers.
Come on in.
He's
Man, I love this 100 like idea, dude. I think it's sick.
I appreciate you having me on board.
It's just forced. It's called
what's going on,
forcing.
Richard?
Well, you have
big
to have
fan
good
here.
content to even get
I'm
to
not
this point, and
too into big
I try to keep it not
Bitcoin.
dry the
I don't know
whole
much
time.
about
Like,
it.
it can't be
I just
dry.
put the
Like,
laser eyes
if other
because I
people
was
are
just
talking great,
pro
but like
crypto.
if no one's talking, I'm asking an
Yeah, so
intrusive
not one of
question.
those scumbags.
Like you know, like
But,
something to get someone
yeah,
thinking, right? Like,
very proud of you.
I love questions. I love when people ask me questions.
Invested all my money into
I love it.
your
It's
project
fun.
just
It's like
because
no one
of
asks
what
me
you're doing.
questions. So
I
when someone
myself
does,
am
it's like
working on
Which one?
So
Which
I
project?
found
Hex, Pulse,
asking really
and
insightful questions
PulseX.
has always
But
changed the way people.
yeah, I'm
look at me.
like I'm in
They're like,
awe
"Oh, I like
because
when he's
of
around.
the way you're moving on the private side and what you're establishing.
that.
The foundation you're building, yeah, that's phenomenal. You're untouched. So thank you again. I'm sorry, my battery's real low. I have
It's all
information.
good, man. Thank you.
What
bro.
are the chances that
Yeah,
you're
just real
drunk
quick,
by the
I
end
have
of the
information I'd like to share with you. I don't know if you heard about
Sorry, what
David
was that?
Wynn Miller,
What are the chances
but
you're pissed drunk by the end of
he
the
has he created syntax
you mean on any given
form of
night?
writing, and it's basically
Tonight?
it's
tonight I
like
didn't
he cracked the
drink.
code to all languages.
what time is it? Though? I forgot.
And how
At the
like
moment it's 4
all
a.m. but I got
languages they
home-
have
I got home at
resemblance
about
in them,
2
and like
a.m., I think.
there's a code
Dude,
that
we could
I
actually.
don't. It's
Because,
something
dude,
that
listen to
I
me real quick
honestly
about this.
I'm
We could do
I'm
a
like
joint stream
kneeling
where
right
you
now.
stream on your
I'll
channel, like
try
once
do
a
my
week,
best
not all
to
the time.
get a hold of you
Or like
another
once
time.
every
I'll
once in a while,
email
but you
you.
can stream
I'll
it to both
you,
channels with different
and I'll send
thumbnails.
you any documents or information
You see
I
what I'm
can
saying?
send your way, and hopefully
If
we
you
can.
like
Yeah,
that
like
smart
I could,
people stuff, bro, you should
if
read
we
my
set it
book.
up
I
beforehand,
give out a free
this could
book
be
called
your stream
Sci-Vibe.
as well.
If
It's
you go to
just your
my
audience.
Telegram
Like,
channel,
if
Sci-Vibe,
I
you might
give
like
you
it.
my
Sci-Vibe?
free
Good.
key or whatever it
Yeah, man.
is, then you can make it
SCIVIVE.
to push us to both
Free book.
channels.
Exactly.
I'm getting it
And the
right now.
thumbnails
470
different too.
pages
Like
of
it could be your
awesomeness.
own legit thumbnail too, like a fun, like because I like to make my
Steak,
own
man.
thumbnails because it's
No,
fun.
thank
And
you.
so
Pleasure.
somebody
All right.
offered me that, and I was like,
Who's
no,
next?
because I like my thumbnails.
Steak
And they're
and
like, oh, you can just do whatever. But that's what a
Hello.
Gerardo and
Hey.
Huddle Dog.
Hi, I have a
'Cause they do
question.
that staker.
A friend of mine, he
Staker
didn't
app
receive
show.
his Pulse X,
No.
and
The Hex
he
and
didn't
Show girl is
receive.
in my
He doesn't
DMs,
show
and she's
his
roaring.
Pulse X into
Uh-huh.
the wallet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait,
What
So
network
what
is
he
he?
can do?
What network is he connected to?
Yantech, Ethereum.
I can
Yeah.
imagine a day where we
So let me
have
ask
a
you a
once a week
question.
with
How would
Richard.
he
Like, I
receive
see
his
these
coins
things
when
in
they
my
don't
head.
exist
Like,
yet?
I see these things. I
Oh,
always see these things.
I
I
saw
already see
on
myself talking to Joe
Telegram
Rogan
group
about all
people
this
say
stuff.
that
It's in my journal for 2
they
years from now.
receive,
Like
so that's why like
it's already there. I've
I
already
asked.
wrote
Yeah.
down that
See, this
I'm gonna have
happens
Richard
every
on the
time
interview by
someone
the end of
doesn't
the
have
year.
English as their main
Yeah, it'd
language.
be
I
sick.
run into
It'd be
this.
sick
It's
to
really
be able
tragic.
to
So
it'd be sick as fuck to
Pulse
stream with
X does
Richard.
not exist on
Because
the
he
Ethereum
loves these
network.
conversations too. Like me
Pulse
and you
Chain
love.
does not
That's
exist
why
on the
we
Ethereum
relate. I don't
network.
know if everyone relates
Pulse
to Richard the
does
same way
not
I do,
exist
but I
on the
love
Ethereum
long
network.
form content.
Pulse
Okay.
Chain
I
and Pulse
love
X
really
will
good
exist
questions,
on the
long
main
form
net
answers.
when the main net
And
is
he's been
launched,
doing that for a
which
long
it is
time.
not yet. We're launching test nets.
I want to do
So
one of these.
if
I
you
want to do
edit
one
your
of these
MetaMask
100 like
settings
streams
to connect to
on
the
my
test net,
channel,
and
like
you add the contract
marathon
address
stream.
Let's do it
for
tomorrow.
Pulse,
into
then you can see your
um
sacrifice balances.
into
But that's
100
not even
likes.
public yet.
No, because it
I have
won't even
not
be a
even
marathon for
publicly
you because
released the
once there's that
information for
incentive,
people to
like
be
it's
able to see
quick
their
because you have
sacrifice
a bigger
balances on
following than
chain.
me. Yours are
So
probably
it's
like 2
unfortunate
hours.
is that you think that the
Most of
coins
my
exist, but
followers
they don't. And you think they're on the Ethereum network, which they never will be. be.
streaming. So
Pulse
those
X will
pricks are
never be
probably
on the
going to
Ethereum
not
network.
hit like.
It exists for launches of the Pulse chain.
Hey guys, I really want to grow my channel. Just be honest. If that's
It's
what you
okay.
want.
I get 1,000
Hey guys, I
guys
really wanna
like you
grow my
asking me
channel.
where are my
I
Pulse
want to
chain
make great
coins
content that
constantly.
helps a lot of people
It
moving
just
forward.
irritates the crap
You
out
gotta
of me
give them
because
something to rally behind, right?
we haven't
Like,
launched
they have-
mainnet.
everyone in
When
my
we
chat
do
really
launch
wants me to do
mainnet,
well because
those
I'm
coins are going to be
really
on the Pulse
willing
chain
to
net
try my
mainnet,
best.
not on the Ethereum mainnet.
And I'm
And so
really
like there's just so much
transparent, right?
misunderstanding.
Like,
I don't
I'm
know
like,
how
I
you
want
guys have it so backwards.
Most people say,
It's like
I
you
don't
didn't do
care
your
about my
research, I don't
YouTube
think.
getting bigger
So it will be
Not to come down hard
automatically
on you, but like
in the
But at the end of the
MetaMask
day,
wallet, correct?
some people don't
you,
take YouTube
if
that
you want to
seriously.
see your
That's a different story.
sacrifice balances
But the people that are
in
doing
your
it every day
MetaMask
are doing
wallet,
it every day for a
you
reason.
need to
Because they
switch
want the
to the
channel
version
rated. That's what they
2B
want to do.
pulse chain
Right? And when you just
testnet,
tell
which
people
is
that
not
straight
made
up, like
public
I'm
the
just like, hey
details
guys, I
yet.
want a big channel.
Some people figured it out
Everyone a
and
really
just
big
started
channel.
adding
Like,
it
that's what I
now.
want. Is that wrong? I
But
don't think so.
I don't want you to do that yet.
And people are like,
right?
cool.
I want you to wait
Like,
until the website is
yeah.
updated and the front ends are
That's how
done
I
and
feel.
the pairs are
But I
made
can
and the
just see
bridge is
these
working,
before and after
which should be
tangent
today, if not
shots
today,
for like
tomorrow.
ripped abs.
So like just wait
Like I
until
can't.
that's done.
You already
Then you
have
can
a
connect to
build,
the
like
test
so.
net.
It's not that hard. It's not that
But
far
my
away.
feeling is that you really want the main net. And when the main net happens, you can like work with money. We're not there yet.
I'm glad that you've
2
inspired
weeks.
me for the whole like all the health shit, man.
Gotta wait
Okay,
for
thank
it.
you very much. Sorry for
It's way more important than
from
anything
your
else.
My
Hey,
pleasure.
man,
Thank you.
I reckon maybe. Do you want to kill
Hey,
the?
Steak and Nate, you're on here. You want to go?
Do you want
next?
to kill the Twitter space from the background? Because I think for people listening, it's going to be like they're going to. You know how people always complain when I do the Australian live streams with. In fact, when's that? Yeah, so that's coming up Tuesday. When we do those ones, people always get weird when like if people talk over the top of each other. They're like, it's so hard to hear you guys if you're all talking over the top of each other. I reckon that Twitter spaces with us talking over the top of it, people are just gonna be like, what the fuck? And I just punched the link out to like a group of my in real life friends, IRL baby. Shannon, if you're watching, big shout out. And I told them, I'm like, we need 8 more likes to be able to end this thing streaming for 5 hours straight. Have you checked the like count?
We're at 96, guys. 4 more.
96. 4 more likes, baby.
They'll come. There's always some trolls, but they won't.
Oh, you've got a fucking scrolling thingo.
What, at the bottom?
Oh yeah.
Shieldmasters.com promo code.
That's sick. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have any questions about anything like that, I can help you.
How did you get that scrolling banner? Do they have that on OBS? Like I use OBS for my main.
Well, OBS, yes, they have it, but it's more complicated. Basically, what StreamYard is like streaming for like people that have no idea what they're doing. Like basically, if you put OBS in front of me, I'd need a couple days. But I used OBS off of Zoom when I was doing the Pulsification channel with Joker, and StreamYard's way better but it's not as better as far as like production value. Like OBS is always going to be better as far as production value. So as far as the banner on the bottom, I don't know. But as far as getting a stream out there quick and easily and in any way you possibly want that, StreamYards is the way to go. It's so easy.
The main reason why I stick with OBS for almost all my streams is it buffers it so that if there's any kind of connection lag, it stays smooth and shit. Whereas when I use StreamYard, people tell me that it like lags out and shit, even if I turn my VPN off. And but the problem with OBS is I can't bring guests into the stream. Like, or as in maybe you can, but I don't know how to do it, or maybe you need the paid version or like whatever the fuck. So
I know how to do it. You have to stream it from a Zoom. So what you do is you go to a Zoom account and you restream it from there. That way you invite people to the Zoom. So
you're saying if I stack Zoom and OBS, so OBS is still the thing that is. OBS is still the thing that is. So
this is what it is. You press restream from. So basically, Zoom is just like what? Not a streaming site. It's just a video camera site, right?
So you bring Zoom in as one of the.
It's just the interface. It just connects up.
Okay.
So you actually the way it connects up. I didn't do it, but
so you put Zoom into the you put Zoom into one of the OBS frames, and then you're basically just like you can share your screen. You're basically sharing the Zoom.
Yeah. So
dude, I'm so glad you told me that, because that's the main reason why I like. Because if I start I'm almost always starting streaming on OBS because it's better quality. And then once I do that, I can't bring on guests. So even if someone in the chat or someone DMs me and is like, it's too late. Like if I started the stream with OBS, but now I'll be able to like switch it up midstream, bring people on.
It's still clunkier, but you'll get the hang of it, because all I know is I did it for sure. Because remember one time Gerardo didn't show up to an interview and then the other guys just jumped in because I invited them. So I remember sending them the links, and it was just the Zoom link, because when you're looking at the stream, like you're just looking at the Zoom. You know what I mean? Like, so imagine there's a Zoom meeting up. That's all it would look like when you were streaming. And then you would click the YouTube browser. But dude, I want to inspire you to stream as much as possible, and as authentically, and as like trying to make content, because I mean, it sounds like financially you're well off, right? Like in some way, shape, or form moving forward. That's not your primary concern, although you probably want to make a lot of money still. But this can be like a nice way to like in a couple of years, when you have a good following of like honest people, like you can make a business that legit people want.
I'm always keen for more crypto gains. However, they have to be made ethically. This is something I was saying to one of my exes recently. I was like,
so true.
There are a lot of people that have made a lot of money in crypto, but it would be pretty rare that someone could honestly say that they never did anything unethical. They never did any scamming. They never did any shilling. They never did any shit. And I can with 100% honesty say that everything that I've ever done in crypto, I've never done any shit that I consider to be unethical to try and make gains. And I think that's really fucking important. Like, I would rather make less gains in total and not have scammed anyone, not have because shilling is a form of scamming. Like, as in, if you don't believe in it and you're just shilling it to try and get your bag to pump and shit like that. Like, I mean, it's definitely a spectrum, and
it's fucking appalling. And that's what it makes you sick to your stomach. And that's what you're saying. That makes you sick to your stomach. So you have a hard stance against it. But the people that do it, they don't give a fuck because they're plebs. Like,
they give zero fucks.
You're not a pleb because you're a free thinker. Like, you have a decentralized mind. That's why I always tell people, like, I like to, and I want to make a show that's called Decentralized Minds. Like,
that's actually a really good, dude. That is a really good show name.
Yeah, dude, because that's what I'm addicted to. Like, the guy, you have to meet the dude who comes on the first hour. You're going to freak. You're legit going to freak, because he's the dude. He's been doing shit constantly for 20 years, and he never runs out of questions. He never runs out of questions, like just amazingly insightful questions. He's like my sidekick. He's my life coach, or he was. Now he's kind of just my podcast buddy, but he's a bodybuilder. Like, he's OCD. He's crazy. He goes to sleep really early, but like, he just wants to learn. Like, some motherfuckers just want to learn. This guy could care less about the money. He's like, I want to learn. It's so weird.
You have got, I like, how I was saying, I listen to a lot of Bitcoin podcasts, like a lot. And I'm not bullshitting you to be nice. You have got a really good, like, interviewing style in terms of the balance of like making it sound like more of a conversation. Like, so rather than like some interviewing, it's like question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. Like, whereas interviewers that have got, you know how like the reason why Joe Rogan's so popular is because he engages in a dialogue with the guest in a way where, but it's
well, what it is, like, I'm trying to learn and tell you my experience, because I know my experience is valuable to you, because I know there's things that I've gone through that you haven't, vice versa. So like, I'm always going to, like, it's just having respect for yourself in a conversation. Like, I want to make the conversation open-ended so I can tell you my value and you can tell me yours, because that's the most value that comes from it. I know your experience is different than mine, and I know mine is different than yours. And I know well enough the nuance of us being like the same kind of people that we could say these dialogues where it's just like super open-ended and super valuable to everyone, because none of these things you can pin down. You can't pin down any of these thoughts. It has to be wrung out in conversation, right? Like, you can't pin down, like, these 7-minute videos on Hex are great. They're great. These 7-minute pre-recorded videos that K4K and everyone does, they're great. They're fucking awesome. But they ignore the point that it's hard to nail down all this stuff to one thing. We have to have open dialogue. We have to be able to go back and forth, because that's how confusing some of this stuff is.
Yeah, shit, yeah.
But like, I just love
those questions that Orca was asking me were also really good. That in terms of
oh my God, Orca is a god. Orca is a god. Like, about Alibaba and stuff. Was that you yesterday?
Yeah, dude, Dude, that was nuts. I had no idea.
Dude, that was nuts. Dude, that's like alpha every day of your life. Dude, imagine going through your whole life, 28 years, and not knowing that 60% of the world's money is in this one thing called Alibaba until yesterday. I didn't know that. I'm a fucking smart dude, and I didn't know 60% or whatever crazy percent they said.
Because it's like the China Amazon, right? Like, it's.
But like, you'd think I would have stumbled upon that information at some point. Like, how? And then it just reminds me, Scott, you're so new. You're so new, and I'm like, get excited. I'm like, fuck yeah! Like,
we are so early. We are all gonna make it.
Oh, dude, Paul's chain. We're gonna blow up minds. We're all gonna be.
I love that meme. I love that fucking meme. We're all gonna make it. Oh, bro, pulse chain, bro.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting,
bro. The Australia. Like backstage on the Hex Late Show, we talk about like pulse chain and where, you know how Wales said that it could launch at a 20x or whatever, like realistically at a 20x, and we're just like, bro, it's like serious shit.
And what you said,
and I mean, and I can't see it launching really much less than that, like really.
Well, I want to mention what you said about what the fuck were you saying? Oh God, this one beer has me like half drunk.
when you combine alcohol with tiredness.
Well, no, dude, I'm not tired, dude. It's 4:20 p.m.
Man, recently I got pulled over by the police because I was driving.
I'm listening. I'm going to stand up and I'm listening.
That's cool. By the way, like I've got a theory that over here the police do discriminate against lower socioeconomic groups, because I virtually never get pulled over anymore in the cars that I drive. But I was driving a friend's car, and her car is it looks banged up and old and stuff. And these cops pulled me the fuck over, and they're like, the car had Queensland plates. And so they're like, is this your car? And I'm like, no, it's not my car. And they're like, we noticed it's got Queensland plates. And I was like, oh yeah. And they were like, I said, look, I've got the owner's permission to drive the car, but I didn't tell them that the owner was sitting right next to me in the passenger seat. And because I didn't want to give them any reason to like start fucking harassing her shit. And I was actually feeling pretty wavy, but like, I couldn't know for sure because we'd been drinking like throughout the day, but not like excessively. And so I like had literally no idea whether I was going to be over the limit or not, because the limits here are stupid low. Like you have to basically be sober. And it turned out that I was under, which was great. But literally while I was being pulled over, I was like, shit, this could go either way. Like, I knew I wasn't so drunk that it wasn't safe for me to operate the car. Like I wasn't drink driving in the sense that it was dangerous, obviously, because I turned out to be under. But you know how like when the limit's low, you just don't know for sure. Like as in you could be like a little bit over and then they could be assholes about it. At like, you know, if you're like, what's the DUI limit? Like what's the limit?
0.08, like 3.5 drinks.
0.08. See, yes, so ours is 0.05. So you could be like here, you could be like 0.055, and that's basically sober, and they'll be like, you're done. Like, and it's, you know.
You fucking Aussies don't fucking play with that shit. They don't play with them fucking, like, if their citizens are acting up, they don't give you any fucking leeway. They fucking take down people. It's like, you know, those are your peoples, right? Like, like those are your peoples. Like they do the shit that you're trying to get them to do. They have 3 beers, you locked them up for fucking 10 years. Dude, if I was African American, I would still be in jail for the stuff that I got arrested for.
Bro, it's true that freaking racial discrimination by the police is a real thing. Like they've done studies where they go back and look at past case history and look statistically for racial bias, and it definitely exists, which is fucked.
Well, it's
like
crazy.
Every time
I punched a cop in the face once. I punched a fucking cop.
You punched a cop in the face? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yes, dude. Yes, in the middle of a back road. In the middle of a back road in the fucking city. I was fucking tripping balls on mushrooms.
Holy
I swear to God,
fuck.
this is fucking true. This is 100% true. I was tripping balls on mushrooms. No, it was LSD. It was LSD.
Oh my God. You're lucky you didn't get fucking tased, man.
I had no shirt on, no shoes on, a bathing suit. I just got out of the pool. I stole my girlfriend's car. I was tripping balls. I had no idea that I was stealing a car, by the way. I just was basically driving a car. And next thing you know, I'm telling my girl to get out of the car. Like, she's sketching me out. I'm like, get out the car. Like, I don't fucking want you in here. And I just like run it. I go into the woods. She calls the cops. She's like, dude, this guy stole my car. I'm in the middle of the fucking road. And the cops come. Dude's like, dude, come here. Dude's like, come here, man. Like, you're fine. And I was tripping. So I was kind of like almost willing. Like, I was tripping and I was like, I know. But I was almost willing. Once he grabbed my wrist real hard, I just socked him across the face and ran away. And then they let the dog out on me, the German Shepherd.
Oh, bullshit. Holy fuck.
Bit the fuck out of my tricep and they fucking knocked me down and arrested me.
Because those things are trained to just grab a limb and fucking...
Well, just grab whatever, hold on for dear life.
And just pull onto the ground. The dog is just on hodl mode.
Dude, I was tripping so hard. You have no idea, dude. You have no idea. When I was tripping so hard, I thought the dog was a separate event. Like, I was tripping so hard that I thought the dog was like a wolf, like monster, like in a game.
Independent to what had been happening.
Well, no, I was like, oh my God, what are the chances that I just fucking fight these cops and run away? And then there's like a random wolf in the woods that is attacking me for the first time in my whole life. Literally, that's what I was thinking in my dream. I was like, man, all these variables I have to fucking fight. Like, it was crazy. I was tripping so hard, dude. And everyone in my community, there was a chopper. There was a chopper that was covering this, by the way. A chopper. Like, on the news. Like, and this was in my community as like a youngster. Like, this was within like my neighborhood. And that's why I'm so open now, dude, because it's like I got so socially destroyed and it all like turned around. Like, nobody gives a fuck anymore. But like, when you're so low socially, like, you just turn into like a I don't give a fuck monster. You're just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, everyone left me. Like, what could happen?
It is funny how people don't realize at the time that event, like, so say this Kanye West thing, even that with time, everyone will just fucking forget about it. Like, but at the time, even if you're not a celebrity and some shit goes down, it seems like the fucking end of the world. Like, it seems like your rep is like ruined and shit like that, when realistically no one, like,
but then you learn that you can only learn that from, because you just don't have, it won't click unless it occurs. Because all my friends, and about 6 years later, when I was done with all my fucking rehab and fucking like getting my life back together, people didn't realize, like, oh, same thing. Scott's cool. It's cool to be friends with Scott again. Like, I was like, okay, this is fucked. Like, I was just like, basically, that's when you lose faith in like that other people really care about you. Because at the end of the day, it's like, as humans, you can only care so hard about someone else. Your family has ego investments in you like being alive and like not dying, because that would like ruin their life. But at the same time, it's like you can only think about others so often while you're walking around in your own brain.
Yeah. Like, even like people with high empathy, it's nearly impossible to like really feel what someone else is feeling, or force someone else at the level that they would feel for themselves. Like, it's just like very, very, very difficult.
Just think about the like worst time you ever got wrecked by a girl, like when you were young, and like how that felt. Because that's like the hardest feeling, right? When you're young and you don't know love yet, and some girl's like fucking the Chad next door, and you're like, oh, like, you know, when you're 17 for the first time, and you're like, oh, my girlfriend like just fucked a 27-year-old. That was like,
I'm very lucky that I am not aware of any. So in my early dating life, if anyone cheated on me, I didn't find out about it. So like,
did a girl ever make you feel upset because she was choosing someone else, like long term? You know, like maybe switched up and was just like, this isn't going to work for me, or like.
Actually, there was one chick, that, I mean, she did it fairly ethically, like, as in, obviously there's always like there's always like a gray area where like they might not be hooking up with someone else, but obviously they're courting, right? Like as in they obviously know that there's chemistry there or whatever. So I don't think she ever physically cheated, but they were obviously already sort of like getting together or like, you know, expressing interest in each other, whether it was like verbally or just like, you know, body language or whatever. And then she eventually broke up with me to see this other guy who was it was like a friend's cousin. So it was like sort of within the friends group, but I wasn't really mates with him. And but fortunately it was kind of like, I guess, towards the end of the relation. I don't know. Like, I think I was like not that keen on the relationship anyway, but then finding out that was happening made me kind of like, you know, you're always going to like be like, oh wait, maybe I do want to be with her. Like, as in once you think that she's leaving, right? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, cause it fucks with you.
But you can get at it as you get older, you get a little savvier with that.
And I remember that like some of my successful friends, they were like, dude, you are a fucking winner. Like, and like whether they were just saying it to gas me up or whether they actually meant it, but I think they meant it. They were like, dude, you're a winner. You're going to be a success. Like one day, one of my mates was like, one day you're going to be driving your fucking Ferrari down the road and that chick is just going to be like homeless on the side of the street and you're just going to like splash a puddle on her or it was some dumb shit like that just to like make me laugh and make me feel better about it. And it actually pretty much did go down like that. No, I'm just kidding. Like, I don't know if she's homeless, but like, as in, I know in the things that are measurable in success. Like, I know these things are not necessarily the most important things in life, but in terms of measurable success, I would have like totally smoked both of them. Like, that dude was like working in like a burger place, like literally years later. Like, and I didn't take any joy in that. Like, I wasn't like, yeah, fuck you. Like, I was just like, oh, he's working in a burger place, whatever. Like, by then I was so over it that I didn't care anymore. And yeah, so that's that was the only example I've got of the category of what you're talking about. And it was obviously years ago.
Yeah, no, for sure. I've gotten it a million times, to be honest. I was a bit of a romantic when I was younger. Like, I was under the impression that was maybe the way to go. And, you know, I'm not like I was never a physically stout man. Well, I always had the same personality, right? Like, I was always very intrinsic and excited and happy. But at the same time, it's like, I thought that the way to a girl's heart was just by being super nice and just being like accommodative, because that's what I was taught. And then as I went into the bodybuilding. So I was brokenhearted by girl after girl, and I just really wasn't sure why. But like at the same time, my parents just kept preaching me like, be as nice as you can possibly be. Like, just be nice. Like, and I was like, yeah, of course. Like, I want to be friendly. But like, as you get older, it's like, I'm a man. Like, I got to be aggressive in some way, shape, or form, right? Like, and I tell my parents all the time, it's like, I am an aggressive dude, and I don't want to live life normally. I want to be as extreme as I can possibly be in the next 5-7 years. I want to go for everything. I want to die on my deathbed saying, you fucked it up major, or you fucking gave it everything. Like, everything. Like, everything. Like, I threw like, after you learn, like, after you get out of the matrix, which takes 25 to like 30 years for most people to get out of the matrix, right? But like, once you're here, like, I'm here now. Like, I'm decentralized. Like, that's what I tell people. Like, I am now, I don't believe anyone else unless I reach out to them. I don't. Yeah. So it's like, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I just know now, like, it takes 28 years to get out of the matrix. It's like, I want to die knowing that I just fucking tried something, whatever was on my heart, whatever was on my mind. I'm not saying I'm the smartest dude in the room, but like, I have a lot of passion, right? Like, I'm just a passionate person, just like you are about crypto. I am too. Like, when I wake up, I think crypto. I don't think about anything else. It's all I want to think about. People can say about bodybuilding and nutrition all they want. Yes, that's important to a baseline to figure all that stuff out so you don't die. Yes. But at the same time, it's like, what's important to me? Decentralized currency, like nothing else. Nothing else, because that is the value right now.
Yeah, I'm on that.
I'm fucking on that, dude. Where are we at? We got to 100.
We're on 99. It was on 99 and then it just jumped to 101. Fuck yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. Hex Tangent, where can they find you if they haven't already, if they're still watching?
My channel is hex_tangent on YouTube. And I think on Twitter, I'm at tangents_1. It's a piss take on Wales only.
So guys, follow him up. We're gonna be doing some streams together, like even whether it's just like off whenever or like whatever. But like moving forward, I try to get with guys that are like this, right? Like I don't just invite everyone to my stream. I invite guys that are open-minded into my stream, and guys that are willing. Like, oh, I said something about his heart health. He could have easily told me to fuck off. He knows about the doctor. That's what a lot of people do. And even the people that don't. Like, you could have easily been like, dude, I'm older than you. I'm smarter than you. Like, I'm understanding. I understand my health. But I know people, and I know you because I watched you for so long, and I know you're the kind of guy that's not on the top of your to-do list. So I wanted to bring my value to the table and say, damn it, get your stuff together, because the same way Papa looked at me and said, dude, if you don't get your security together, you're going to lose. And I was like, fuck yeah. And you just realize, you're like, if I don't put my health together in the next decade, I'm going to lose.
Sometimes something that seems obvious, if someone doesn't actually bring it to your attention, it's like a blind spot, and then you can literally get wrecked. Like you could have theoretically saved my future life yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. It's that important.
You know what I mean? Like that's very realistic. That's very realistic.
Real shit. That's what we like on this show. No fluff, no BS. Like, we want to know about decentralized currency and like what's going to keep us alive long term. Like, that's legit. Like, what the fuck else is there, guys? Yeah. Like, we got to stay long term, get this bag, and have a fucking healthy life where we go to bed, we feel happy. We wake up, we feel stress free. That is the goal, guys. GRC. I'm coming at you live every single day, 11 a.m. Eastern. Boom, guys. I'll see you soon.
See you guys.